Hello and good morning everyone, and welcome to the ninth and last round of the 2015 US Junior Closed Chess Championship here at the beautiful club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm here with local legendary Grandmaster Ben Finegold. I'm Aviv Friedman, and we are bringing you live coverage for the last time, the absolute last time of this event. Yeah, we're very sad about it as well.
Well, maybe there'll be a playoff so we can bring in more coverage.
That is true. That may be an extended run, potentially.
Yeah.
So, as we well know, we don't have a winner yet, and there are still 3 people in the running.
Yeah.
We can look at the standings. That will give us a pretty good idea of what is going on. And our standings are going to be up in just a second, I'm supposing. Here they are. In first place, sole first place, we have International Master Akshat Chandra, one of the 2 initial favorites of the to win this event. And not without luck, he has 6 out of 8.
The good player is always lucky.
That's right, luck favors the strong. And yesterday he beat Arthur Shen in a convincing game and broke the leader's tie. And he is, well, everything is in his hands. If he wins today, that's it. No playoff, and he's the winner. And second place, we have International Master and Grandmaster-elect Jeffrey Xiong, who also won a very convincing game yesterday against Wonder Liang. A real clean, surgical performance. He is with 5.5 points. Still in third, the sole third place is Arthur Shen, even after he lost yesterday. Still, he has the impressive score of 5 out of 8. Again, with no draws, all decisive games. 5 wins,
decisive games, wow.
3 losses. Following him on the wall chart, we have Rufang Li, and he's alone in 4th place with 4.5 points. And like Rufang told us yesterday when he was seated on the hot seat, he was winning in half of his games. Definitely could have had more points.
Yeah.
He could have easily been somewhere at the top. Next, we have FIDE Master Michael Bodak and I am Yan Liu with 4 points. Incidentally, they are playing each other today. And this is kind of an interesting game, Ben Ron. It's the winner of it might get $1,000 more than the loser.
That's right. The prize fund, we sort of talked about the prize fund a little bit earlier, but first prize is $6,000.
Right.
But the prize fund is $6,000 first, $4,000 second, $3,000 third, $2,000 fourth. So, I mean, coming in third is $1,000 better than fourth, $1,500 for fifth, and they have the same score. And so if somebody wins, probably win $1,000 more than their opponent. Probably.
Yeah, that's not a bit. Sometimes people play a whole weekend for that kind of a prize. So.
For less than that too sometimes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Next we have 2 very disappointed players. I am Luke Harmon Valeri. Still can't get any momentum, playing those kind of positions that he's hoping that he wouldn't get. Only 3.5. He must be really disappointed. And a Wonder Liang. Normally 3.5 out of 8 is not a terrible score because he is the 9th seed after all.
Yep.
But when we consider that he started with a very strong 2.5 out of 3 and momentum, now just 1 out of 5, a bit disappointing. Mika Bratton, again a player that is capable a lot more than 2.5 out of 8. Again, just couldn't get a good stride in the tournament.
And hasn't won a game yet.
Hasn't won a game. Yeah, has a few draws and several very painful losses. Yesterday's loss was very, very discouraging. And last on the list, we have our lowest rated player by quite a margin, the winner of the US Junior Open and the wild card, Kuran Han, with 1.5 points. And later on in the show, we are going to give you a little update, actually from the horse's mouth. We're going to have Mike Kummer join us again at 1 p.m. To talk a little bit about what exactly transpired in his bet offer yesterday against
Kuran Han still hasn't won a game, by the way.
That's right. That's right. Still hasn't won a game.
Yeah. The horse's mouth. He's been called worse.
Yeah, I'm sure of that.
Yeah.
And sometimes around noon, we're going to have a special guest in Tony Rich, the executive director of the Chess Club and Scholastic Center.
And the chief arbiter.
The chief arbiter of the event, the international arbiter.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, yesterday we had as good as it gets. We had 5 decisive games. Nobody can ask for anything more, right? It's
well, me and Arjun would ask for more, but
that's
our math isn't very good.
Very good, exactly.
We see Akshat already at the board. And he has black. Let's look at the pairings. He's black against a wonder. Akshat has his destiny in his hands. If he wins, $6,000, U.S. Junior Champion, and he'll play next year in the U.S. Championship. If he doesn't win, then the game Kuran Han versus Jeffrey Xiong is very important because Jeffrey's only half a point behind.
That's right. And both leaders are actually playing black in this.
Exactly. And Mika Bratton is white against Rufang Li. Michael Bodak white against Yan Liu. And Arthur Shen still with a very outside chance. He has white against Luke Harmon Velati, who's not having a good tournament. And Arthur, of course, not only can tie for first or tie for second, he can also have 9 decisive games and get a big plus score doing it.
That's right.
That's shocking.
Yeah. And again, we have to reiterate that in our tournament, we don't have co-winners.
Right.
Any tie is going to be decided by a playoff.
Yep.
And let's talk a little bit about it, even though it might be a little early. But in the event of, let's say, a tie, the players are going to play a 2 game 15 with 5-second increment.
This is in case of a two-way tie.
A two-way tie,
Yeah.
yes, of course. 2 game 15 with 5-second increments. If there's a decision, there's a decision. If not, they will play an Armageddon game. And the way I understood that works is that the Armageddon starts with 10 minutes per player with 2-second increment. And both players are going to bid of how much time they're willing to accept to be deducted from their total. The person who bids the lowest chooses a color and gets the time that he bid.
Yep.
And the other gets
And draw odds.
and draw odds, obviously.
Yeah. It's funny, a three-way tie would be really unlikely. That would be that Akshat loses to a wonder, Jeffrey draws Curran Han, and Shen wins.
That's kind of against the odds.
Doesn't seem like the most likely scenario.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. It still seems better than most of Mike Kummer's bets. So, but only a little bit better.
That's right. Slight margin.
Slightly better.
By
Yeah.
0.5%.
In fact, I can see on the cam that we have, people at home can't see it,
Yeah.
that he's actually on the phone right now. So I think he's making a bet that this will happen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, getting 5-1 odds. It's about 100-1, so he's taking 5-1.
Yeah. And he's holding a very long piece of paper. I guess he's making a lot of bets today.
That's right. Then we got Jeffrey at the board early, as well as Akshat. Both of them need to win.
And we see that Wonder has joined.
Oh, I wonder has the left-handed advantage. He's left-handed and the clock side is left.
This time for a change. And I noticed that Chandra always has this little accessory bag.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the wanding. This is very important.
Oh, yeah.
Got to wand that bag, too.
And this time I see that Mike Kummer is doing the Reader's Digest of wanding. Very smooth, very quickly.
Guy's not there at the board. He doesn't get wanded. All right. No, there he
And
is.
he is
Curran
a
getting
bit
wanded.
late, but
Yeah. Mika Bratton getting wanded.
now he's running away. Time to hide the contraband.
Yeah, I think, took something out of his pocket.
Oh, Mika, what happened?
What's this?
What have we here?
Yeah, what is
Gum
that?
again.
It's gum again. There's
Gum.
no computer in that pack of gum.
Yeah.
That's good. Yep. I think you should want. Oh, wait a minute. Boy, there's a lot of
do we
contraband
have
today. It's the
now?
last round. This is an important game.
Yeah, but it's something acceptable because Mike waved it off.
Yeah. Now are they going to wand Austin, our photographer, because you know he could be very helpful taking
That's
the right
right.
pictures. Mike Kummer's a busy man.
And that ritual is over as well for the last time, save for playoffs.
Well, yeah, playoff. They might have to wand them for the playoff.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm guessing we won't have a playoff today.
Yeah.
That's my
And Kuran
guess.
Han is something. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh.
What does he have? Something innocuous. Okay, very good.
Yeah, I
Tony
think he
Rich-
wasn't at the board when they were wanding people.
Yes. Tony Rich is ready with his announcements. So Ben, while we're waiting for the games to begin, what about our usual predictions? Yesterday you were right on the money.
Right
You
on
had
the
5
money.
decisive games, and you were right on everything.
I predicted it just before it happened.
Exactly.
I think like when the round was about to end, I predicted.
That's right, and you were right.
Yeah.
We always go with the last.
Okay, well I have Akshat and Jeffrey both winning their games. with
Really?
Black. Yep.
Wow, no mercy, huh?
Yep. Mika and Rufeng, I have a draw. Bodek Yan Liu draw, and I have Shen winning against Luke Harmon Velati.
Wow.
It's okay if Luke wins, but as long as it's not a draw.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this has to be decisive.
decisive results
I'm actually
with
going to
the
say that
non-
Arthur's going to win. Yeah.
Okay.
That'll give him 9 decisive games and a score of 6-3.
Wow,
It's a good score, yeah.
very good score.
Yeah. Twice as many wins.
So
as
basically, you're
losses.
saying that Akshat Chandra will be crowned the new.
Yeah,
US
I think
junior
we're going to
champion.
have 3 decisive games today and 2 draws.
That would be fantastic.
And you agree completely.
I'm on the fence as always.
Yep. Wow, those
Everybody
guys
looks
sit
so
perfectly
serious.
still. Perfectly still.
This is like Sphinx 1 and 2.
Yeah. Now, here comes the very important announcements. Wearing the U.S. Junior closed shirt.
Yeah.
And for those of you who are watching us, I have my U.S. Championship shirt on, although I didn't play in the U.S. Championship, but these things happen. And you have a chess club shirt on as
Yeah,
well.
I have one of my mini chess club shirts. Very proud of them. Very nice
Yeah.
logo. They're really comfy. They're good quality. Very recommended for people.
No,
that
this is
want
good
to,
at night. Cars don't hit me. They can see my shirt.
That's right. It's
Yeah.
a double purpose.
You, on the other hand,
Yeah.
yeah.
Better wear something light.
Not so easy, yeah.
And
And
the
here comes the
handshake.
handshake. We're going to
Starting of the
see
clock.
E4.
E4.
Time
So,
for a Sicilian.
Another Taimanov?
Let's have a look. There comes C5.
Yeah. Chandra is not going to change his repertoire. He has
Knight
no reason
F3.
to.
You guarantee E6.
Guarantee it.
Okay. Uh-oh, Chandra's like, wait a minute. Knight F3.
100% he's going to play E6.
I remember the game. I don't know if you were here at the U.S. Championship.
Yeah.
You might have been, between Ray Robson and Gadakomsky. And Gadakomsky
No.
played B6 on move 2.
E4, C5, Knight F3, B6.
B6, yeah. They got a really sharp game, and eventually it was a draw. Okay, so we have the usual. So he plays Knight C6
Knight
here.
C6.
And then Knight C3 is the most common move, but that doesn't mean no wonder we'll play it.
Yeah.
And then if he plays Knight C3, then Queen C7 you expect?
Yeah. We've seen it several times here. We know this is Chandra's pet variation.
You know, no wonder knew that Chandra would play this.
And I
No,
wonder,
here comes the novelty.
is he trying to relax? Is he trying to remember what's
He's like,
going on?
which novelty should I play here? I've actually had this position with white, but I don't think you were born yet, and I played Knight B5.
That's a move here.
Yeah. Boy, that was a long time ago. It really was. It was over 30 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a line with Knight B5.
Because I don't play E4 too often. Okay, 30, 40 years ago, I played everything.
Yeah, they have this line: Knight B5, D6, Bishop F4, E5,
You know,
Bishop
you-
E3, Knight F6, Bishop G5. The
Yeah.
bishop moves a lot in that
You
variation.
think you know me well, but you probably didn't know that when I was between 10 and 15, the most
You
common
only played
move,
E4?
I only played C4.
Only played
I
C4?
played C4 a lot.
Wow.
Man, did I get crushed. Maybe I would have been 22, 2300 earlier if I'd stopped playing C4.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, my position was always exploding. I didn't know what it was then. Wow, look at this big thing. Shocking.
Yeah. Very early to think. I'm confused, though. This is
No, he
hardly a surprise.
couldn't have
it's far
expected
from
this. No.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down the list while we're waiting for the obvious responses.
Sure. And we have a
And
Grunfeld
another
in Jeffrey's
Grunfeld.
game with Kern. Kern's had white and black in the Grunfeld
That's
now.
right.
Well, this is a lot more popular, this tournament, than I thought. I remember I studied the Grunfeld a lot for the white side, and I played all kinds of different stuff. You know, in the late 80s. And I remember there was a year where nobody played the Grunfeld against me, like a whole year.
Really?
I played D4 every game. I had 0 Grunfelds.
No Grunfeld.
I had Nimzo Indians, I had Kings Indians, I had Slavs.
It's a bit surprising because
Yeah.
at the time, didn't Kasparov really revive?
I
it?
was really facing a lot of Grunfelds. Then one year I didn't face any, and I was like, well, what happened?
Unusual.
Yeah, but in this tournament we're seeing a lot of Grunfelds.
And we're seeing another long think here in a position that you'd expect that he'll move instantly.
Well, does Jeffrey not play the Grunfeld and Kern is shocked?
Perhaps.
I think if he doesn't play the Grunfeld, he's not playing it in the last round for first place.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the choice because he's in a must-win situation. And isn't Grunfeld one opening where any competent player with the white pieces
Depends what-
can just kill the game?
Depends what variation it is, yeah.
I mean, if you don't go to the main, super main lines, if you just want to play a quiet game, really, really tough to do something with black.
Yeah, but Kern hasn't won a game yet. He might want to change the standings of this tournament. He knows he can affect the standings and make a name for himself if he
And
wins.
improve his score considerably if he
Yeah.
wins this game.
No, it's sort of like, you know, when Hammer beat Carlsen. In fact, we have it on the other TV in this. The studio
right.
audience can't see.
It's a permanent.
It's permanent. Hammer beat Carlsen, and that was the only game he won.
Yeah,
So
And
you
it
don't
should.
count anybody out.
that's right.
Yeah. You keep telling me throughout the, you know, occasionally Aviv and I see each other outside the studio, and I've been reminded of the Berger-Elvest game
That's right.
from an intrazonal where Elvest was winning the
1987.
tournament, and the person nobody at home's ever heard of was losing all their games.
That's right, losing 90% of the
However, when they played, things
games.
turned
It was
around.
1-0 with a devastating loss.
Yeah.
So anything can happen. Okay, but he's not moving, so let's go along to the next one.
Okay.
Move along to game number 3. And here we have Mika Bratton against Li Rufang. And they're having some sort of an English where Rufang Li is playing some line that I used to play a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, leaving the knight on G8 and
playing
playing
F5
F5
early,
first.
yeah. So it's going to be in English, and then it's going to turn into an anguish.
It could be anything. Well, it'll be some sort of an English. The question is which one.
Wow, D6, E5, F5. Yeah. Now is White going to castle and make 300 knight moves and get his knight from F3 to D5?
There are ideas like that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, the knight on F3 doesn't really have a great square.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the super GMs, when Black's playing in early E5, they're not playing knight F3. They'll play E3, knight E2, or
That's
E4,
right.
knight E2.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Okay, but this is, well, the late, great Walter Brown used to play F5 with black and in English a lot.
That's
Maybe
right.
even played this variation. Very uncompromising player.
That's right. Oftentimes you'd see c4, e5, knight c3, d6, followed by f5.
Yeah.
And he is the one who championed the variation with when the white knight ends up going after e4, going to g5, h6, followed by g5, and a very aggressive.
I've lost many games in blitz chess to Ronan Harzvi in this line. Too many.
As black or as white?
As white. Probably as black too, but definitely as white.
And they have moved. I'm thinking that he played.
Going back to the first game?
No, I meant. No, it's all right. We can go there too.
Yeah, let's go back to our first game because they've actually made some moves.
Yeah, so eventually they have arrived at a theoretical position.
Right, he played knight c3 eventually, queen c7, which Akshat's already played twice this tournament. Bishop b3, a6, bishop d3.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think normally in this tournament, Akshat's been facing, a3, bishop e2, then white pushes all of his pawns forward.
That's right.
f4, g4.
And now we'll see which variation he chooses. Is he going to go b5? Is he going to go bishop b4? Or of course he's going to play knight f6 first. The question is, where is the f8 bishop going to end? Is it going to be e7 with the pawn on d6 in the Scheveningen style? Or is it going to go to b4?
Yeah, another question is which side is white going to castle? Probably king side.
Yeah, I think it also depends on where that bishop, what's going to happen with this bishop.
So in this game, you prefer that white castles king side, but maybe not for dinner.
Yeah.
So bishop d3, and Akshat, I think, just moved.
They both moved.
They're both
Knight
making
f6
moves.
castles.
Wow, that's quick. Okay, so now we know where the king's going to end up. It looks like Owender's having more trouble with his water than with his opening preparation.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that in this, one comment, that I think that in this position, bishop b4 is much less effective, because when the bishop is on e2, then e4 is hit.
Yeah.
And in this variation, if you play bishop b4, the pawn on e4 is well held by the bishop on d3. So I think that, and oftentimes white is not super crazy about giving up his dark square bishop with all those dark square weaknesses around his king. So I am expecting bishop e7, d6, at some early moment knight e5. And the point of knight e5 is not so much to take the bishop on d3, because that's going to really improve the white center, but first of all, on f4, knight g4, but when that is stopped, let's say h3 and then f4, the knight can land in g6, and g6 is a pretty good line in Taimanov and Khan Sicilians, and the knight on g6 is a very good piece. He's just aching for f5, where he's going to jump straight back to e5, and otherwise he's just holding off the position. So Akshat is thinking.
It reminded me of the chess camps that we teach at, not the ones for masters, international masters, but for the little kids. When he was having trouble with his water, this is the big thing. Can you open my water, Mr. Finegold?
Yes, exactly.
And I'm like, Mr. Finegold. No. And then I only charge them a small fee to open their water.
Yeah.
Only a small fee.
Haven't raised it in a while.
No. Yeah, that's a good idea. Knight takes d4 as you expected.
Okay, it's possible.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the downside of the bishop being on d3 as opposed to e2. White cannot play queen takes, which is one of the normal moves.
Right. At the bishop takes, will he play bishop to d6?
You can play bishop d6. You can play bishop c5 as well.
Yeah, I want to see bishop d6. So that's
I'll be surprised by bishop c5, because I think Chandra wants to win, but he goes there.
Oh, he played bishop c5?
Yeah, he played bishop c5.
Okay.
So he's just thinking, let me neutralize quickly.
Yeah.
Let me neutralize white's attacking chances, then I'll try to outplay my opponent. But I guess I don't think he's really playing for a result. He's just playing a chess game. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah. Yeah, so far he has half wins and half draws.
Yeah, he says if
That's
I'm
the
drawing,
way I like to do it.
Yeah, if I'm drawing, I'm trying for first. Let's see if my opponent can even rise to the occasion and beat their opponents. And if so, then they'll play a tiebreaker.
Speaking of his opponent, his other opponent in the standings, Jeffrey Xiong, and Curran's playing one of the more modern lines. We haven't seen this tournament. He's actually playing takes an e4.
That's
the way they used to only play in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. Now they do all kinds of crazy stuff.
So takes, bishop g7, knight f3, c5.
And bishop e3. And Jeffrey's thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Curran probably prepared the Grunfeld, like different lines for black also, plays the Grunfeld. So maybe this is a line he doesn't like to face.
And in the old days, like you said, in the earlier years, bishop to c4, knight e2 was almost automatic setup
Yeah.
for the Grunfeld. Now I see that the knight f3 with bishop e3. Offhand, I remember that again, at one time you'd read that, well, if the knight is on f3, then bishop g4 comes fast, pins it. And one way to have avoided it was rook b1, keeping the bishop honest because of the b7 pawn.
A line I used to play.
Yeah, and now I have to confess that even though I must have seen it, I'm not sure exactly what's going on here.
No, it's true.
When is knight f3 and bishop e3?
Right, the
kind of a
modern
mistake?
variation is to play bishop e3, then queen d2.
Right.
And you avoid all these pins to leave the knight on g1.
So if I went bishop g4 here, would that be
Yeah, I think
absurd?
that's a normal move. Yeah.
And then bishop e2, knight g6 or something like that.
That seems like it's already good for black.
It looks like it. I'm not a big expert on the Grunfeld, but I would think that, at some point, if I just play regular chess, then what is wrong with
Right,
this
this
variation?
move order normally, as you said, white's not playing this way. He's playing bishop e3, queen d2.
Right, or bishop c4 and knight lands on e2.
Yeah, this variation
Doesn't
is,
let the knight
is
be pinned.
unusual because bishop g4 early is coming, and if well, Jeffrey has to do that to punish this line. Otherwise, everybody would do this with white.
Yeah, you
Instead
think,
of bishop
right?
d2, queen. Yeah,
Exactly.
normally when they play bishop e3, they play queen d2 with the knight on g1, so you
Right.
avoid all these pins.
Exactly.
And Jeffrey's like, this move order is unusual. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, yesterday it seemed like Curran didn't know the ins and outs of the close Sicilian when he played
Right,
knight d4
knight
a little
d4
too early. So I wonder if that's the case here, but it seems like if he plays the Grunfeld, he should know this.
Yeah, especially with both colors, sure. But nowadays, so many modern things are back revived with the computers in the computers age. So maybe there's a line.
And a wonder did trade on c5,
Okay.
and then black is being very mysterious, not taking back. Probably, yeah, he's not at the board.
And we
be
noticed
prep for
that
both
Jeffrey
players.
played bishop g4, if I see correctly.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the most logical idea. Now what?
Yeah, if you just continue normally, there's too much pressure on d4. And
So
this
maybe
is
bishop
why
b5 check now? Is that a possibility?
it's possible.
Should he have
but
waited
this,
and castled first?
It's
There
possible,
are really
but this
many
is
nuances
already.
to this variation.
Yeah, but if you castle, I could play queen d2 then. Then I can play d5 if I have to. This just seems like black's getting the best of this variation. Let's have a look at your f5 game and tell me what you think.
Okay.
I mean, you said you used to play f5.
Right. Yeah, I mean, normally the bishop wouldn't come to g5 in this specific line. I've seen line with white castle, black plays g6, bishop g7. Here the bishop is a bit more passive, but something needs to be done about knight d5. So, yeah, I mean, this is starting to look a little bit like a normal kind of English. I'm assuming that white is going to castle. If provoked, he will take on f6. Then knight f3 is going to go to d2 if he needs to, making sure that there's extra control on d5.
Yeah, the only question in my mind is white going to play knight d2, or is he going to play knight e1 to c2?
e3.
Could also play knight
That's
d2 to
another
f1 to e3, or just leave the knight on d2. We'll see some maneuvering this game, which we see in a lot of Englishes.
Yeah.
Let's look at a game we haven't looked at yet. Bodek and Jan Leo, and they have the same score,
Yes.
50%. This looks like, let's say a Carol Khan.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a
My
Panov.
front position.
Yeah, and he played d4, knight c3, g6, queen b3 right away.
Yeah. The main line against bishop and take on d. Yeah, this is normal.
Knight e2.
Yeah, here you have different
knight
setups.
e6. Yeah.
One setup is to play bishop,
bishop
e2, bishop
bishop
f3,
f3. Yep.
followed by knight e2 in order to extra protect the pawn on d5. And still you have to be a little careful because in some lines what happens is that black is going to play knight d7, b6, and sometimes you can play bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop c4, trying to corral the pawn. So,
Yeah, I've played the Carol Khan here and there over the years, and I've had these positions with black. Yeah.
Okay, so
He played
Knight
knight
E2.
e2, knight went to a6,
knight a6, now that the bishop cannot take it, g3.
g3 to play bishop g2, defending the d5 pawn. And here we are.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen this kind of variation.
No,
in
this position
tournament.
looks very new
Yeah.
from my point of view. Offhand, I think that black would probably want to play b6 here right now, while he still can.
Yeah, I actually am not familiar with knight a6 lines. I'm usually playing knight d7 and knight b6.
That's right.
Because then not only are you attacking d5, you have control of c4.
That's right.
And occasionally you get to play a5, a4. In fact, the game that we talked about earlier, where I drew Kaidanov in a U.S. Open, where I sacrificed a rook, it was this line, although, I mean, he didn't play g3, and yeah, but it was this variation.
So the question is, is he in time to play b6? Because after bishop g2, bishop b7 castles, already white is having ideas of pushing the pawn to d6. But I'm assuming that this can be somehow stopped. Like, I don't think knight c7, d6 is a good idea.
Right.
So he would have to spend a tempo here. However, if you play knight c7 and I go bishop g2, then what is going to be the future of bishop on c8? Where is he going to go with that?
Yeah, a lot of times black just plays a pawn down, puts one of the knights on d6, and just says, okay, you have double pawns, who cares?
That's right. And again, sometimes it means nothing, and sometimes in the ending it could mean something, because those pawns, they're not queening, but they take a lot of space and a lot of squares.
So a very interesting game. And after g3, black is still thinking. And we'll go to our last game. Arthur Shen, who has 8 decisive games.
And that looks like a Karo Khan.
And he's looking for a ninth decisive game.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is this interesting Karo Khan variation. Good thing Yasser's not doing commentary today. He would have bad memories of his game with Gadakomsky here a few years ago.
Oh, that was really a fantastic game by Kamsky.
Yeah.
Made the attacking.
Okay, so yeah, we saw h5, bishop d3, the main line of the Karo Khan. Yep.
And to our viewers, we can mention that the idea of pushing the h-pawn that sometimes gets a little weakened later on is to force the trade of bishops, because the bishop on the long diagonal, the black bishop on the b1, h7 diagonal is just too much to tolerate. And if you just put a bishop on d3 and the bishop is on g6, well, then there's a standstill. There's like a standoff. He's not going to take on d3, and you don't want to take on g6 and open the h-file. So by making black play the move h6, save his bishop, and then bishop d3, you pretty much guarantee that black will have to concede his bishop.
Yeah, when I have black in the Karo Khan, I always play the line where black castles queenside, because I don't like getting checkmated. But okay, people today like getting checkmated. Yeah. So at least this is very common now. Man, you have to know a lot of theory to play this with either color.
That's right.
Okay, and Arthur going for 9 decisive games. And this is really a Shen Vladi position. This is a position they're both going to like. There's other lines in these variations where actually we see queen trades. Trade the knights, knight f6, queen d5.
Queen d5,
yeah. But okay, no queen trades for these players.
Not yet. And
now,
right off
the G file is open, very scary, but knight f2 check, or knight f2 has to be careful. Yeah. Now the knight on e4 is defending. He didn't trade first. Right. And after rook g1, we have a move like f5. So let's see what happened. He just played queen e2.
Right.
And after queen e2, did he make a move? Nope.
Nope.
Yeah, I think Luke would take either side of this position. It's a Luke Harmon Vladi position. And this tournament in particular, I'm not saying in general, although probably in general too, seems like the people who are attacking are doing well.
That's right.
The attack is being the defense this tournament.
That's right. Proving once again that chess is a little bit like poker. If you have the initiative, you're going to do better.
So yeah, the G file's open. Black is a pawn ahead. Very dangerous position for both players.
Man, you have to be gutsy to play this variation with black.
Right, that's why
I've played this with white in Blitz a bunch of times.
Yeah.
For, as you know, I'm retired from tournament chess. Yeah. But in Blitz, when I play it, I'm having a lot of fun. I don't know that it's always justified fun, but it's always fun. Yeah, rook dg1, and again, what do we know about attacks on opposite sides, casting opposite sides? What is the most important element? Time. Material is much less important, so the fact that he took a pawn on g4 and opened the g file, you can see that white is going to be first in the race.
Right, the computer is going to say it's fine, but it's very difficult to play with black.
I'm curious what the computer will say, let's check it out.
Yeah, it always says everything's equal.
Just for the sake of...
It says every position is equal. But yeah, for humans, this is very difficult for black. One of my favorite games in this line, in this opposite side castling, is, again, the Carlsen one, when he was the young Carlsen. I believe he was playing Sipke Ernst, but you can correct me.
Oh, yeah.
There was the Ernst game?
Yeah, in Tata Steel.
Yeah, like 2006, 2007.
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
Yeah, man,
Yeah.
did he sacrifice the whole house?
And
on
it wasn't
side.
the A group. It was the B group or the
Yeah.
C group. But yeah,
was the B group.
that was a great Carlsen
Beautiful
victory.
attacking game.
Yeah, and this opposite side castling.
Yeah.
Not really what we associate with Carlsen, who usually plays
That's right.
slow positional maneuvering chess.
Like when you look at the Black King, you think to yourself, wow, he's got a lot of pieces and pawns around him. At the end of the Carlsen game, he had only white pieces around him. That wasn't good.
So what's our engine say about this
Well,
position?
again, it's saying that white is slightly happier. It says equal, but if you go CD4, and then of course the rook comes to the G file. Well,
Yeah, I think in a practical game I'm going to take white.
that's right. You're not playing the computer, you're not playing Carlsen.
Now what happened in this game? Wow.
What happened?
Let's go. Yeah, things happened. So in the Michael Bodek Jan Liu game,
Yeah.
you were saying B6. You were
Yeah.
2/3 right.
You went B5?
Queen
Oh,
B6. Yeah. And then they traded queens. Now everybody has doubled pawns.
Okay.
And then knight to B4. Castles. Rook D8. And the players are playing so quickly, that's surprising me. I don't know if there's variation. Maybe both players know it, if it actually exists.
Another question is...
Wow, and more moves. Wow,
he
that was
went
really...
D6 and then bishop F4.
Yeah, he played D6.
Yeah, wishing for black to take with the pawn and worsen his pawn structure.
Right, so he takes with a rook, and now
Then
bishop
bishop
F4
F4
gains a
tempo.
tempo.
Yeah.
So the material's now equalized, but black has the double pawns, not white, and white has some nice bishops.
Right, but white still has the isolani on D4 as
Right,
well.
But playing this move so quickly, like look at Bodek, he still has the same time he started with.
Yeah.
So is this still
Looks
his
like
prep?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because rook D8 runs into bishop C7, and other rook moves look very strange to me. Yeah, and he's away from the board and playing very quickly.
Yeah, the question is really, where is the rook going?
No, I feel like this is his preparation.
I wonder if he needs to sacrifice a pawn here or... Okay, let's see what happened on rook D8.
Wow.
Bishop C7, rook D7. Bishop takes B6, knight BD5. And is this anything or is this just nonsensical?
Can it be both?
I
Yeah, that
suppose
bishop is sort of annoyed. Yeah.
A little bit, but is it really annoyed or is it half
You're
annoyed?
going to play here and just hide on A3?
Well, I wasn't sure that I can get away with that.
Yeah, because the knight on D5 is pretty
You can
good.
also take, when you play B6, maybe something starts taking on D5 a bunch of times. Then the pawn on B6 goes.
Also possible.
Yeah, eats on D5 and eats. Yeah, and I cannot believe that black has enough compensation for 2 pawns. Although...
Yeah, maybe. Bishop
Rook-
A6,
bishop
rook
A6.
B8. Yeah. Bishop A3 seemed pretty safe. This is interesting because Bodek has more time than he started with, and he's away from the board.
That's right.
So indicating he's still in his preparation.
Right. And Nian, I don't think is... I think he's
That's
already
amazing that he knows knight A6, queen B6. Those aren't the first moves I would have thought of.
Yeah.
But you know, sometimes you have a game in a line and you just know the variation. Usually when they prepare for each other, you know, both sides know what's going on.
And can we go back to the Shen...
We can.
the Shen game? Because this move I'm not sure that I understand.
Queen B6.
Something tells me that on the urgency scale, this doesn't get many points.
No, it's true. Queen B6, not a big fan of that.
I'm not seeing. I mean, the queen is moving away from the defense, going sideways. I'm not exactly sure what is the purpose of the queen there. If you wanted to attack the center, you could have taken immediately, right? Or so.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
could
think
have
that-
played C takes
I really
D4.
don't think that the pawn on D4 is really of any consequence. And white is looking good, and white actually moved. White actually moved and moved
Wow, he
fast.
played knight E5 quickly.
Yes, and the computer says that this is the best move. Can you believe it? This is.
Are they
exciting.
still in preparation?
I suppose
There's
so.
too much preparation. We have to get back to the books.
Wow.
Knight E5, wow.
You know what the name of this file is, right?
What's that?
The Victor file.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like a variation Luke is that familiar with because look at their body language.
Wow, this is really a serious move here to be played.
Yeah, if you trade on e5, the g file's wide open. The queen on b6 isn't doing anything.
But can I afford to just take twice, or is that too greedy?
I'm really worried about bishop c3 and rook g1, and I resign. I'm getting really scared. Opening up that diagonal.
Yeah, this is a serious force mobility there, huh?
Yeah, but if you don't take it, I'll play f4 and rook g1. And
well, first of all, how do you take care of the horse? You have to go back.
No, I'm saying if you just trade once, for example, and then don't take on e5.
Then that pawn is going to be a pain.
That's I mean,
f4 again, bishop c3.
I'm glad I don't have my g2 pawn.
Yeah, and h6 looks vulnerable. Wow, this is really scary.
No, this has to be in the victor file. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to become optimistic about Arthur's chances here.
For 9 decisive results.
And for a win in this game.
Now, who would have predicted that? Who, I tell you, who?
I'll think about it and tell you.
Victor?
For sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's roll along.
Let's roll with the punches. Okay, let's see which Sicilian variation. After they traded on c5, black recaptured with his queen.
Yep.
King h1
to avail f4.
Castles, f4.
And he plays f4,
d6,
d6, holding off.
Queen e1. Both players playing very quickly.
So black always has to be careful. I mean, I'm not saying that he's in trouble, but he has to consider what's going to happen here.
Man, I was thinking, right before the round, if the two leaders lose, like in the candidates when Carlson and Kramnik both lost.
Right, the last round. Yeah.
So Arthur would approve of that.
Arthur would love a three-way tie.
Can you imagine that? No, it would be a two-way tie.
Two-way tie because, Jeffrey will be out.
We didn't talk about that scenario, that Arthur ties for first with Akshad and Jeffrey and Arthur both lose. We weren't thinking of that. Yeah. That's why Kummer was on the phone writing all these notes. He's like, okay, that's the other scenario.
Covering all bases.
Yeah, making sure he loses the bet. Yeah. Losing as many bets as possible.
Yeah.
Well, there's an unfortunate day today for some of the people at the chess club, especially Mike Kummer.
Yeah.
It's payday today.
Oh.
Yeah. So for some people that's good.
Yeah.
For Mike Kummer, maybe not so good.
No, not so good.
We'll talk to him here about that. Yeah.
Is it fair to say that you're one of the debtors?
It reminds me of something. One of my favorite jokes on Sanford and Son, which is one of my favorite shows of all time. His friend Bubba comes over and he says, "Fred, I need to borrow $10." And Fred says, "I got bad news. I got it." And then he gives him the $10. Bad news for one of them. I got bad news, Mike Kummer. It's payday. Yeah. Wow, 95. I like this move.
Wow.
In the Arthur Shen game. He's playing a lot like Arthur Shen.
And with more time than he started with, that is scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this has been Arthur's tournament a lot more than it has been Luke's tournament. So.
Yeah. Now let's see what's going on here in our strange Grunfeld.
Okay.
After bishop g4, we like black already. Bishop b5 check.
Bishop, we mentioned this.
Knight to c6.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, if you play d5, there's bishop c3, there's queen a5, all kinds of good stuff. So I guess he castled. And now maybe white has a threat of d5, although maybe not. Maybe queen a5 is still okay. So I'm guessing either castles or take on d4 first.
Right.
I like them both. I've never seen this position.
No, me neither.
I've been watching the Grunfeld for a long time.
I know.
I've had white and black.
This looks, I'm sure it's not new, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking it's just good for black. Like this is why white
you
avoids
think, otherwise, why isn't white playing like that? And Jeffrey looks relaxed as always.
And Jeffrey really played a nice game yesterday after I complained he had 5 draws.
That's right.
Still has 5 draws.
Right. But
5 draws more than Arthur Shen.
For him. Yeah, 5 draws.
We have the same number of draws as Arthur Shen. It's amazing. People have been saying for years chess is dead, chess is a draw at the top level. Then we see tournaments like this in the U.S. Women's Championship where like none of the games are drawn.
That's right.
And then we see the Singfield Cup last year where Caruana goes 7-0 at the beginning. And then Dortmund won his last 5 games.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of play in chess.
That's right.
Maybe the first 15 moves, players who aren't super grandmasters can play like them, but not the last 30 moves.
That's right. If you want to be creative, you can find avenues to be creative.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no coincidence that the younger players are getting better, and players in their 40s and 50s aren't in the top 50 in the world
Yeah.
anymore. Yeah. And we see some exceptions, but for the most part, people who do all the work are getting paid off.
Right. Well, the exceptions are, of course, people like Anand and Topalov, who are number 2 and
5?
3 or 4.
Yeah, pretty high up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're 2 and 5 now, but they switched. I think it was Anand was 5 and Topalov was 2. Now they may have switched. Well, they're all going to be here next month.
Yeah,
We
fantastic.
talked to Rex
Amazing.
yesterday. Yeah. Now there's a prize fund.
There's a prize fund, there's a
There's
field,
an extra prize fund.
there's
Yeah.
an extra prize
that's
fund,
right.
and there's the conditions of play,
Man, that's a good wild
and
card.
the manpower
Yeah.
organizing the
Yeah,
event.
they have a
and
wild
then-
card who's 8th in the world. That's a good wild card.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wesley So.
Yeah, as some people might already know, Wesley So was initially invited to participate in the entire tour,
Mm-hmm.
but because of previous commitment, he had to decline at least to one event, and the rule as it stands now is that he must play in all 3 events.
Right.
So to make up for it, he was invited as a wild card. to
And the
event
wild
that he
card in the
could.
first event, Hammer beat Carlson in the last round. So
Yeah.
Wild
yeah.
cards are
He had
tough.
some draws, yeah, and then he decided to beat
Yeah.
his friend and
His former friend?
compatriot.
No, sure.
potentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jeffrey's having a think here. He doesn't know whether he should play Queen A5,
There are a
Castles,
lot of
or
moves.
CD4.
That's
Yeah.
right. There really are a lot of moves here.
Even Bishop takes F3 is a move. But
That's right.
yeah, I think he'll castle.
Although I think that Bishop takes F3 is probably not the first choice.
Yeah. Okay, we have
No need to rush.
we have a development here in the Chandra game. He played E5, which I thought might happen, and then
Okay.
very quickly, I wonder is playing fast this game. Queen H4.
Wow.
These are the kind of games where I can envision, Black losing in 20 moves.
No
You
kidding.
sacrifice on F6, or you do
That's
a
right.
Jen Shahadi rover with
That's-
rook F3 to G3.
Yeah, that can happen.
I'm getting scared. On the other hand, if you don't get mated, then you can play Queen B4 and take all those pawns on the queen side.
Yeah.
But yeah, getting mated seems more likely. I get really scared here. It's hard to play Queen H4 in the Swiss lane because there's always a black bishop on E7.
That's right.
Not anymore.
The absence of the dark square bishop looks like the favor of white.
Mm-hmm.
Because white often fumbles with his bishop. It's always in the way. And
Yeah, now the knight on F6 is softened up.
yeah. So I think that the primitive plan of playing rook F3, followed by rook AF1, and then taking on E5.
You call my plan primitive?
Oh, sorry. And then perhaps rook H3. Yeah, you have to really pay attention. I mean, if white gets some free moves here, he's
Yeah.
going to win immediately.
It'll
right?
be a
So-
wonder if black can survive that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the players are all tough. You can't say like, oh, I'm higher rated or my opponent has less points because
And of course, I feel obligated to check what the computer says about
that
position.
always says everything's equal. That's no help
think
at
so?
all. Yeah. it
Are
says
you
everything-
sure?
Always sure.
Or are you...
Not only am I sure, but I'm positive.
Here the computer says a little better. No, this is not the game.
That's the wrong game.
You click on this, but it shows another.
Well, yeah. It's giving you the business.
It still
We've been
shows
saying the
another.
computer's wrong about some positions, so it just won't show you the position.
Yeah. The computer is angry.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Aviv. I won't show you that position.
Yeah, we're not seeing the position. However, we see some developments in the Shen game. Shen Velotti. And Velotti is playing relatively, Harman Velotti is playing relatively
So
fast.
after knight e5, they traded, and f5 is coming. There we go.
Talk about a committal move. Wow.
Well, tomorrow I start my residency again here at the chess club after Mac Molnar is leaving today.
Is
And
that
I-
true,
and I-
Doctor?
Yeah, and I had to, one of my classes I had to explain en passant, and some of the students were arguing.
Uh-huh.
They weren't saying, wait, what's en passant? They say, no, that's not
That's
en
not how
passant.
passant
Let me
works.
tell you what en passant is.
Yeah.
Yeah. One particular student, they didn't like the fact that if white's pawn was on a6 and black played b7, b5, it's like, well, I want to take that en passant. I'm saying, well, you want to take it en passant, but you can't. Well, why not? But that's what I want to do. I agree.
Well-
Boy, you should take that en passant. That would be a
Yeah.
good move.
Yeah,
So,
those who insist, what I do is I usually put chess base and tell them, okay, go make that
Yeah,
move.
good luck.
And they hear a lot of
No,
beeps. But
no,
then-
actually, also the beginners class, I was telling people the difference between playing chess online and playing in real life because, okay, when we were kids, we didn't play online for obvious reasons.
Right.
And now a lot of people, before they play in their first tournament, some of them like, yeah, I play online. I've never played in real life. So you can't make illegal moves when you're playing online.
That's right.
And I said in real life, if you make an illegal move and your opponent doesn't notice,
Game goes on.
it's different than when you're playing online.
That's right.
Yeah, the thing buzzes.
And not a
and won't let you
good
move.
poker and chess analogy.
That's right. Yeah.
About playing online before seeing it live.
Yeah, so after F5, if white takes on passant here, and Luke's not familiar with that rule, then we have to have Mike Kummer
there might be,
and Tony Rich coming.
A situation.
Yeah.
Well, something tells me that he might have seen it before. Maybe even played it.
So it's funny, if you take it on passant, you open a lot of lines for white, and if you don't take on passant, we're sort of threatening F3 winning a piece.
Right.
And that I might have to break my never play F3 rule if it wins a free knight.
That's right.
I might.
Very important.
We have to break rules sometimes. So let me ask you, Aviv, if I move my knight away, let's say to C3, how do you stop F3 and you lose your knight?
I don't know. Maybe I play C4.
Now you're playing tricky.
But I don't think it's still.
Does C4 work?
No, it doesn't.
Because after F3, knight F2, I have bishop E3.
That's right.
Then you have bishop C5, and I'm very confused.
Oh.
Then I have knight A4.
Oh, yeah, knight
now
A4.
you're very confused.
So it's a win. So
Well,
it's a
maybe
draw.
until the computer says that we're all wrong.
Yeah.
Then it plays bishop A3, threatening mate, and we're all confused.
Yeah.
A tough decision if Arthur doesn't know the position, because they both look good for white.
That's right. Well, the computer wants him to take, saying that knight C3 is just about the same. So after knight C3, he wants to play queen A6.
Queen A6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Undefend the F2 pawn.
Right.
But I'd be really scared to have black here.
Me too.
And I like my extra pawns, but
Yeah, but not when they're so groggy.
But again, this is a Luke Harmon Velati position. Finally, he got his position. Down a pawn, or up a pawn. Computer says he's worse, but not much. Very complicated.
Yeah, we shall see if he can really cash in on it. Yeah, I think e takes F6, knight takes F6. Rook G1 seems to be normal, right?
But which rook?
One of them.
Let's go this one. It's easier. It's only one square.
Okay.
Yeah, who wants to have black here?
Yeah, it's really not
Not me.
unappetizing.
Yeah, I'm scared.
Bishop H6 is coming, and the
Bishop
chance to
C3.
double.
Yeah, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm not taking black there. I'll let Luke have black there.
Yeah.
And Queen H4. I don't want to have black here either. Man, the attacking player is usually winning these games, and I'm getting afraid now.
Yeah, it's a bit alarming.
No, Akshat hasn't lost any games yet. Neither has Jeffrey. And Jeffrey still hasn't moved. Why move when you don't have to?
Yeah, it's
so
a
Jeffrey
high
Xiong's
time
taking
for a
quite a long
decision,
time
yeah.
after castles. Again, the three logical moves are to take on D4, play Queen A5, or castle.
Right,
And I think he'll play one of them.
right,
Well, I'd be shocked if he didn't. And he took on D4, as we were speaking.
right.
And after C takes D4, there's no Queen A5 check, because white castled.
Right. And he recaptures calmly.
Very calm. And Jeffrey
Now the big
castles.
question is, what about castles?
Yeah, Jeffrey castled.
Oh, he did castle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So now there's like
Yeah,
a
if he-
direct threat.
Yeah, if he had not captured on D4, then white could play D5. And now if D5, we're sacrificing material.
Right.
Very complicated. And that's the line that Jeffrey must have analyzed. Now black has a serious threat. Bishop takes F3, I think just wins a pawn.
That's right.
The D4 pawn is weak. And this is why, generally, as far as we know, these lines aren't played for white. If white wants to play knight F3, doesn't play bishop E3 right away.
That's right,
Plays
exactly.
rook B1 and puts
So
pressure
it
on
looks
the
like he
D7
needs to
pawn.
take on C6, or
Yeah.
yeah, but black looks really good there.
Two bishops, pressure on D4.
Yeah,
Yep.
pawn coming to C5, still pressuring the D4
Right.
pawn.
Yep.
Maybe you can just take it, right? Looks like it's going to end up okay for black.
At least okay. Yeah.
Right.
So Jeffrey's doing well out of the opening.
And he's away
Akshat's
from the table.
having, I don't know, difficult time, I think.
Yeah, let's see again where we are there.
I don't think Akshat's moved after Queen H4. It's time for another 30-minute think.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go into serious thinking.
Yeah, he's going to think a long time here. Now in this other game, it's looking like a Sveshnikov. Bishop takes F6 and bishop G5. Didn't see that coming. So Mika actually took on f6 without being bothered. He took on f6 immediately. Okay, and then knight d5, knight d2,
Knight d2.
and castles, and knight d5. Black wants to keep his two bishops. Well, I think Black's equalized. I don't think he has any problems at all.
Doesn't look dangerous from.
No. But I think it's the kind of equal position that we can have a decisive result, because we can see advancing on opposite sides. But I don't think Ru Feng can be unhappy with the opening choice, and maybe Mika just wants to get this tournament over with already.
Right.
Not having a great tournament, hasn't won a game.
Yeah, I think if white allows here, bishop takes d2, there's really going to be nothing. He needs to move the knight to try to prove that the bishop on the Dutch bishop
I think
can find a good home.
I think Ru Feng wants to win this game. His opponent's in bad form. He's a higher rated player, and I think for prize money he might come in third or fourth instead of
That's right.
not as highly placed. I think it's an important game for both of them.
Yeah, definitely.
Players still playing fast here in this game between Michael Bodek and Yan Liao. After bishop f4, played rook d7, sort of a funny square for the rook.
Preventing the bishops, he said, aforementioned.
Yep. Bishop e5, knight d3.
Knight d3, wow.
And now thinking. And Bodek seems concerned.
Yeah, he looks a little concerned.
Boy, it looked like it was really quick and great prep, playing really quickly. And I don't know. I'm not so convinced anymore. Knight looks good on d3. And Michael doesn't look so happy
he's attacking
either.
e5.
Yeah.
I suppose the threat is knight takes e5, pawn takes e5, knight g4, right?
Also good. Knight takes b2 looks good.
Yeah, knight b2. And knight c4. No, Michael has to come up with some solution to all this.
Yeah, it looked like it was preparation. He was playing so quickly, but now it seems like he's
He
confused.
got out of it, yeah.
Because he's been, I mean, he played very quickly the first, until just this position. Now there's a very long think. Yeah, neither player having their best tournament.
No. But it looks like Black is happy here.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
And
Yeah,
Bodek
obviously
looks a little tortured.
Obviously out of his prep. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he doesn't look super happy.
Chess, the most fun you can have.
Yeah.
And after f5, we still haven't seen a move from Arthur Shen. And either move is possible, moving the knight and hoping to trap the knight on g4, or taking and ruining Black's pawn structure a bit.
A serious intersection in the game. Take, allow the knight to come back with ideas of exchange, but break the pawn structure and open a lot of lines. Or alternatively...
It looks like he took on Passant based on what I'm seeing on the board
Yeah, it
here.
looks like it.
Okay, ef6,
Knight
f6. So we have either rook to g1, bishop to c3, knight takes knight. We could even retreat the knight. Seems like a rook should go to g1.
Yeah, I think so too. So I think it's fair to say that white is happier, but the question is it going to be enough? He played something else. He moved his bishop somewhere now. Bishop f4, bishop c3, what did he do?
Well, I would guess bishop c3. No, he played knight c3.
Oh, really?
Keeping some pieces on.
Wow, that's really strange.
Yeah, it's not the first move I would have played, but
No.
I understand keeping pieces on the board.
But where's this knight heading?
No, that knight's not heading anywhere. Yeah, we're just going to put our rooks, I guess, on the G and E files and just attack the king. Maybe double on the G file. Rook G1, rook G6, rook G1. And maybe he was worried Black would play knight takes knight and rook takes F2, so we're just putting a stop to what Black is doing. And just playing a pawn down because he's sort of glad his G pawn's not there because he could attack the Black king.
The question is it enough material, enough firepower to really do something?
I wouldn't have played knight c3, but I still wouldn't play Black here. I'm just too worried about the attack. The players are obviously on their own now. We're out of the Victor Shen pamphlet on how to play the opening. Once again, we see Akshat Chandra trying to break a world record for longest think in the opening. This will even be the middle game now. So, but yeah, I knew he was going to have a long think here because, well, we have to always watch out for this rook lift with rook f3, the sacrifice of the rook on f6, followed by knight d5. Very scary position.
Yeah, no matter what a computer would say about this position, objectively, I think for a human, it's really a minefield. You have to think of how to play, where to put the pieces, how to avoid what seems to be an obvious blend of rook up, rook over, another rook coming into the game. If you have a take on f4, the bishop on d3 is going to open up a little bit. And there's always a threat of knight d5, getting the knight into the game, taking care of that sole defender on the king side, the knight on f6. And if you take, again, e takes and the bishop opens up, looking like pretty serious business. Can black somehow stop?
No, but this is really professional of him taking a long think here and not playing a
very
quick
responsible
move
moment.
and then getting in trouble.
Nothing is easier than deciding on a setup only to find out that it backfires on you. He wants to make 100% sure that he's putting the pieces on the right and proper squares.
But how many times can he get away with being half an hour behind on the clock?
That is a good question.
So far, every time.
Yeah.
But
sometimes you get even an hour or behind or worse on the clock and manage to make a comeback.
Well, the last round's tough. You haven't lost a game, and you're going to play for the U.S. Championship and $6,000. It's there's a lot of pressure on the young minds.
Yeah. And they wonder he's playing like he has nothing to lose because he has nothing to lose. Of course, he wants to win.
No, Curran and Wonder really want to affect the tournament here. They can't win the tournament themselves, but they can decide who does.
They can be the spoilers.
Yeah.
For sure. Okay, it looks like the games have slowed down just a little bit, and maybe this is time for us to take our first break of the day. And please stay with us. Don't miss the excitement and the eventual decision of who's going to win who's going to be the U.S. Junior Champion. There might be a playoff. It's still not clear. Right now, Akshat Chandra is on the defense. If Liang is going to rise to the occasion and beat him, anything can happen. Otherwise, it's all in his hands. Please be back in 5 minutes with us. We are going to leave you with a puzzle by one of the players, so you are not without anything to do. And we will solve the puzzle as soon as we return. Probably we'll have a commercial first and then a puzzle. See you in just a few minutes. Please stay with us.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
And we are back with our live coverage of the 9th and last round of the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship here from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. And as you can see, we have been joined in the studio by the executive director of the club, who is also wearing the very important hat of chief tournament director. Hi, Tony. Tony Rich. Hi, Tony.
How you doing, Aviv?
I'm doing very well. And you were here on the first day to talk a little bit about the arrangements for the tournament. Now that the tournament is almost coming to a close, tell us a little bit about your experience during the week. We thought that it went smoothly. We didn't see you...
I didn't forfeit anybody.
You didn't forfeit anybody?
So
You
that's
didn't-
really good.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah.
The day is still young. No, the junior championship, like I said before, it's always it's my favorite event. You get the good balance or combination between skill. These are very talented junior players, and that fighting spirit. You know, they really come out here to play and to win. As we saw in Jeffrey's game that won 126 moves, I think it was, something
Yeah.
like that. So, you know, the games have been exciting. The players are all professionals. They came here to fight, and at the same time, they seem to be enjoying themselves. So, by my book, that's a successful event.
Yeah, good news on all fronts. And like we mentioned more than once in the broadcast, this is the strongest junior ever.
Yeah.
Definitely boasting some very impressive ratings. We could not remember the last time we had a 2,600 player play in the event. One GM elect, several IM elects, like Bodek and Shen. And have you been following? Do you have a chance to follow the actual chess?
I have,
One,
actually,
yes.
yeah. So some of my openings have been played, so that's very good. I'm glad to see them getting tested out and the theory being put to the test, as it were.
So that's why you were with a clip and a pen.
That's right, I'm taking
Writing
notes.
down, exactly. Very
Oh.
good, very good. The players are not allowed, but you are. And yeah, we were seeing that lots of exciting chess, lots of misses. Isn't this part of what typifies a junior tournament? That in addition to so much high-level chess, and with all the excitement, you also see a lot of
Swing
back
and
and forth.
miss.
Exactly, swings
Yeah.
and misses. Some games are even more than one.
That's
the,
right.
the pendulum can swing 2 or 3 times even. And in our book, let's see if you agree with us, we said that probably the most affected players were Yan Liu, who gave 2 or 3 gifts and got only 1.
Yeah.
And Rufang Li, who is now a proud member of the same club.
Yeah.
He got 1 gift when he was against you, actually, when he was down a piece and he came back to win. And then against both the leaders now, he missed complete easy wins. Have you
Yeah.
noticed that also?
I have, and you know, that's one of the things about the junior championship that's great for the players is the chance to have the experience to play in an event where it's 1 round per day. It's a round robin, so you know who your opponents are ahead of time, and even what color you'll have against them. It gives them a chance to play as if it were a U.S. championship or even an Olympiad or something like that. I would have to say nerves really get to the players. There's got to be some amount of, you know, the spotlight's on you and the audience from around the world is watching. And if you make a bunch of beautiful moves, they're going to say, yeah, that's nice. And if you make one terrible move, that's all
The
you're
talkbacks are coming, exactly.
Right. So it's got to be tough for the kids, but at the same time, it's a great experience for them. So when they do play in the U.S. Championship, it's old hat for them. They've already experienced it.
That's
They've
right.
already
Been there,
played.
done that, and
Yeah.
exactly that feeling.
Tony, are you going to be an arbiter for the upcoming Singfield Cup?
I am not. I will wear my organizer hat, but we will have Chris Bird as our chief arbiter for
Yeah,
the
I miss
event.
Chris, yep.
And Mike Kummer actually will be
Ooh.
an assistant arbiter as well as one other.
Okay.
And the official wonder?
What's that?
He's going to be the official wonder?
That's right, absolutely. We'll make
Yeah.
sure that we have everybody checked, no cell phones.
Exactly. This has been part of our daily ritual as we're waiting for the games to begin and you know, trying to ease into the broadcast. We've been watching Mike doing his very TSA-like warning, finding the likes of gum.
That's right.
And other
And
exciting-
opening the pack of gum to
To
make sure there
verify.
wasn't a bug in there or something,
Exactly.
right?
That's with the sizes of cell phones nowadays. You never
Even
know,
took a
right?
slice just in case.
And
right.
as we speak, we see on the main screen
Hard at work.
hard at work. We see our very own Mike Kummer, who will be here on the show in an hour's time to tell a little bit about his exciting adventure yesterday in his beginner breakdown class with Kuran Han. I don't know if you're aware of it, but there was.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the $50 bet that was made?
I am aware.
Yes.
It wasn't a bet. It was a
Yeah,
prize
sorry,
fund for it.
exactly.
But the important thing there was the opening was specified. It had to be E4, E5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4. What was it? Bishop c6.
Knight
Well,
F6.
knight
Oh,
F6.
knight f6, right?
Two
Knight
knights.
G5, yeah.
Right.
Knight F6 double question according to Mike Kummer.
That's
Yeah.
right. And I heard he was only able to draw the game, and therefore he
He
lost.
was separated from
It's
his.
the highest rated player that he's ever drawn.
So yeah, Mike Kummer, we like to kid around, but the man is definitely one of the more loyal and precious workers of the club. Does a tremendous job. You agree, I'm sure, as executive director.
And he probably knows the USCF rules of chess and the FIDE laws of chess better than anybody else I know.
That's pretty impressive.
He definitely takes the time to make sure that he's well prepared as an arbiter coming into an event, as he does before his classes and lectures. Some people may argue with his dogmatic style, and you always play this or never play that kind of move, but that's part of the charm.
I was about to say that just to your left, you have a person who on the last camp had a very interesting list on the board. Among them, always play bishop f1, never play f6.
That's right. I think that he does this intentionally so that he can always beat his students. You see, I had a game against him, a tournament game, in which f6 was my only chance to draw. I could play f6. Of course I didn't do it because Ben taught me, never play f6. I went on to lose the game.
Well, if only I had a mustache, I could twirl.
The cat is out of the bag, finally.
That's right.
After so many years
now,
of
Mike Kummer's
broadcasting
been at the
together.
club for a long time, but was he? You were here from day one. What about Mike Kummer? Was he
Day
here
two.
From day two?
That's right.
One of the original.
Mike Kummer and Alex Marler both.
Yep.
Yes. We
Still
interviewed
here.
Lauren Stewart, and she said that she is employee 2.
She is
She's
employee
citizen
number
too?
4, actually.
Number 4.
Number
okay.
1, Mike Kummer is number 2, Marler is number 3, and Lauren was number 4.
Okay, very respectable group, and again, still staying with us after all those years and up and running, and the club is just getting better. I was telling my friends, it's really, without pictures, it's really hard to tell, but the studio here is just amazing. Just last year and in previous years, it was Ben, myself, a laptop, and a stationary webcam.
Yeah,
And what have we here? Professional grade studio.
that's right.
Just very impressive, and a beautiful staff to boot to come with it.
And I have to ask you guys, actually, what is it like being down here and experiencing a studio? I can tell you that as somebody sitting in the studio very briefly from time to time, it does feel like the pressure's on. This feels like a big professional production.
Exactly. We have been at the limelight before. We've been to chess tournaments. We've broadcasted before. We wrote before. But when I sat here on this chair for the first time, I felt like Ralph Cramden in The Honeymooners in the episode where he's playing the game show, and he is very confident in himself, but he starts with a humma, humma, humma.
That's right.
And I was really worried that I'm going to be humming. But after a day or two, you really get used to it, and you are just subconsciously impressed with everything.
And the
With
Ralph
all the
Cramden
technology.
reference, that was for all the young audience members out
Yeah, I was
there.
just
right?
thinking all the
Exactly.
juniors who were like, that's what I was thinking when I came
Exactly.
here
Right.
for the first time.
The honeymooners.
Yeah, we'll explain it. I'm sure their
It's
parents
funny
can
because when
cover.
I do commentary, like for example with Alejandro Ramirez over at Kingside, it's really relaxed and we sort of kid around a lot. And here you just see all the beautiful equipment, the expensive equipment, and you know that thousands, if not millions, of people are watching you, and so it's a little different here.
And it's got to be hard not having the feedback also. I'm sure you're used to giving lectures and doing a kind of a live audience commentary where you have people kind of shouting out answers or questions. You can kind of gauge the interest level and excitement. But I have to compliment both of you. You've done an excellent job with the commentary, and I've enjoyed watching it up in the
We really get a
Thank you,
feel
Tom.
for what Jennifer and Yasser and Maurice are going through all the time with all the, we have to be on cue just at the right time. And it's not easy. It's a
No, it
difficult
isn't.
job.
You're in the middle of a thought, you're sharing a variation, all of a sudden in your earpiece somebody's saying something very important that you must listen to, and you have to be really the master of multitasking. So kudos to Jen, who sometimes have something on the earpiece, says something to Yasser, and in the meantime G-chats with me to find out some information. So it's really, you really have lots of appreciations for the broadcast. It's not that easy like people think. Oh, you sit at home and it's like, oh, what could be difficult? You're sitting at a screen, you have Stockfish 6, how can you be wrong? It's not just that. It goes well beyond that. And it's
hard to detach the mental process, the brain, from the speaking part. You know, like
Exactly.
you said, as you're hearing something in one ear, or you're calculating a very tough variation and you're trying to find the tactics and the position, and at the same time, you have to keep it exciting and keep the flow going of the show.
That's right. That's right. It's definitely a trying experience, but a good one. It has been a
kudos
wonderful.
to both of you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's been a wonderful experience, and of course, it's much easier when you have such youngsters who are, in my eyes, and I put a lot of weight on it. I'm not sure that everybody else does, but I know that I do. In addition to being very strong chess players, they are just awesome people.
Yeah.
They are all well-mannered. They're all well-behaved. They are fun. They have a good sense of humor. They are well-rounded and have many other interests. I mean, you look at them and you think to yourself, anybody who is becoming desperate and at today's youth, just come to this tournament, see who we are and who we have here, and might change your mind.
Yeah, you know, as our audience knows, the round today started at 11, which is 2 hours earlier, Central Time, 2 hours earlier than the normal start time. And just before the round, I was thinking, okay, who's going to be missing? Which of the players aren't going to remember the round starts early and they'll show up late? But none of them did. And in fact, there was no question that any of them would be late. They're all professionals. They all came here to play. And like you said, they're just good kids. They're good
Exactly.
people.
I don't see any capriciousness. I don't see any silly gumptions. No mind games. Everything is just like we come, we play, we do our best. Then they come to the interview, and here they always sound very, very modest, very well spoken, very eloquent, and it's just been a pleasure. It's just wonderful to work with a group of such down to earth people.
It's amazing how you quoted Mike Kummer. He was telling me last night, no capriciousness at all with the kids. Mike Kummer was really impressed.
I'm sure Mike Kummer said capricious.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So, Tony, in a month's time, you're going to have the Singfield Cup, the 3rd edition.
That's right.
At the club. You must be really busy and excited about that.
Very excited, yeah. You know, so we've expanded the field, 10 players.
Amazing.
We've made the Singfield Cup a part of the Grand Chess Tour, which also adds some publicity for the event, as well as some extra prize money for the players. So really, all eyes will be on St. Louis at the end of August. You know, it'll be fun to see if we'll have another Fabiano 7-0 streak coming into it. Yeah. If Magnus can recover after kind of an average performance at the Norway event and earn some more of the Grand Tour points. You know, I'm sure that he wants to be on top, not just for the prize money, but because he wants to prove his dominance. So
that's right.
It'll be fun to see.
And for this tournament, all previous results are basically cancelled. We start fresh. And yeah, it's everybody's tournament, right? When you look at the roster, you can't say, oh, this guy's going to be last, or anybody can. We saw what Caruana did last year. Personally, as beautiful as that was, I hope that was like a one-time thing, because I kind of like it when it's tournament like this, that you have a photo finish, and only at the 9th round you really know who is going to be decided. I'm not a big fan of playoffs. You must do that sometime. But yeah, I can't wait for that tournament. And I know that my friends at home already have their chips and cola right by the computer, and they're ready for the broadcast. It's going to be wonderful.
Great.
So thank you very much for having us here at the club, Tony, and we're glad to have you in the studio in return.
Thanks for having
me.
And
yeah, we will see you in a month's time.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Thanks, Ben.
Thanks for everything.
Thanks,
and back we go to the chess. We're watching Akshat Chandra walking along.
Yeah, and somehow the tournament hall didn't catch on fire now that Tony left for 20 minutes.
Yes,
everything
Mike Kummer is holding the fort still.
That's right.
And something has changed. After Queen H4, he again went to a super think tank,
right,
and came up with the modest bishop to D7,
which is fine.
Which is, of course, a really decent move.
A wonder played in Paul Morphy style, getting his only inactive piece into the center.
Yeah, other possibilities were, the move that I really wanted to see was Rook F3, I have to admit. And with the idea of doubling rooks on the F file, swinging the rook to H3, and combining ideas like sacking an exchange on F6 with a mate on H7. Of course, very romantic, but not so easy, especially when there is a bishop on D7, right? So, yeah, he chose this, and
he played e takes F4, which at first the computer didn't like very much, but it's calming down a little bit.
Okay, so we are expecting Rook takes F4.
I'm hoping for Rook F4 G5.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
what I'm hoping for.
I was about to say, that's not...
I don't know if that's good or not. I'm just hoping for it.
Well, I mean...
I was looking at this while you were talking to Tony, and I was very confused.
And after pawn takes?
Take the knight.
Ah, not knight D5 or E5? How about knight D5?
Well, your knight's on F6.
Sorry?
Oh, you want to sacrifice more?
Christmas. No, but you can't do that, I don't think. But let's try it.
I just want to take the knight. I don't have to give all my pieces away.
You can take the knight and play F5, I guess, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't give all my pieces
F6.
away.
Okay.
Never play F6.
So takes.
Yeah, and my idea was if you play Queen E5, I'd play the simple Knight D5.
The simple.
Yeah. Let's see now.
But
you
strong.
Play Rook E8, and then I'm
Queen
confused.
H6.
There we go.
F6 maybe. And both sides are worse.
Potentially, yeah. Probably,
Actually,
probably just white. Probably just white's worse.
Having suffered so much in the French, I'd rather be black in that
probably,
position.
yeah. So Rook takes G5. I don't know. Only the computer knows.
And there's no Queen G3, Knight H5.
Well, you know, after this, I could just play E5, like you said.
Right.
With total confusion.
That's right. That might be a great clearance.
Yeah, because if you take, then I can play Queen G5 check.
And take on F6 with check.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to really like white after knight somewhere.
I really like white after Rook E5.
Oh, yeah.
I really like
move, you like white. Okay, so this is serious.
Right, so, I mean, G5 is a crazy looking move, but if it wins a rook, it wins a rook.
Right. Of course, it can... Well, look at the computer's line.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's suggesting this line. Oh, my God. And after E5, he just doesn't take. He goes Rook A to E8. And he says that this is just all zeros, which means white just give it a perp.
Rook A to E8, wow.
I'm really hoping not to see that. Please, God, no. No perpetual. No, no, no.
That's
I
a
don't
pretty
care who
funny
wins
line.
this game, but just not don't
That's a funny-
kill it young.
So both sides can't give checkmate. Rook takes rook mate. Queen g7 mate.
Right. So
It's
now
not
like
allowed?
knight e4 is suggested.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I withdraw from this tournament? Because I don't want to get this position.
I don't even understand what's going on here.
I withdraw.
What the heck?
I just assumed that queen g5 was an immediate draw if I want one.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping not to see that.
So is the computer suggesting a move that's not rook takes f4?
Yes, knight d5 with an advantage for white.
Very similar to the Wei Yi game.
That's right.
Except there's no rook takes f7.
Well, there'll be other motifs.
Yeah.
Yeah, but knight d5, I'm really curious. So takes, and g6, is that... Well, let's see, what is the computer saying, actually? Why am I listening to myself? The computer says h6.
Yeah.
Okay, let's take a look at what happens here. So we are going to d5, and the horse takes, and the pawn takes.
And this didn't actually happen yet, but we're thinking
No,
about
we are
it.
we are planning ahead, of course.
Yeah.
Investing. And now he says h6.
Yeah, I like h6.
I thought when there's a light square bishop, you always have to play g6. Let's see.
Not always.
Not always? There are exceptions?
Yeah. And then queen takes f4.
Queen takes d5.
That's the safest.
So it's really good news for white when he's down a pawn and the computer says plus 0.5.
Yeah, bishop c4 looks like a move. That attacks lots of pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e7's a move.
That's right, that's right.
Lots of moves.
Well, rook e7, bishop e6, kind of,
Now bishop c6 threatening mate.
yeah, also
Bishop
possible.
e6. Yeah. So this is, oh, it looks like he moved, or he just left for no reason.
No, I'm sure he played something, no?
Uh,
What did he do? He didn't play any of those moves.
well, he had to get up and go for a walk.
Oh.
Yeah, what's going on here? So white got up, and black isn't running any moves down or sitting down,
Yeah?
and I don't have any moves. Very confused.
Well, maybe he had...
The players have abandoned the game.
well, we don't hear...
Man, it's a good thing Tony Rich is back up there.
Interesting.
Yeah, I thought if you wanted to leave the game on your move, you had to ask permission for the arbiter. You couldn't just get up and leave.
Well, can we have a shot of Mike Kummer?
Looking totally confused. He's very calm.
He's
cool.
already eagle-eyeing the situation.
He's cool and collected.
Yeah.
Yeah, Akshot's
And
like,
Akshat is
where'd my
approaching,
opponent go,
"Where's my
dude?
opponent?" And
Yeah.
Mike is explaining.
Mike Kummer's like, no problem. There's no problem.
And he's saying to him, he went to where the king goes alone, too.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, no problem. Yeah.
No problem. He must have asked for permission, and there's some discussion. Okay, we will figure out soon what happened there. That's very, very interesting. And here he
Hey,
is.
he's back.
He's back, refreshed,
After consulting with the computer. No, we're just kidding.
after consulting with the porcelain.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so, very exciting game. Is he going to go knight d5 and gain an advantage? Is he going to go rook takes f4 and allow what might be a forced draw?
Man, I'd be really afraid to play g5 unless I had it all figured out, but you can see that Akshot thought quite a long time.
Yeah.
So he must have calculated.
No,
lots
Akshat
of
has a
variation.
good calculation ability. When he plays a move, he usually thinks that it's, of course, against Li Rufang, it almost cost him a point. But you know, knight d5 is not an easy move to make here. You really have to have a good evaluation of the position because you give up on some ideas. Like, I mean, here you have dreams of sacking exchanges, going e5 at one time, and by playing knight d5, everything gets liquidated. Except that you regain your pawn, you lose the d pawn, and then I think bishop c4 is a serious move there.
Mhm.
You know, there's a rook e7 afterwards, and I'm be taking on f7. No wonder white has some advantage. He's probably going to retain material equality. Okay, let's wait and see what they wonder what does.
Yeah,
and
we have very exciting developments in this game.
we have an endgame.
Yeah, but it could be an endgame where there's a checkmate. Okay,
Let's
so
see.
he did trade on c6. Rook c1 makes sense. And black just played rook c8.
Huh, interesting.
Makes sense. Queen a4. Really going after the c pawn.
So he does the most damage
Yeah.
he can do.
d5. And black says, you take the c pawn and I'll checkmate you. And white says, sure, c
Checkmate.
pawn's good. Yeah. So now
That's-
Jeffrey's thinking.
Well, I mean, obviously bishop e5, f4, queen g4 is a line.
Right, so we can either play queen takes f3 or bishop e5 here.
That's right. And the question is Jeffrey going to take risks or is he going to...
Yeah, he better take some risks. If he draws, then...
Yeah, but that pawn on c6 is giving a little...
if he
headache,
draws,
huh?
then he has to count on a wonder to win.
Yeah, that's very hard to do. I mean, it's not going to be easy to beat Chandra in that position. So what do you think? Queen takes f3? Probably, right? Queen takes f3. I don't think he's going to go bishop e5 and...
Well, he can also play bishop e5 and then take the pawn on f4.
Yeah, but does he want to trade his bishop for the other bishop?
Right, I
I'm
wouldn't
not
want
sure.
to do that, yeah. So I'm thinking
That's
queen
not going
takes
to help the
f3.
cause.
Yeah. Now, if I was playing a 1 minute game,
Yeah?
the f5.
Yeah? f5?
Yeah, because it's a 1 minute game.
Yeah.
Slow game, I might not play f5.
Right.
Although I
Well,
don't know
f5
if
might be a good move
if I
anyway.
need to win, then maybe, yeah. So bishop e5, queen f3, and f5 are the candidate moves.
Yeah. Not exactly sure what you can do after f5.
And
though.
yeah,
What
black would be really happy here if he needed to draw for first place, but he needs to win. And even then, it's not so clear.
Yeah. I thought, do you really believe, honestly, objectively, that with the 3 sets of minor pieces already out of the board and the bishop on g7 not easily coming in, that black can play for a win here?
Yeah,
You believe so?
yeah, white's king is pretty exposed.
Okay, so what move are you suggesting?
Well, I'm going to guess queen f3 will be played.
Okay. Because intuitively, I'm thinking that the computer is going to say lots of zeros. And I don't know. Let's take a look.
Maybe.
Oh, and we see that A Wonder maturely played knight d5. Was this the position in...
No, I think that was just your
Oh,
analysis.
that's just analysis,
Yeah.
though. So let's get rid
Nobody's
of
that mature.
Nobody's that mature.
No.
So we are going to go
Maybe
to this
Mike
game.
Kummer, but that's it.
Not maybe. Okay, and the computer, what is he saying? He is saying bishop e5, f4, queen g4, with a minute advantage for black, but still equal.
Hmm. I think it gives the same evaluation for queen f3.
Yeah. He is offering the teaser, rook takes c6, the flashy, with the idea that after the recapture, bishop e5, f4, queen g4 with a draw.
And you guarantee that will happen.
I'm 100% sure that's not going to happen. 100% sure.
The teaser, that's good.
Yeah.
Oops, okay, so we're still waiting for a wonder to move.
And we're still waiting for Jeffrey to move.
Yeah, nobody's going to move.
So let's see who can move next game.
No, nobody's going to move. Let's go to our other games. Okay, so I thought I was going backwards. Yeah, okay, good. So after bishop g5 in the game between Micah Bratton and Rufeng Li, he played knight to b1. That's another way to get your knight to c3.
Very elegant, yeah.
Knight c3. Yeah, now if people show up, they won't know which knight is which. Although I'm
Yeah.
not so sure either. Okay, f4.
Yeah.
Knight e4.
Knight e4.
If to give
Normally
squares
black
to get
is really,
squares.
really hesitant before he goes f5. And
Right,
knight
giving the
to
e4 square away, yeah. Bishop h6.
And bishop h6. Wow.
Rook b1. Yasser would want to have white here, as long as he doesn't get checkmated.
I'm starting to think that I wouldn't mind being white here either.
Yeah. Knight back to d2.
Okay, so this knight has done the knight Koltanovsky knight to here.
Yeah. Wait, I'm not sure which knight that
Knight-
is now. Okay, it's still
No,
the,
it's this
still
knight.
the king
It's the same
knight.
knight.
So confused.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, he played knight
This
f3
knight was
to
on
d2.
g1, f3, d2,
Yeah.
b1, c3,
C3,
e4, and now back to d2.
Yep, where it belongs.
And why is he retreating this knight?
He looks like he's afraid of like bishop h3 and some f3, I guess. Because knight d2 defends f3, but it doesn't seem like it needs to be defended now.
Right.
Okay, so, and then rook e8. Knight back to f3, he wants to trade the knight. Bishop g4.
And now he has to take the knight.
Wow, and he's thinking. Wow, that knight went to f3, that made about 8 more moves. Shouldn't black be better here if white makes 9 knight moves in a row back where it started?
Yeah, and somehow you don't feel it, right? I mean, you look at the position, you don't really see black up any moves. I know one thing. If white ends up with a knight on d5 against the bishop on h6, he is going to be a very happy camper. So now, well, there's a serious threat on f3, I guess. I don't think that black can be afforded to play bishop takes f3, right?
No, I like black here, because if you take the knight, I'll take with the e pawn. And I'm already threatening e2. I'm also worried black's going to play rook takes e2 and f3 and get some kind of big attack. I'm very afraid.
Yeah,
I'm easily afraid, I guess.
always afraid.
Yeah. Well, okay, when one guy moves his knight 8 or 9 times and black starts attacking, it seems like the attack should work. Wow, but both sides really playing for a win. I think Rufeng is, he was here yesterday saying he should have more points, and Mika's not having a good tournament, and he wants to put the pressure on him.
Oh, it's really, I'm really amusing to think that that knight was on F3 just 15 minutes ago.
And back to F3.
Went to D2, B1, C3, E4, D2, and back to F3.
What a good memory. And he played Rook B1 in the interim, and black made about 9 moves. That's not the way Yasser used to play this position.
No. When I'm looking at the position, I'm starting to think that White has some explanations to give here. And what is he going to play?
Well, we could try. He has to play knight takes knight. Was there another move?
Nah, I don't see it.
I think he's going to take the knight, but I don't like his position.
Don't like his position at
No,
all.
I like the black rooks on the E and F files. They're active. White's rooks are not active.
In retrospect, anything but that maneuver would have been better.
Yeah, if he only could have played, B4, he could be 5 tempi ahead now. Rook B1, B4.
Right.
It's not Mika's tournament.
No. No, he just doesn't have a good rhythm in this tournament.
Okay, let's go see this other game, which we were very confused about.
Oh, yeah.
We were saying how knight D3 was a good move, and White said, how about I take
took
the knight and play knight D5?
And knight D5.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, it's like, okay, so White is doing fine.
Okay, so Rook D6 defends the B pawn. Now the other B pawn is attacked. Knight C3, and he takes the B pawn. So Black went from being down a pawn to up a pawn, but he's made his Rook is sort of funny. His knight's sort of funny. Everything's sort of funny. So knight E4 is a move. Knight B5 is a move. Knight C7 is a move. You could also just attack the knight with, let's say, Rook FB1 and try to take on B6.
I think that knight E4 is very annoying, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can take on D5. If you go Rook to C6, I'm going to go knight E takes F6 and knight E7. If you go Rook E6, I'm going to go knight C7. And if you go back,
So
I'm going to take all kinds of stuff.
Looks like Rook D8 is the only move to me.
Okay, and now I can take all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but you're down a pawn. If only you could take all of them.
Maybe I can. Maybe I can take on F6, take on B6, take on C8, take on B7. But it's going to be hard to do all that, right?
It's not easy.
Rook B8 now. Because I always have this Rook B1 tempo at some point. So the question is, do you want to stay in touch or not? Maybe you need to play Rook A7.
No, Rook A7 defending.
But Rook
the
A7,
pawn.
Knight C8, Rook FB1.
And we come down to the 7th rank.
Ah, like this.
Yeah.
And you have no fear here?
A perfect draw.
A4. Oh, you're going to take A4.
I was going to take
How about
it.
A3 then? Sorry.
Yeah. I was going to take it.
No, let's do the modest A3. I was hoping to play Rook A2,
Very
but I'll
modest.
play this one. Now my idea is Rook A2. You should come up with a move.
Do I
Perhaps
have to?
Knight C4. And attacking the pawn on A3, not so bad. So there might be massive liquidation here.
Yeah. We guarantee that'll happen.
Absolutely, a forced position. And if you don't believe, we can find another variation. Yeah.
So
But
yeah,
94 intuitively has
we're
to be the
waiting
right
in this
one.
position. Michael's really having a long think
Yeah.
because there's so much to calculate.
Well, if you notice, he's up a pawn, he's attacking the pawn on D4. I strongly suggest that something will happen here. And knight E4 looks like it's going to come next.
I got a crazy move for you. Oh
What
wait,
is
I was
it?
going to suggest it, then I realized how crazy it was. I was just going to play
What,
bishop
rook
takes
B1?
D4 after knight E4, but I don't like it.
Oh,
I've changed my mind completely.
yeah, you lose some
Everything.
stuff.
Now let's go back to this great Carol Khan game.
Oh, yeah,
Where I
we
liked
forgot about
Arthur
that
Shen's
game.
position.
So after the retreat the knight, he went Rook A D8.
Yeah, and White played exactly the plan I was
Rook G8.
saying was good. Rook G1
the
and
other
double
rook.
the rooks. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I don't like Black's position. First of all, White played King B1, and he didn't play F3, so he's already 2 for 2.
Yeah. Is there a rule about always play Bishop C1, which you can still play?
Bishop C1's good, but there's an always play Bishop F8. So
Okay.
that might actually happen this game.
Right.
Bishop C1's good because you retreat. I always like retreating.
Yeah, always retreat.
Well, I like White here quite a bit.
Really?
You like Black? I like
Black
white.
has an extra pawn. I don't know.
Yeah, but white's got rooks on the G file. I'm scared.
Yeah. What is
White
the
looks
threat?
more confident. Look at him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, every move you have to count. What if bishop takes h6? That's not a good feeling.
No, I'm just uncomfortable if I'm black here. I don't see what my plan
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I'd also like to be white. Everything needs to be is like defended. G7 is defended. E6 is
No, I
defended.
think
You
white should
can't
try to
really
play
move.
bishop f4 to e5,
Bishop f4 to e5.
and then play f4, and then triple on the G file, and then call the guy's flag.
Interesting. And
Very
let's see-
strange plan by me.
Let's see what the computer is saying.
I was going to say white's a
It's
little
amazing
better, I'm
position.
guessing.
What is he going to say?
White's a little better. It's the one on the bottom that you can't see.
Really?
Yep,
Why is it always that?
that's the one it is.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
it
the
says
computer
white's a little
says
better. Yeah.
queen a6. The computer is just dying to trade queens. Otherwise, the computer
Yeah.
really likes the white position thanks to bishop c1.
Bishop c1 is good at retreats.
Yeah.
Very
Okay,
safe.
I would take this advice with a huge grain of salt.
I thought
think the
you
computer-
should have a low sodium diet. Now you're taking a lot of salt.
See?
It's the last day of the tournament.
That's right.
Yeah. And Akshat tried to trade queens with queen h5 instead of
So
with g5.
no g5, no guts
No.
for g5.
Yeah, I don't blame him. g5 was scary.
Yeah, he doesn't want to mess up with those speculative positions.
And white's a little better here too.
Well, the computer says equal after 0.5. Why is it equal? Oh, because he hasn't moved yet. Oh, why isn't he moved? Oh, here we go. Removed.
Yeah, the nice little advantage for white, but nothing winning yet. I wonder if Jeffrey's keeping tabs on this game.
Yeah, you know that this is not fun when the move that suggested is knight d5.
It's a little fun.
It is?
Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah, Arthur looks like Akshat looks like he's pretty happy now. He's not
Yeah, he
going to
looks
get
calm.
checkmated.
I wonder is not finding a mate here. The computer suggests queen f2 is a third choice, but to me it looks like the only move here.
I think I would play
Oh,
queen
trading
g3.
queen.
Does that blunder everything?
Queen g3?
Yeah, I move my queen back. Never trade. Put pressure on d6.
Mm-hmm.
Threaten rook f6 in case he doesn't see it. Optimistic.
Very optimistic.
Black's going to play knight g4, knight e5. Then white's going to have knight d5. And as per usual, we saw in rounds 5, 6, and 7, Chandra has a big time disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
But he seems pretty happy now.
Yeah, he got up. Not for the first time either.
And Jeffrey's game is more interesting. He played queen takes f3,
Yeah,
Which
you
is
can
what I
imagine what the
expected.
computer is saying.
all zeros.
Castle long.
Castle long. What?
Yeah, 0, 0, 0.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So white has a powerful c-pawn. Black's rooks aren't very active, but white's king is exposed.
Right.
Boy, Jeffrey won't be happy if he draws this game. That wasn't what he was hoping for.
No, not at all.
I think he was looking forward to this game when the tournament started.
That's right.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Nope.
And he really didn't have any problems. He was black. He equalized easily. But
That's right. But you know, junior chess, this game is far from over.
Mhm.
There's still mistakes to be made.
Usually we make them an analysis, but sometimes they make them on the
Sometimes the
board.
players contribute also.
Sometimes, yeah. Very helpful. All right, we have something interesting developments here in Bratton versus Rufeng Li. He did trade on
What
d4
seemed to be the forced
and
move.
then played bishop to f3, hoping to get your variation with the knight on d5 against the bishop on h6.
That's right.
And Bratton looks pretty confident.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'm pretty scared here. I don't know.
Is black or is white?
If I was white, I'd be scared that I king would get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, because rook e5, rook h5. What if I play fg here, for example?
FG now?
Yeah, what do you do? I'm very scared if I'm white.
Okay, so H takes.
Maybe I'm easily scared. Yeah, what if I just checkmate you? You could just not get checkmated?
How can you checkmate me?
I don't know. All right, let's do it. You can play rook h5, bishop f3, queen
Okay,
h3.
King G2.
Hey, you stopped my
Oh, I
checkmate.
can't. You're gonna, I don't want to lose an exchange. So
Exactly. That was lucky.
maybe I can.
I'm going
maybe
to play
I
rook
can-
h5 next move. Jen Shahadi's not here, but she's here in spirit.
Right. Yeah, if I can go King G2, then I have a headache here.
Well, rook h5.
Maybe I need to take with the F pawn then. Okay.
Yeah, but now my bishop on h6 is pretty good.
Oh, okay. It's good to give a check. That's it.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, let's give a check.
Yeah. Move.
Yeah, where are you moving?
I think I'm going to go to H1.
Ah, I was hoping you'd do something else.
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me another exchange?
So this is winning an exchange?
No, you play bishop,
Bishop
g2.
G2?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm taking black here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the weak e2 pawn.
Yeah.
No, I like black anyway. Just without moving, I like black.
Without moving.
Yeah, because my rooks are better than your rooks.
Why is it always my rook?
Yeah, why do you have your rooks like that? Typical Aviv. Classic Aviv rook.
Wow.
Yeah? What does it say?
Minus 1.35.
It likes
Sick.
black more than I do?
Yeah.
I knew I like black.
Of course, it had nothing to do with what you suggested.
Well, of course.
Your variation was
that
Rudely-
gave black the most advantage.
rudely set aside. Well, he's suggesting to take on G3,
Wait, didn't I
followed by
suggest
B5.
that? Didn't I suggest taking on g3?
Yeah, but with B5.
Well, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
b5, the move I would never play.
No way. It makes
Still
no
wouldn't,
sense, right?
still wouldn't play it.
Still wouldn't play it?
No,
Against it?
no.
Yeah.
The move that makes no sense. No, I'm not going to play b5.
It's a move that never ends.
Yeah. No, it's just good for black. Black's rooks are great. White's rooks are terrible. Case closed. See, chess is easy. Now over here, we have something we were looking at. These guys did what we said.
What is that? Oh, yeah, 94.
Yeah,
Avi.
Bodek played 94. Rook D,
Avi.
everything we said.
Really? Including?
Everything.
But
Now,
not
we were
limited-
looking at Rook A7 here,
Yeah.
and he hasn't moved. So maybe
Yeah,
we
he
didn't
has
say
to go.
loud enough.
I think he has to go Rook A7.
Yeah. Well, either White's going to be squeezing or it's going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Those are the two options.
Yeah.
And these are the players who both have 50%, and they're, if it's decisive, one's going to be much happier than the other.
Yeah, the question is, can White trade, either win the B pawn or trade it for the D pawn? If that case, in that case, I think he'll have a big advantage. If he has to trade it for the A pawn, then I believe that black is going to get a draw without much difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
So that is the big question. Well, how is that going to happen?
Yeah, I feel like it should be a draw, but I'm taking White here because I have the chances. Your extra pawn on the king side isn't impressive.
Right, right, right.
The D pawn, it might be impressive. I haven't decided yet.
Yeah.
I like the way the knight on B2 stops the rook from going to D1. It's sort of funny.
Well, again, the players are taking it easy, slowing down.
Mm-hmm.
That means that this is our time for the bigger break of the day, the first big break of the day.
And then our favorite
I
time
think
of the day, we're going to have our next interview at some point
That's right.
with
interview
the
with
one, the only.
Mike Kummer. If you enjoyed him yesterday, he'll be even better today.
Exactly.
Exactly.
With one envelope less.
New and improved and much lighter
That's right.
in the pocket.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please join us again in 15 minutes. Do whatever errands or chores you have to do, but please come back. We still don't have a winner, and everything is still up in the air. We don't know what's going to happen. A lot of exciting positions. They're really promising. The Chandra game, the Jeffrey game, the Liu Fang game.
And we could also ask Mike what happened when Chandra was talking to him.
That's right.
We
We'll
don't see
find
the
out.
we don't see the players talking to the arbiters very often during
That's
the
right.
game.
We'll find out exactly.
Yeah.
We guessed what he was talking about, but we'll
Yeah.
also hear the good answer.
Mm-hmm.
And this time we're going to leave you with a fresh puzzle.
Really?
Yes, by one of our players, a very fresh, never seen before puzzle, at least not on us in the studio or the broadcast. Please stay with us for Ben Finegold. This is Aviv Friedman. We will be back shortly.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer. I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at exploreStLouis.com.
Got like 1 second.
And just like that, we are back. The 15 minutes passed like 15 seconds to everybody, I'm sure, especially with that challenging puzzle to some. Let's go right ahead and solve it. My colleague Ben Finegold told me that he put this position in front of a 2200, and what was the saying? Draw. Well, no, not in this game. Then he said he gave it to another talented student, and he said the correct mate in 7. So, yeah, it's a bit tricky because if you try to win trivially, black just going to go king a8, king b7. If you try to corral it by king d6 and king c7, you'll be surprised when you can't make any more moves because of stalemate. Therefore, just like our audio guy, Jonathan Schrantz, said, this is a position where every legal move wins. And he is right. Every move wins. You can make any piece you want with a pawn. You can make any king move. And at worst, you will just have to repeat. But in this critical position, the best professional solution, so to speak, a8 equals queen check. King must take. King to c6. King has to go to b8. Pawn to b7. And if this was anywhere else on the board, the king will just play a waiting move. However, in this sad case, the board ends, and he has to go out, king a7. Then after king c7, of course, white just wins. If for those who want perfection, after king a6, b8, king a5, queen b3, and mate next move. Yeah, and Arthur Shen beat Seth Homa, who is a strong senior master from Michigan, I believe.
Yeah, he's a former student of mine.
And a former student of Ben.
Yeah.
There we go. Meanwhile, back in the studio, we have been joined by a regular, our very own Mike Kummer, who was here yesterday, announcing his interesting challenge to tournament player Kuran Han. And he is back today telling us all the details that he couldn't yesterday, and also the result. And judging by his face, I think I know the result.
I think it was the highest rated player he ever drew and the most money he ever lost.
Yeah.
It was
In
a
one
twofer.
evening.
It was a twofer.
Okay, so let's do it in a methodical way so even our viewers who are a bit new to this will understand. Yesterday you issued a challenge to Kuran Han during your lecture of beginner breakdown, and we want to know the details and then the story behind it, please.
Sure, okay. So we had an Armageddon match, which Armageddon match is the white player gets 6 minutes and must win to win the match. And the black player, in this case, Karan, who goes by Ray, by the way. Ray had the black pieces in 4 minutes, and he could win the match by either drawing or just by outright winning. There he is. And anyhow, so the first 3 moves were forced moves. The very suspicious 2 knights defense, okay? So white plays e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop goes to c4, attacking f7, and then black brings out his knight to f6.
What a terrible move.
A terrible, double question mark.
Right.
Allowing me to slam knight g5. So then we press play. I blasted the Guns N' Roses, and he was like, "Oh my God, what do I do now?" And it's like, "Well, you're on the clock, Ray." And and so he was a bit flustered. I got a big advantage out of the opening, and but in the middle game, when he was rerouting his knight that was dubiously placed on a5, I didn't realize it could go to d4 and attack my c2 pawn, and there was no way for me to defend it. I knew I was really hosed when he started humming along to the Guns N' Roses music too. And so I was like, oh man, I put this on to distract you. And
now you had to welcome to the jungle.
yeah. But anyway, it petered down to Rook and Pawn Endgame, where he had the dumb rook, the rook that's just sitting on the queening square, while I had, I could have checked him a lot. I had a passed e-pawn, but, we each had 1:45 seconds left on the clock. I decided to be the bigger man and just give him the draw.
And after giving the envelope, you were the lighter man.
Yes.
So it was a thematic style challenge into the two knights defense, a variation that you claim is dubious for black. I guess 200 years can be wrong, but there's always
a Class
modern.
B player can draw a national master.
Wow.
Yeah, it's something.
Then you're saying that there's something to prove that this variation is not your favorite. However, like you said, in a very sportsmanlike way, you offered a draw and conceded that he will get his just rewards. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. So is this something that's going to become an annual ritual, like some sort of a tradition, or is this just a one-time deal?
Well, yeah, I've done bounties before with Sundaram, the little kid.
Even younger.
Even younger, yeah.
How old is Sundaram?
Like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And I crushed them each and every game. I got to keep my $100 that time. And this time, I do something special, every once in a while, especially for the anniversary shows.
Very impressive. I must say that it's a very, very generous idea, very inventive to really offer your own money for a bounty. Where I come from, we take it from the kids, so it's kind of, we say, go to mommy, bring $50, then we'll play. But I guess this is, again, the style of...
Are you from the land of tricksters?
The land of tricksters, exactly. So, so we probably can expect more of these in the future. Maybe we can find sponsorship for you, huh? Then it'll be more often and more frequent and more exciting.
Yeah,
especially
if anybody wants, maybe I'll get a GoFundMe page, huh?
I think so.
Our very own Ben Finegold.
I think this is a good cause. I think a lot of people enjoy it on YouTube, and then if everybody contributes just a few pennies, then that can be done more often. Yeah. So here's a free idea from me. Commissions will be discussed later. No, that'll be a free idea. So great. So today is the last round of the event. And we have a question. We know that you were approached by Akshat Chandra at some point.
Yes.
We were guessing. Let me take the guess first. And then you'll
Sure.
So we were guessing because A Wonder was on the move and absent from the board. Chandra was inquiring about that irregularity, and you assured him that he went to the place that even the king goes to alone. Am I right about
correct,
this guess?
Yes. And Wonder did it perfect. He went up to the arbiter, in that case me, and he asked, may I please use the restroom even though I'm on the move? I granted him the permission, and Akshat, he wasn't having it. But I explained that's the ruling. Just deal,
Yeah, that's a legitimate request and a legitimate allowance, right?
Yes.
Not the first time. I'm always wondering what happens if the TD says no. Of course, this could have serious consequences. But of course, the normal continuation, so to speak, is when the...
And so when a Wonder came back to the board, he just blitzed out perfect every move and won the game handily?
Yeah. In the footsteps of Stockfish 6. Yeah. No, of course, we're just joking.
You
just
must
a
be
normal,
joking.
Totally. After that, of course,
so we have some more questions for you. What's happening this weekend? Is there some kind of anniversary?
Let's see. Yes, our 7th year anniversary. Yes.
Wow. There's a triple anniversary.
So July 17th is our actual anniversary, Friday night for the quads. But we'll be celebrating it Saturday, July 18th. We're going to have a great amount of fun. We got the amateur and premier, 2 sections, obviously, and obviously the cupcakes and a sale, 20 to 30% off most items in the store. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
So the chess club's been open for 7 years.
7 years.
Of those 7 years, how many have you worked here?
7 years.
Each and every one, and hopefully until 100-year anniversary. Right.
Nice.
That sounds like the Italians say Cinanno, right? That's for 100 years, exactly. So looking forward to that. Of course, you guys chose to do it on the 18th, knowing that I'm leaving on the 17th. Very nice. But my revenge is that I'll be back 10 days later, and I'm going to stay here a month and a half, lest we forget.
Wow, that's some revenge.
That's some revenge. That's
Are you going to be here for my birthday, Aviv?
I'm leaving on your birthday. However, late in the afternoon, so we can have lunch together.
Okay, good.
I'll take you to some lunch place. So once again, we are very grateful to have assistant arbiter Mike Kummer and a long-time loyal employee of the club with us at the studio, telling us about his interesting adventures with Kuran Ray Han. And thank you, Mike. Hopefully we'll have you again another time with another challenge, another bounty. And hope that the last round ends properly like the rest of the tournament. Thanks for being here.
Fantastic.
Great, Mike.
And in the meantime, while we're looking at this game between A Wonder and Chandra, A Wonder played a slightly flashy move. He first retreated with his queen when black repositioned his knight on e5. He played rook f6. Normally the rook takes something on f6, but
No.
here the idea is simply
Take
to
on
visit
d6.
the pawn on d6.
And
And-
black traded on
d3.
yeah, he traded on d3 and then played bishop to e6,
Right.
saving his pawn from the rook. The queen can still take it, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, especially when the rook is going to be
Exactly.
a
Slightly
unprotected.
embarrassed, right?
So I'm under the impression that white did not maximize his chances in that position.
Yeah, but we're on move 20, and Wonder has a 30-minute time advantage, so still
that is true.
can't be so happy for black with so little time.
Is
But
it
his
fair to
position
assume?
looks okay.
Do we expect rook f4 or
I expect nothing.
you expect nothing? Very
Yeah, I'd leave my
modest.
rook on f6 if I could, because it's really cool.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, to be honest, I don't see a big attack here for white. I guess,
I think that
Yeah,
this
Wonder's
game is
thinking-
leaning towards a draw, if anything.
mhm.
Yeah, a few moves ago we really liked black. I mean, we really liked white. It's kind of a shame that we weren't given at least a chance for some excitement there. If we go back just a tiny bit backwards to, we were around here.
Go back a few moves.
Yes. Yeah, before the queen trade was offered, here we go. There was rook a1, ef4. Right, and here he took back on f4, but knight d5 was the real
The
testing
computer
move.
was preferring knight d5 to get
Yeah.
some advantage.
But that's a move that I really did not expect they wanted to play.
Mhm.
Not the most natural. More natural is to just take back,
Yep.
which he did. Then after the queen trade, again, the question is where to go. He decided to go to f2. The computer did not approve of that so much. He wanted the queen trade. He wanted knight d5, actually, with an eventual queen trade.
Mhm.
And now we have a very dry position. I think if the situation in the tournament was different, maybe black would not have bothered to even take on d3, right?
Right, that doesn't seem so important.
Yeah,
Probably
I mean, the bishop on
e6
d3
right away.
seems very,
Right.
very quiet. I don't think he's really going anywhere.
Mhm.
And the knight on e5 is good, but he just plays simple, kind of killed the position. And
And he played bishop e6.
now I think we are playing for probably just a draw. I don't think it's going to be more than that. Now we'll see what happens.
Now, he might have some issues because of the time situation, but yeah, position itself is about equal.
Yeah. Okay, we'll
Now,
see.
Jeffrey's game was very interesting. Both sides playing for the win.
Wow.
And after queen takes f3, white played rook c4. Of course, Jeffrey can take a draw now, which, well, that would basically be
very
giving up the
likely.
tournament, so he can't do that. So he played bishop e5. And white started to run with his king. Rook e1, check, and go to the f file.
All right, but and
And the
show me
computer is just saying that black's winning, yeah?
Yeah. So how did that happen all of a sudden?
Yep, and the king ran away. Yeah, the c pawn isn't really dangerous, and black is just up a pawn.
Yeah, up a pawn and the white king looks very drafty.
Rook c4, go back to that move. That seems like a very strange move.
That's right.
Go
Let's
back,
take a
because
look.
that's not the kind of move that I normally play when I'm playing these kind of positions. Yeah, so the computer didn't like rook
So
c4.
after queen takes f3,
It said it was equal.
rook c4. Immediately
Oh,
there was
okay,
a
yeah.
serious
So
drop.
my intuition was rook c4 is a very strange move.
Your grandmaster intuition.
You don't see moves like that very often.
Yeah, the rook doesn't belong on c4.
No.
There's immediately disharmony among the pieces.
Now, what move did the computer want to make? Because it said this was an equal position.
Right. Well, the computer is suggesting
I mean, there's a pawn hanging on
Drum roll.
a7. There's c7.
rook to c5, with the idea of
Ah,
shifting it
then-
to g5.
No, but then there's no bishop e5 either. You're keeping the bishop
Correct,
off of e5.
exactly.
There's a good idea.
Like
One
double-
square away. Missed it by that much.
Missed it by that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so rook c5 not only stops bishop e5, but the rook can come to g5 and defend if necessary. Now, after bishop e5, now
It's,
we have some serious threat. Queen g4, queen h3.
Yeah.
So he had to
and
run
the
away.
c pawn ain't queening.
No, the bishop on e5 is fantastic. And yeah, we're really stopping the c pawn. So basically, black is a pawn ahead. White's king is very suspicious. Black has a passed h pawn. The rook on the d file cuts off the white king. And the computer just says black's winning.
Right.
By
The
quite a
computer
bit,
doesn't
actually.
The computer says that rook b8 immediately, instead of taking the pawn on h2, would have been even stronger, but
Okay.
we are nitpicking. By now,
Yeah,
black
queen
is just
h2 seems good.
Yeah.
And when we say black's winning, we mean black is really winning. Rook c4, a very strange move.
Wow.
The queen on a4 was already
Really
defending
mistake.
the pawn on e4. Rook c5 would have really done a good job stopping bishop e5 and protecting the fifth row.
So it looks like we really may have a
We have a chance
playoff.
for a playoff, yeah.
Very serious chance for a playoff. I don't think Jeffrey's going to let this one get away. No, no. Extra pawn, complete domination. Yeah.
And after bishop e6, a wonder still hasn't moved.
Yeah, and now maybe Chandra is going to wonder, why did I rush so much to equalize the position when my...
Yeah, knight takes d3 was unnecessary. The knight was good on e5.
Yeah, at least leave that for a bit. Why not bishop e6 at once, I wonder?
Right.
Okay, but now we'll see. The game probably will last a long time because...
Yeah, Chandra's game
He's
looks
gonna try
about
to
equal,
milk-
and
yeah.
Jeffrey looks like he's winning.
Yeah,
Now, the other person who can possibly tie for first if weird things happen,
right, is Arthur.
Arthur. And Arthur must have played bishop c1. And so this position, actually, Luke thought quite a long time. And
Right.
Luke played queen d6, forcing the bishop to c1. He showed him. Not sure if I like queen d6. a6, and I wanted to play bishop to e5, which was not possible. So he still got his bishop on that diagonal.
Right, so he makes it in a fianchetto way.
c6. It's just very hard to play black here. White's rooks are so active. The bishop is on the diagonal.
And
White's
let's see
king
if
is
there's
much
anything
safer than
inside.
black's king. Yeah, to me, this is becoming a serious advantage. I really like white here. Yeah, and the computer's agreeing with me for once.
Yeah. the
Yeah, it just
computer
says
really
white's
likes
winning,
white.
yeah?
Oh, much better.
Well, okay, it's over one, so it's
But the move that gives him the much better is the move that you...
my favorite move. Well, he wants to play knight e4, I understand. So f3, knight
So
e4
you permit
is-
it here?
Yeah, you want to play knight e4.
Okay.
Yeah. See, f3 usually weakens your king, not
Right,
when the
there's no
king's on
king there,
b1.
that's right.
The king b1 is such a good move,
Right.
one of my rules, as you know.
Yeah.
And you can play f3. And,
Right, so
Yeah.
there's a bonus here.
Yeah. No, White wants to play knight e4, and that bishop on b2 is pretty strong.
That's right. But Arthur played something different, it seems.
Well, he knows my rules.
Did he play queen e3?
Indeed.
Queen to e3.
Also a good move.
Yeah, although the computer says that he has given away some of his
Yeah, you
advantage.
can't trust that.
That's right.
You have to trust us more.
Right, we already know that the computer is not thinking enough.
Sometimes when we don't agree with the computer, it shuts itself off and doesn't let you use it.
That's
so
right.
You got to be careful.
Yeah.
So we like Arthur's position. Jeffrey's winning, and it seems like Akshat is very slightly worse, but probably a draw. So we'll see it bunched up at the end, but looks like we're going to see a playoff.
Yeah,
Very
photo
likely.
finish as promised. And like we said, to recap one more time about the playoff, when there are two players, and there seem to be two players coming to a playoff, they will play 2 games of game 15 with 5-second increments, one black, one white. If there's a decision after these 2 games, the player who won wins the championship. In the event of indecision, they're going to move on to an Armageddon game, and our Armageddon version is 10 minutes with 2 seconds a player, and then a bid starts. A player who is they're gonna bid how much time they're willing to take off their clock in order to get choice of color and draw odds. The player who makes the more generous bid gets his way. And that's a game that's going to be decided one way or another, because in the case of a draw, there's still a decision.
Right. Also, when they discussed the tie-breaking system a couple of months ago before the tournament, I suggested if it was 1-1, that the tie-break not be between the 2 players, but we have Curran play Mike Kummer, and that each player gets to pick one of them. And they said, no, we're not doing that. That would have been more exciting, right?
Yes, I have tears in my eyes. when I'm
Curran,
thinking-
Han, and Mike Kummer, that would have been a
Yeah.
good Armageddon.
Then, of course, it was a draw already, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we might be seeing a lot of that. Might have some extra work to do today.
Yeah, but in rapid speed,
We
see.
didn't start early enough. We have to keep going.
That's right, that's right. Everything for our viewers.
Yeah, they told me they would pay us right after the tournament, but if there's Armageddon and there's playoffs, then you'll be flying away before even you can get paid. Too bad.
Heartbreaking.
I'll get your check for you. It'll be okay.
Okay, I'm sure of it. I
Yeah.
trust you 100%.
It's so small it doesn't
You
matter
will deposit it in the news because
It'll be deposited, exactly.
Yeah,
Right where it belongs.
exactly.
So we like Arthur's position. We like Jeffrey's position, and it looks like
Akshat is going towards a draw.
yeah. Although this game is heating up a little bit. Neither player wants to draw.
Let's see what happens.
D4 was played by a wonder.
Okay.
King H8. Now we're really threatening the rook.
Making sure that the rook moves.
And
the
rook
rook
to
moves
F3. So white has a nice center. White is a little more active, but black has queen and bishop against queen and knight. So equal.
Now here's the question: why F3 of all squares?
Rook A to D8. Defending the D6 pawn. No, I don't think I would have gone to F3.
Strange square, I think.
Yeah.
Somehow F2 seems like the natural move.
Yeah, this just seems about equal anyway.
Yeah.
Not a lot of pieces on the board.
Right, but not a dead draw. Things can still
No,
happen.
Exactly. Okay, now we have some developments in Jeffrey's game with Karan Han.
Okay.
He played rook C7. The queen went to A6. And Jeffrey's like, hey, I'm a pawn up, and that pawn isn't dangerous as much as it was before. So it looks good for black.
Yeah, we really think that Jeffrey is in the driver's seat there.
He has a little more time also.
Yeah. A little more time and a lot more position. Yeah, the computer is basically endorsing any logical continuation.
Every logical
Yeah,
move
yeah.
it endorses.
Yeah.
It doesn't endorse where white's king is.
No, not quite.
Not endorsing white's king position.
No.
Yeah, normally when there's a lot of heavy pieces on the board, whoever's king is safer is doing well. Yeah, and the rook on D8 really cuts off the white king. There's just nowhere to go. He's just trapped.
That's right. Okay, so
Now this game was very interesting earlier, and it's got even more interesting. The Bratton game with Rufeng Li.
okay.
I really liked black's position. Let's see if it's continuing to. He played rook E1. Or actually, I think yeah,
Bishop H3 was
black played
moved
bishop
first.
H3 to avoid trading.
Right.
Rook E1, queen F7, G4. Mac Molnar's leaving today.
Wow.
Didn't see that
What
one
was he
coming.
afraid of, I guess?
Didn't see that coming.
Maybe that.
Trapping the bishop on H3, but
I wouldn't call that trapping.
yeah, exactly. Trapping it
bishop
where it
is-
wants to be. Queen G6, what I was thinking.
King H1.
Yep. And
Takes.
black wins a pawn.
Takes F3.
Never play F3.
Don't like the way Mika is handling this
No.
game one bit.
No, you were saying the knight's better than the bishop, but now the E2 pawn is weak, the white king is
That's right.
exposed. Yeah. Rook G1, rook E5, rook G2, bishop goes to G5. Finally B4
Yeah.
after hours of preparation.
Better late than never.
B6, queen G1, queen H6.
A4. Wow.
And there we go. So black's winning in the center on the E file. White's knight is better. White's advancing on the queen side. White's down a pawn. Very complicated position.
And we are going to take a quick look.
Computer likes black. Black is a pawn ahead. And
Yeah,
black
like-
just played one of
likes
my
black just by a bit. but
one of
I
my
wanna-
favorite moves.
So after this, maybe-
Bishop to D8. And this is getting out of the way of the queen and rook. It's defending the B6 pawn, trying to stop A5. It gets out of the way of the black rooks. And the computer prefers black. Black has an extra pawn.
Right, by a little bit. I'm wondering how optimistic this assessment is. It's obvious that black is better, but can he really cash in? Because the bishop is a very blind piece.
Yeah, but E2 is weak forever. Black is a pawn up. And I've also snuck a look at the clocks. A little sneak
Yeah.
peek. 53 minutes to 11.
Right, huge difference.
I'd
huge
take
difference.
53.
Any day.
Yep.
But I thought that the bishop will somehow make it to H4 and G3. I thought that he's just going to stay there, keep the king pinned, the pawn pinned to the king, then bring his rooks into the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, white might get A5 in quickly and bust through on the queen side.
Yeah, you
I
think
think
that
he's
there's
thinking
a-
defensively. No, I like black. Black's a pawn up, and E2 is weak. So, also white played F3. Can't get away with that.
What is our next game?
This game, we were wondering if the D pawn was strong, or it looks like white has two pass pawns.
Well,
on
let's
the
see what
queen
happened
side.
after 94. He
Yep.
took.
He played rook a5, not defending his b7 pawn with rook a7.
Okay.
Rook b1.
Knight a4. Wow.
Mm-hmm. And there were knight takes c8, rook takes b7. Bishop to, well, it's just good for white. Black is really struggling to draw here.
That's right. What was the bishop? Can play the last move with the bishop? Oh, bishop f3.
Yeah, black wanted to play knight e2 check and knight takes d4. And the a pawn is hanging. Decided
Right.
to save his d pawn. And black just played f5. Probably not the first move I would have played. And black
So
is...
white is up a pawn, but the
Black-
pawn on the a file looks not so good.
Right, but okay, black's doubled pawn isn't so important, and white has a passed d pawn. So I'll take white.
Well, that's an easy decision.
Yeah, very good position for white. Probably king g2 will be played with the idea of rook c1. And pushing the d pawn, trying to get the
What was he
bishop.
suggesting? Oh, king
King g2. And getting the bishop to the a2 g8 diagonal would be nice if I could ever do it. I can never do it, but if I could, I would be
Well,
happy.
it could happen at some moment, yeah.
Yeah, king g2 looks really strong here because if rook takes a2, I'll play rook c1.
No, if rook a2 is could also take on bishop d5.
Even better. Not sure if it's better, but probably.
Also possible. Yeah.
No, he'll just play king g2 and get out of this knight e2 check business. And king f1 also possible. I just like g2 because the bishop's protected.
Okay, so
No
we are
back rank
liking
checks. I like white a lot.
we are liking white by
Yeah.
much, without doubt.
It looks like he played king g2. Now, I like it even more because he played the move I suggested.
Right.
No, this looks really tough for black. White's rook is on the 7th. f7 is weak. Bishop's better than the knight. Pass pawns.
Yeah, just great for white.
Yeah, bishop takes f6 and knight d5 was really nice in the middle game. Simple
So
and
Michael might
effective.
finish the tournament on a very high note, having won yesterday and
Yeah, he might win today.
looking to win today as well. And our last game, but not least, again Arthur Shen.
Yep. So when queen e3, c4.
Okay.
See, now again, this is Luke's kind of position, but it's also Arthur's kind of position.
Right.
So, and it's our kind of position with white. You always have to watch out for rook h6 or queen h6 and some checkmate that nobody sees.
Yeah.
You have to be careful. That bishop on the same diagonal as your king on h8. I like c4. The bishop goes to c5. We get some counterplay.
That's right.
b4.
Yeah, there's some not easy to play f3 anymore. f3 and knight e4, the plan.
It's never easy to play f3. Never.
No.
No. Now this move I like a lot. c4. Get some counterplay.
Yeah. Explosive again?
Not just sit and wait to lose.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so clear to see what white wants to do here. I wanted to play queen g3, but maybe knight takes h5 if it's possible.
You mean this is the Anna Kournikova attack?
Yeah,
Looks good, but not winning?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a poker joke, but we can apply it here.
That's right. Well, we thought that white was a little better, I mean, even better before. I think probably the plan with queen e3 was not the best in the world.
No, c4 very strong, getting
Yeah.
counterplay with bishop c5.
Yeah, had he
and-
played f3 and then knight e4, it would have been really hard to beat. I'm not exactly sure what he would have done.
Yeah, Luke way behind the clock, but position seems to have improved in the last move.
That's right.
Anything but a draw. Arthur has to keep his streak alive.
Right. So are we going back from the top again, or
Yep. Rook f to e8. Solid.
rook fe8? Okay.
Yeah. I don't like the way it weakens f7.
Really? Can you take advantage of it?
No, I just don't like it. Yeah. Well, I think black's going to play f6 later and just be really solid. I hate the move f6, but here it might be okay. Yeah, it just seems really equal to me. Looks like playoff time.
Yeah, it really looks like
Between the two favorites, neither one defeated this tournament. It's looking like a playoff.
it. That's right.
Yep. Jeffrey has played h5, put it in h. And white played queen to a5. Curran Han attacking the bishop on e5, which is defending the rook on c7. Now, white has to get counterplay, so otherwise Jeffrey's just going to push his H-pawn, and it's going to be all over.
The big question is how.
Yeah, there's not much counterplay. Yep. Computer's already saying +3, +4 for black.
That's right.
Black's king is safer. Black has more material.
And of
Black
course,
has a
he
better
wants to
pawn
play your
structure.
favorite move,
F6.
F6. But not the only move. But others
Right.
get less.
But I know what move it doesn't want to play with white. F3.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, well, Jeffrey is just having a really good time
Yeah,
here.
F6 makes sense because the bishop is really solid on E5.
Uh-huh.
And there's no danger on the diagonal to the king. The usual reason I don't want to play F6, it weakens all the white
Yeah, I must say
squares.
that in this position, the natural thing was to go. No, but F6 is the simplest. What is he going to do after that?
Now, there's a reason why the computer is giving black such a big plus. It's not clear what to do with white.
Right.
This plan, H4, H3, H2.
That's very hard to stop.
I can figure that out. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the queen on G4 stops
It's a
the
little
king
bit
from
like
moving.
the Luke Harmon Valetti Boda game.
Yeah, Boda could have played
Where
A4, A3, A2.
Again, very similar idea. The white king is stalemated. The white pieces are more on the queen side than they're on the king side. There's a free passed H1. Why not push
Now,
it?
last year in the 2014 U.S. Championship, I don't remember who was white. Ehrenberg won the last round.
Okay.
I think it was Gurayev, but okay.
Okay.
And basically, Ehrenberg had like 0 out of 11, and then he won his last 2 games. He didn't really have 0 out of 11, but it was.
He had a low
But it
score
wasn't
here,
good. He
so-
won his last 2, and in the last round, there was an H5, H4, H3, H2, and that sealed the deal. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
So it looks really good for Jeffrey.
Very
Pretty
strong. yeah.
pretty equal for Akshat.
That's right.
Might see a playoff.
Yeah. And promising for Arthur, who is still in it.
So I have a question.
Ask it
And
away.
I actually don't know the answer, and you probably don't know the answer.
Okay.
We should have asked somebody who was here who didn't know the answer
That's
either.
right. We could probably figure it out.
So first prize is 6,000, second prize is 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
When they have the playoff for first, is it for the title or is it for the money also?
Oh, I would assume that the money is being split evenly.
Yeah?
I would assume
I
so.
don't know. At this tournament, I would assume not.
Really?
Yeah. So we'll on the break, we'll go talk to
Yeah.
the powers that be.
Yeah. So
We'll have some tweets from Mike Kummer and Tony Rich and see. Maybe
Yeah,
they'll
so,
maybe they'll give different answers.
if
Yeah,
they hear
Tony will
us,
say, "Oh yeah, the money split." Mike Kummer's like, "No, winner take all."
Yeah.
So,
perhaps our able producer and crew could find out this very important answer to
Mm-hmm.
this question.
so you think they split the money?
If I had to guess, I would have said so. Yeah. I would think
I
they
know in
split
like the championship and women's, they don't split the money when they have playoffs. They don't do it. So I mean, for first place. So we'll see. That means it's the pretty important Armageddon games,
it. Are you talking about just the top prize or all the prizes?
just for the top prize.
Oh, so the
Yeah,
top
no, for all the
prize-
prizes they split them. For the top prize, I don't know.
Right. So if I hear correctly, in my we're coming along with the title to the playoffs.
So I was right.
You were right.
Wow. So that's actually not only the U.S. Championship; it's $2,000 whoever wins the playoff.
Right.
Extra.
Only the first place is going to be decided by the playoff.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's a serious, quick playoff.
That's a very serious playoff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Quite a bit of money, the seed, the title. It's
And
a
as
bit
it-
cruel, right? That one
I know.
person comes with it all and the other one just.
Chess is cruel.
Yeah.
And as expected, Black played F6.
Yeah. Well, he played F6 in this position.
Yeah, because after Rook E8, I think you have to do something about your F pawn eventually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, putting the pawns on the dark squares, putting the bishop on the white square. It's hard for either side to do anything.
All right. So we see lots of F6s. One in the game.
F6 was played by
Xiong
Jeffrey as
genre.
expected, and that's looking good. That bishop
Yeah.
on E5 is pretty nice.
Yeah, he's not moving quickly.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like a playoff.
Yeah.
With an equal position on board 1 and
Decisive
Black winning on
board
board 2. And if this holds up, both players will have 4 wins and 5 draws.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see a playoff later today. You know what time the playoff is? If there's one, is it 4 o'clock? 5
not sure.
o'clock? It'll be 4 or 5 o'clock.
It's at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, it might not be 4 o'clock just because might still be playing at 4
That's
o'clock.
right.
So 5
So,
o'clock,
yeah.
that's fair. Yeah.
In the event that there's a playoff, we will
Yeah.
be here to broadcast it at 5 p.m.
Central time.
Central Time, like always.
Yeah. And as we all know, that's 6 a.m. in China.
Of course.
Yeah.
I wonder how you know this little
Well,
detail.
somehow I knew that. Yeah. People are feverishly checking what time is it in China.
That's right. You immediately knew.
Probably about half the people in the audience, on the internet, are thinking like, well, what time zone in China? But as we know, there's one
only
time
one
zone in
time zone.
China. Yeah. When you travel a lot for chess tournaments, you learn interesting tidbits like this.
Yeah.
So is Akshat looking over at Jeffries? Yeah, he's saying, Jeffries winning over there.
Yeah.
Maybe I can win this game in 6 hours and avoid the playoff.
It's going to be really tough to win that position. I mean, if white doesn't become too creative, it's already difficult.
Okay, and Curran played bishop d4 with zero analysis. That smells like a terrible blunder to me. I'm not doing any analysis.
A terrible blunder?
Yes. Put the thing on. I just sense that loses a lot of material with no analysis. Why should I analyze when I can just have a sense?
And your reason for that is that queen h3 check.
No, I don't have a specific reason. I'm just like, that doesn't look right. This looks sort of funny. I'm very confused.
All right, let's see.
The rook on c7 is attacked. Okay, I was really confused
of course.
to start. Yeah.
But
it has to be a blunder.
But again,
That's
before looking at the computer, I'm also kind of...
No, I have a feeling there's something wrong with that move.
It's a move that really begs to be...
that's a strange move.
Begs to be hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, the computer
Bishop
says it's
d4.
winning as before.
This the same winning?
Queen h3 followed by queen e6, for example. Not looking good.
Ooh, that's annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, because queen e6, you're taking the rook on c4 with check. And when the king's on e2, that's even worse.
Yeah.
So still around -4?
It's something like that, yes.
Yeah, so bishop d4 was fine.
No, fine, well.
I mean, it's as bad as any.
Right.
It didn't go from -4 to -14,
No,
which is what I expected.
No, bad enough.
And he did play queen h3.
Queen h3 check.
What a professional. King g1 is impossible. I even don't know why it's impossible, but it is.
Yeah.
Because we can play bishop h2 and then rook takes d4. Yeah. So king e2 will be played, and it was. And now queen e6 is the computer move.
Right.
And the professional move is queen g4, queen h3, then queen e6. Will you be impressed if he does that?
Super impressed.
Super impressed. Well, you know that's what I would do.
Oh, for sure.
Hoping my opponent plays f3. Always give him a chance.
Absolutely. And we're very excited about that.
My favorite repetition ever was queen g4 to h3. And as I was repeating, my opponent resigned.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wait, he played rook c8. Okay. Rook c to c8. No complications. Now if bishop takes e5, queen d3 mate is very efficient.
But the evaluation went down a little bit.
Yeah.
Because of queen c3.
Man, queen c3 is tough to play. Down material, trade everything to a lost endgame. But it's less lost because your king's not so bad.
Well, if you trade all the pieces, then pawn c6 is going to become...
Yeah. I like bishop takes e5, queen d3 mates. I hope that happens. Good for the crowd, right?
I hope that happens.
You're guessing that won't happen?
I'm not guessing. I'm positive.
Positive it won't happen?
Positive.
Mike Kummer just texted me. He wants 50 to 1 odds.
Yeah?
Yeah, queen c3, stopping all the tricks and hoping the king on e2 doesn't get checkmated.
That's right. Offering a trade of queens, which will be really a relief here.
Yeah, then white's just a pawn down, not a pawn down and getting mated.
Yeah. Still, if it's +3, it's impressive.
It's good for me.
Yeah.
Time is about the same. Nobody's going to lose on time this game.
Well, the prediction of the computer is that many things are going to be traded eventually on d4 and the pawn on c6 is going to go. Once that happens, it's not only 2 pawns up, but also much better king and...
Yeah, the king's walking to e6,
Yeah,
king
it's gonna be
f7,
really
king
easy.
e6. And black has a passed h-pawn. White has 2 isolated pawns. That's the best he can hope for.
Yeah.
Is some lost endgame.
So with this, what seemingly inevitable victory, Jeffrey is going to be jumping temporarily to first place. And after Akshat Chandra's what seemingly equal position, there's going to be a playoff. When is the last time we had a playoff in the U.S. Junior? 2 or 3 years ago, right?
We've had playoffs, yeah.
There was one with Shanklin, right? The one that he played with
Shanklin, Robson, and there was a third player,
Uh-huh.
and then Shanklin beat Robson in the final.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was several years ago.
Yeah.
It seems like we've had playoffs, but so many playoffs in the U.S. Championship, U.S. Women's Championship, and we do commentary for all of them.
Right.
I'm getting confused.
Yeah. I mean, in some theory, we could still have a 3-person playoff, but it's, I mean, to see
You know how
Jeffrey
unlikely that
losing,
is? Mike Kummer won't bet on it.
Yeah.
That's how unlikely it is. There's a show I like. That
Even.
I know you watch a lot, Futurama.
Of course.
And there's a match between 2 robots.
Yeah.
One is the regular robot on the show, the normal robot, and one is like 1,000 feet tall and 1,000,000 tons, and they're fighting. And the odds in Vegas are 1,000 to 0. And George Foreman says, if you bet $0, you win 1,000. Says, but still not a good bet. So, yeah, the 3-way tie for first.
0.
If you bet 0 to win 1,000, not a good
Still
bet.
not good.
Now, what's more likely, that or the U.S. winning the World Cup?
Now it's a tie.
It's a tie.
Very serious tie. It's always a tie.
It's a serious tie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would involve Akshat losing, Jeffrey drawing this game, and Arthur winning.
Yeah. The only viable possibility of the 3 is the latter.
I don't know if any of them are viable. Oh, yeah.
I don't
Actually,
think-
let's have a look. Did he move it? He hasn't moved after C4.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, he didn't like C4.
Yeah.
I might have to throw it in as one of my rules that C4 is explosive because it's looking like,
That's right.
yeah. If you can't throw jokes into your rules, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Now, speaking of explosive,
Yeah.
what's going on here? Rook to A4.
Wait, go back a few
I
moves.
don't know-
After
I don't-
bishop f3, what happened?
No, King G2 we saw, and he played Rook A4. I don't know. I something's funny about Black's position.
Well, he's trying to lure the pawn to d5.
But there's no bishop D5 there.
Exactly.
Although there's a D6, D7, so I don't know. I might lure my pawn forward. After D5, I wonder if he'll play G5, G4, because the bishop doesn't have a lot of squares. Get counterplay somehow. Maybe this was the point of F5. So still good drawing chances for Black. Uh-oh. Looks like Michael wants to play D5.
You think so?
Yeah, he was about to do it, and he changed his mind. Both sides have the same amount of time. And again, we have 5 really exciting games today.
Definitely.
And he did something.
He did not
But
play
it
d5.
was not, yeah. I have no idea what he played. He must have moved his rook. Everything else looks like it's in the same position. Rook d7 maybe, defending his pawn. I think Jan Leo's blocking what he did.
Right.
He's
But
tricking
he
us.
moved the rook from b7 somewhere. That is
Okay.
that much we know.
Let's see. I'm having technical difficulties as usual.
Yeah, not as usual.
These things happen. No, I mean, I'm having technical difficulties, not that
Oh,
the show
you.
ever has them, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he went rook d7.
Oh, okay, good.
Simply defending the pawn. Still enabling a bishop d5 in the line where Black might dream of taking on the queen side.
Yeah. No, my analysis board has gotten mad at me because I keep disagreeing with the engine. I keep saying F3 is bad and F6 is bad. The
You're
players keep
saying
playing it.
just enough, just about
And I
enough.
said,
of
no, how do you like this position? It's saying. Yeah.
How do you like them apples?
Yeah, this looks like another position we discussed before the broadcast. Between 2 players who are taking a bye this round.
That's right.
Rook E3 from Wonder. Yeah, Wonder has a nice center, but Black is so solid.
So on the analysis board, you can move anything in the Liang? No, the board's stuck.
Everything is just perfect. The
Yeah.
starting position, yeah,
Ready for round 10?
ready. Ready for practice for round 10.
Perfect.
No, I think it's ready for the practice for the playoffs.
Oh,
yeah, I think that's
right,
what it's
right.
doing. It's
They're
it knows there's a
warming up
playoff
one board,
coming,
that's
so
right.
it's getting ready. Yeah,
Gotta warm up the board.
exactly.
And let's see what happened in the Han Xiong game. Are we able to see that or no?
Oh, I thought you meant like in the real board. No, we can't see anything on mine.
Oh, the whole board is just. Well, then maybe this is a good time to take a little break.
Yeah.
See what happened. Maybe we can.
My board took a little break. Now we're going to take a little break.
Yeah, maybe we're going to slap that board around a little bit
Yeah.
to get it to conform.
We get
one
Mike
more
Kummer
time.
down here. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need Mike Kummer for that.
We
My
don't?
shoe is
We
already
can,
off.
we can do it. Okay.
Yeah. So, coming to you again from the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. This is Grandmaster Ben Finegold with Aviv Friedman at the live coverage of the 9th and last round of the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship. No decision as of yet. Very likely that we are going to have a playoff, and the playoff is in rapid style, so that's exciting to even non-chess players, as we well know. Please stay with us. Come back in a few minutes if you're leaving. We will be right back.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
And we have returned once again with a working analysis board and a new guest in the studio. For in the meantime, his game has finished. We are hosting again. I am and GM-elect Jeffrey Xiong. Welcome to the studio, Jeffrey.
Thank you.
And once again, victorious. Very strong performance today against our cellar dweller, Quran Rayhan. And let's take a look a little bit about this game. We had a Grinfeld.
Yeah, I guess Ray wasn't too confident today after drawing Mike Kummer yesterday.
Yeah,
Dang.
But $50 richer.
yes, $50
Yeah.
richer. However,
Yeah, he drew Mike Kummer and still got the $50.
In the
He had
Armageddon.
draw odds.
well, he had draws in the Armageddon.
Yeah, Jeffrey's like, how do I get some of that action?
There you go.
Now, is Bishop E3 already iffy, or this is just a known line?
No, this is like main line.
This is a main line here?
But Bishop G4 is not in main line.
Really?
Queen A5 is the main move.
Okay, yeah, we thought Bishop G4 was a way to try to punish it.
We were trying to remember why White never does Knight F3. I don't know, because in the old days they went Bishop C4, Knight E2.
No, but when they play
now they play Knight
F3,
F3, they play Rook
is-
B1.
Yeah.
Okay,
but now
but
he plays Knight F3, Bishop E3. It's supposed to be pressure against D4, but somehow,
no, this is definitely a playable
Still,
line for White.
yeah.
Here, he should
played
play Rook C1. That's
Rook to
what I
C1.
remember. Bishop B5 should just be equal. I think the variation that we played in the game was pretty much forced.
But it seemed like after Bishop G4, he was starting to think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe we were both recalling them.
Okay. And here you had quite a think before you took on D4.
Yeah, I was wondering if he could even take with the bishop back on D4
Mm-hmm.
to try to trade some, simplify the position.
Trade everything. And
And then
play
you
bishop
decided
takes
what would
F3?
happen after that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I think I can steal the pawn
Yeah.
if he takes with.
Yeah, he
queen.
played CD pretty quickly, yeah?
Yeah, this is just. I think this is all
Standard.
theory actually.
Okay. Yeah, it looked like it was equal until it wasn't.
Yeah, I think he just needs to know one move. Bishop takes F3, GF3.
Right.
This is all forced D5. He just needs to know that he has to play Rook C5. to
Rook
establish-
C5, yeah,
That's
the
right,
computer
that's- yeah.
recommendation. He was one square away.
Oh, yeah, we said
Yeah, I thought he was gonna play.
It's funny, in the Friday action quads, there was a rook and pawn endgame, 2 against 2. And this was last Friday. Black had a rook on B5, and White had a rook on H5. And White can play rook takes B5 winning. A takes B5, and White wins the king and pawn ending. And I was like, this is section 1. Players are both masters. And the rook went from H5, and then it stopped on E5. So like a dead drawn rook and pawn ending, almost getting there. And rook C4, almost.
Yeah.
And as I told Aviv, missed it by
By
that
that
much.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah, his
Rook
idea
C4.
is to play Queen D1.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's better. But unfortunately, I think he forgot after Bishop E5, Queen D1, Queen H3.
Yeah. So after rook C5, I think computer was saying equal, right, Aviv?
Yeah.
I was gonna play H5,
Play for the
but
win.
I believe that he should be all right here
Mhm.
somehow.
Yeah, and then it seemed like it was almost over here. Like,
Yeah, he has to find Rook E1 because I'm not only threatening Queen H3, I'm also threatening Queen G4, Queen H3.
right.
So it was just almost impossible to defend.
Yeah. Here, however, the computer was saying something like +3 for Black.
Right.
so-
And even it wanted to play even stronger for you, if that's even possible. I think it preferred rook B8 here, right?
Right.
Instead of queen H2.
Rook B8. Wait, okay, C7?
Well, couldn't I play queen H3 and bishop C7 then? Just off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I know, maybe Rook B8, he just plays Queen C5? I'm not sure.
Seems like everything's
If
good
we
for
go
black.
Rook B2,
Yeah, I assumed
Then
his
rook
point was
C2.
rook C2.
I don't know, I wanted to keep the rook on the C, just to be safe.
Yeah, I mean, this was fantastic for black.
yeah.
Yeah.
The margins were very small anyways.
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, queen A5, F6, bishop D4. And here the computer wanted to play the move queen E6. That's right.
Wait, what's wrong with Rook CC8?
No, nothing
No,
is
no,
wrong with
nothing
what
is
you
wrong.
did.
There's like a-
Computer's brutal though. It wants
Yeah.
from +4 to +5 to +6. Yeah. No, your
Wait, I
numbers were already really high here.
Yeah.
Wait, what if he goes Rook EC1 in this position?
Rook E to C1. Boy, I feel like there's got to be checkmates everywhere. But where are they? If only Aviv had the trusty computer.
Oh, can we just take on d4 twice or something?
Twice.
Like rook d4, bishop d4, queen c7, queen e4? This is gonna
Aviv
win
with the sacrifices.
Isn't this going to win a rook or something?
So if king f1, you just take the rook.
Okay, and about king d2.
King d2 here.
That was too deep for me.
Yeah.
Maybe you have to play something like after rook ec1, maybe, I don't know, queen g4, and just take e4.
Oh, you've undefended your e-pawn. That's interesting. Yeah, going back and forth and taking advantage.
But I don't know, I was pretty, I was satisfied.
You really
with-
liked what you did.
Yeah, I was satisfied.
You couldn't. You didn't look for more. You had plenty. Rook c8, queen a7. Yeah. So in this position, the computer insisted upon queen c3.
Oh yeah, I was considering.
Very
this.
insistent. Otherwise, it was giving you big pluses.
But I think I put queen g4. And I'm just gonna take everything on d4 and take on c6.
Right. That's right.
Then white's fine.
Yeah, white's not getting mated.
Yeah, exactly.
White's fine.
Yeah, and then you.
I like the white's fine comment.
Yeah, and Jeffrey's like, yeah.
I thought, okay, bishop c7. I thought he would take. I thought he might try king d1.
Wait,
I mean,
when?
queen takes c7, rook a2, king d1.
Ah, king d1 here. The safest.
Yeah.
Wow. Talk about a dangerous looking move.
And there's no queen b3 and some funny stuff.
I think the key is just. I
Why,
just
why
take.
can't I just why
can't
I take this bishop?
Yeah.
I
You
prefer
can,
black.
I think.
Man, I prefer black.
Yeah. There are different ways to do it, I think.
I like this way.
Yeah.
This isn't good.
It's very good.
I don't think this is the best, actually.
Really? Wow.
No, I think you should just take on d4 immediately.
Oh, okay. But I'll take black here against anybody.
Anybody?
Anybody. Man, Jeffrey's funnier than I am, but he has a different kind of humor. Okay, so that rook d4 right away. Okay, so the game concluded with you threatening queen d3 mate. I was showing earlier after bishop e5 you had queen d3 mate, but that didn't happen. But now it might happen. And your opponent graciously resigned, the best move. And that was a good last 2 rounds. That was a good finish.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So you got 4 wins and 5 draws?
Yes.
Only slightly worse than the Chicago Open. This tournament must have been tougher.
Yeah, definitely tough.
Yeah, exactly. So we thought the first game was looking pretty equal, and we thought a playoff was likely.
Wait, did a wonder have some preparation? Or?
Yeah, we thought White got a nice position on
Well,
the
at one
opening,
time you
and
could
then-
have played knight d5 instead of taking.
Yeah,
back
if we
on
go
f4,
back
that would've
in
been
a wonders
interesting.
game, computer preferred knight d5 here instead of taking back on f4.
Yeah, rook f6 is really tricky.
Yeah, yeah. Here knight d5 is interesting.
Ah, okay.
And the computer said White has a
White
slight
is somewhat
advantage.
better.
Yeah.
Okay, 95.
Yeah. Then it said h6 was the computer move. Something takes
Queen
on
takes
f4.
f4.
Yeah, and it said White's a little bit better.
Queen takes d5.
I mean, he saw this position, but maybe
I
he
don't
liked
see
what he
any
did
big deal
better.
here.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no,
right, it looks like
not
black-
impressed by bishop c4 or rook e7. or both.
Yeah. He's not easily impressed. He didn't even like the position where I played rook takes d4. He's like, yeah, White's getting mated in 2. But so this happened. We had a funny rook f6. We thought Black would just play bishop e6 here, but for some reason he traded and played bishop
Yeah,
e6.
bishop e6 is a blunder, I thought.
Yeah? Oh, that's why he didn't do it then.
Maybe bishop e2 was the idea.
Ah, bishop e2 and attack the queen on h5.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
The Akshak's pretty sneaky.
not very cautious.
No,
of
a
us.
wander is the sneaky one.
Yeah, no, but he was sneaky to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like rook f6 to win the queen, not the d pawn.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so
Very
he
deep.
took bishop e6. And yeah, computer was saying White is a tiny bit better. We didn't see queen a5. Wow, they made a lot of moves since you've come.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think black has better chances, though, to try and win this position.
Yeah, now it looks like e4 is more weak than strong, and obviously the bishop against the knight, as Aviv and I talk about often, argue about often.
Well, the computer is just showing zeros on every variation here.
Yep.
Yeah, I prefer black here actually.
No argument for me.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah, queen and bishop against queen
The
and
rook
knight.
on
Who,
e3
who
looks
would,
like
who
a
wouldn't
funny
like
piece.
that? Yeah, that was weird. Rook f3, rook e3. We thought that was a strange place for the rook. When the time situation's okay, 5 minutes for 10 moves, it's not too okay. And it looks like he just made a move. I think he played queen d2.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
Does not change the assessment.
And if two super grandmasters were playing, you'd predict a draw? Or
It
you-
depends on the super.
depends who they are? Okay. Yeah. I wonder which super grandmasters would lose with white. I wonder what you're getting at there, but okay.
I don't think this is that easy to defend for white actually,
Yeah?
because at some moment black can play d5 or f5, so you have to watch out for that.
So computer says it's equal. Jeffrey prefers black. I prefer black, of course. We have to be careful what we say. Sometimes the computer stops working if we diss it too much. Yeah, it knows what we're saying. And you were thinking all day about a playoff, or you were just concentrating on your game with Curran?
No, I had to win my game first, but now I'll probably be thinking of a playoff.
Yeah.
And can we see Arthur's position just before we
Yeah,
let Jeffrey
because
go?
this was this crazy
Still
Kirill Khan.
relevant. Ooh, what happened there?
Wait, what's going on around here? Everything always
Where's the
changes
knight?
like quite a bit after we stop looking.
Oh, so black survived?
Well, queen e3 was a slight mistake. Probably f3, knight e4 is better. c5 was c4 was a good move. And white thought for a very long time. We went to break,
And
still
played queen
thinking.
g3.
Okay, tripling up. Always play. Bishop f8.
And now he played knight takes.
Knight takes b5, as predicted.
Predicted?
No, absolutely not.
Well, we haven't seen the position to predict it, so it's new to us as well.
Okay, so I see the idea. We want to play bishop f6 and checkmate him.
You probably also...
Rook h6 is
yeah,
a threat too, yeah, and then queen gm8.
That's not good.
Okay, so he played c takes b3.
Okay, bishop f8, by the way, was slightly frowned upon looking by the
Slightly.
computer.
CB? Okay.
So now he can
CB,
he play rook
the computer
h6?
is really
Yeah, I'm thinking rook h6.
Whoa, whoa,
Wait,
went
wait.
down. Should he play rook h6, Aviv?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Rook h6, king g8.
Why didn't he play it? I wonder what...
Well, maybe... Did he play AB, or he just played AB?
He did play AB.
I don't see what's wrong with that.
but
The computer
gives
recommends rook
huge
h6?
numbers for rook h6.
Then
I don't
guess
understand.
king g8, yeah.
What is the big difference?
Yeah, we're wondering how can black defend after AB? Yeah, exactly.
Well, after AB, he went...
Did he
He
move?
didn't go yet.
Yeah.
But he can
Arthur's
go
very insistent on 9 decisive games.
E5.
What's that?
E5 is the move that's recommended.
E5?
Okay, but I can then take on h6, so I don't understand.
You can take on h6 after e5.
The E5?
Then I'll take your rook.
No, I can't take.
Careful.
Oh, so that's why I have
Man,
to
he
take
wants
on
9 decisive games too.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Okay, so e5, I have to play knight a3. Or...
Well, the guy went rook d2.
Threatening queen c2 mate. Both sides giving mate.
However,
Yeah.
it looks like he may be coming second in this...
He's going to come second in the attack.
Yeah. Knight d4 tempo and no mate.
So material's equal here
That's
somehow?
queen e3,
We have
what?
like 37 isolated pawns. Yeah, but this is the kind of game they both like. Luke finally got the game that he liked, but he might not like it at the
Yeah.
end.
You wanted a mess, you got a mess.
Yep. Man, Arthur Shen, 9 decisive games.
Yeah, that's very impressive.
Man, I thought 7 out of 9 was impressive.
And Arthur
6
played
and a
knight
half,
d4,
but-
right?
What's that?
He played knight d4.
Who knows?
I think
Yeah, he
he's-
played knight d4.
Oh, he
Yeah.
played?
The best. And the computer is giving this monster plus. Plus 3?
Yeah.
The rook is trapped? Is that the reason? The rook might be trapped.
Yeah, there's a queen e3 coming.
Okay.
Tickle, tickle.
Yeah, it was really hard to play black this game. Guys
Yeah.
always checkmating you. That's
Queen
annoying.
e4 is probably the only move here.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun for white.
Yeah, Arthur won all his white games, I think.
That's correct. Yeah, he'll be.
He lost 3 black games.
Yeah, he'll be.
Well, this queen e4, queen e3 still, right? Or no?
I was going to
e4
play
please.
queen e4. Why can't I attack the rook some other way, like bishop c3, queen c3?
But if bishop c3,
Oh,
I
the
take on
knight's
F2.
hanging. Okay.
If queen c3, I take on f2.
And I have no tricks. Well, I probably have some tricks. I just can't find them.
Well, I don't know if I can trip the rook, but the pawn on e6 looks a little sick. Knight e6 coming, and wow.
Well, I think he has to.
There could be a knight f3 coming at some point where the knight attacks the rook.
Wait,
the
white
bishop
just
attacks the knight.
moves. That means
C-
black. Oh, black
C2
already
is-
played queen e4.
Okay.
And it
Oh.
looks like Arthur might have broken my rule.
What did you do?
What do you mean? How do you break my rule?
f3?
I think that's what it looked like he played from the way his arm
That's
moved.
probably the
Yeah, he
best
played
move.
f3.
Yeah. I was thinking of it too, but I can't say it.
Also good for white, but
Not the best.
well, I wonder what was the
No,
I think that's the best
I
move.
think it went up.
That's the
I
best
think it's
move.
better than the computer move. Yeah.
f3 best move.
Yeah, because
Second move, queen
computer
e3.
would never expect to move f3.
Okay, queen e3 and next.
Rook e1.
Yeah.
Then
Takes
queen
it.
f2. Oh, then you just
And
win
man,
the
when I take
house.
on e6, that's annoying.
Now, however,
No, this is Arthur looks really happy. Sometimes people look
Yeah.
happy.
I don't think you need the computer to
no,
judge
here
this
it's really
position.
easy.
No, 6 wins and 3 losses
Yeah.
is incredible.
Did he resign or what?
No, like, he wouldn't
Resign, come on. This is.
Oh, there was like a big
oops,
gesture
oops,
there.
oops,
That's what
Jadoub.
happened.
Wait, what happened?
Back 15.
Oh, this is the same game?
Yes.
Wait, I didn't do anything. Wow, the computer got mad at me again.
No,
Yeah.
maybe in the game they went back 15 moves.
Yeah, that's likely.
Luke asked for a take back. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, a second chance.
Wow, what happened?
Wait, what are we looking at here?
Oh, that's what I got.
Oh, he played queen
Queen
d5.
d5.
Yeah,
but
but
now
I,
the knight can move. No. The knight can just do
Yeah,
something.
well, I mean, Arthur's going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah, technique is impeccable.
He is up a million now.
Although I can't. Here we go. Good. Yeah, the computer went crazy because it didn't like queen d5.
Wait,
Knight
now,
somewhere, is that the point?
Yeah.
well, now it says only one move. Only one good move here.
Yeah.
Queen f4. Only move.
What? Whoa, I don't think he'll see
That
that.
attacks the rook
Only
and
move.
defends the knight.
I don't think he'll see that one, to
No?
be honest.
Well, otherwise, where are you going with the horse?
Yeah, he's threatening rook takes knight.
What is the time? How much time is
Yeah,
it?
he has plenty of
15
time.
minutes.
15
Yeah.
minutes.
No, you
Queen
don't.
f4
The
is
guy
really
won every
obvious.
game with white. Obviously, he's going to make the winning move with white. If he was black, he would make it. Man, was Arthur losing to current on.
Yeah,
And then he
that
won.
was eons ago.
And then he was drawing, and then he won. Yeah.
He dropped a pawn, I think.
Yeah, and then
Wait, but how do we?
anyway, he did something really quickly. It looked like queen f4.
Queen f4.
Oh, wow.
That's what it looked like.
looks like
With
it.
not any thinking at all.
No, come on. I mean, you're about to lose a knight. The knight is not really going anywhere. Can easily defend it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Luke saw that.
yeah, Luke is in some trouble here. Luke is looking.
There
at
it
the
is,
corner.
queen f4.
Yeah.
And you play rook d2 to get an active rook, and then the guy eventually takes it.
Okay, so rook f2.
Queen queen e3, rook h2.
I don't have any checkmate. I deserve to have a checkmate somewhere.
Well, I'm curious what happens if rook f2, queen e3, rook h2, knight e6, or queen something e6,
Ooh, knight e6.
or even queen e6. Everything is looking massive.
Queen e6.
Yeah.
Yep. It's looking bad. And also the time
Is that-
situation's looking bad for Luke also.
Are we missing something here?
He was only lucky Luke in one game this
But he wants
tournament.
to play rook d3 as the first move. Are you serious?
For black here?
Rook
No.
d3?
No.
Rook d3?
No.
Or
No, look at this. Don't tell me no.
No.
rook d3?
I'm serious. And if pawn takes e5 to ruin the structure.
Maybe he'll find
Oh,
out.
then if CD e5?
Yeah, that's the point. But if rook
Man, if he
f2,
plays rook d3,
He deserves...
there should get some kind of prize. Yeah, he played
Yeah.
rook f2. I see his rook on f2.
queen e3 and rook h2 and knight takes e6, and it's like +6.
That's a pity. He should have spent more time.
Yeah, he should have played rook d3. How could he miss that? No, but that's really good rook d3. That's how you know when somebody's cheating. When they play rook d3, e5, caught. It's recommended by Borislav Ivanov, rook d3, exclam.
You bring the wonder.
He's like, come on, obviously rook d3, e5, come on. That's
totally
funny.
human move.
Yeah, exactly. So he played rook f2?
And now queen e3 is correct? Or?
Yeah,
Yeah, and now queen e3 and take on e6, and it's over.
yeah. And Arthur is very strong in those positions.
Yeah?
Oh yeah,
When it's +6?
yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to see if there's going to be a playoff.
Queen e3, rook h2.
Queen e3, rook h2.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be a playoff.
Uh-huh.
Black's still better. Well, they're equal, but black's better.
Okay, he has to play knight. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I think white's struggling. I think if queen c3, which seems normal, black may play. Ah, but then that takes away the score for the knight.
I thought it was going to go knight c3.
Yeah, but I was afraid of some check. But maybe it's okay, yeah.
I got to do something about rook.
No, yeah, it's
e4
true.
then.
It's just nicer to have black here.
Yeah.
Computer doesn't care, but we care.
Computer says knight c3?
I don't know.
Yeah, computer doesn't care about these positions.
But knight c3 seems like a natural, though. We are here.
And queen e3, rook h2 was played in Arthur's game.
Yeah, knight c3 it says, unequal. Knight c3 only.
So
means
Chandra has a
unequal.
more pleasant position,
Right.
and Arthur has a much more pleasant position. So he'll go
Definitely.
100% with
Winner.
white, 4 out of 4, and then 2 out of 5 with black.
Wow. Impressive.
Is that true? Was he 5-0 with white?
Yeah.
And 1 out of 4
No,
with black.
no, he drew number 9.
Who?
Arthur.
He got number 9?
Yes.
Okay, so he's 4
he-
whites.
Oh.
Man, so in the first 8 rounds, he had 3 whites. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's rough, I tells you. Man, 9 decisive games, and 1 out of 3, and finish with 5 out of 6.
Well, with the upcoming potential playoff, we're going to let Jeffrey rest a little bit
Okay.
and prepare for
And if
whatever
there is
he
a
needs to do.
playoff, we'll guarantee you it's at 5, even though we'll guarantee anything you want. Does that sound right? 5
It's
o'clock?
5. They said 5, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you might want to get here before 5, yeah? There
sure.
could be all kinds of...
Yeah. So thank you, Jeffrey, for
Communications.
joining us, and congratulations for another very superb
Nice
victory.
finish.
Thank you.
And yeah, right now you're in the lead, waiting to see how Chandra is going to do.
Mhm.
Yeah,
And,
this is my first lead of the tourney.
Let's see what?
First
My
time he's
first
been in the
First
lead.
lead. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. That's
So
right.
if it's a double forfeit, you're all set.
So now it's really exciting to see how Akshat is going to do.
Yeah, he's the leader in the clubhouse. If Akshat blunders and loses,
That's right.
it could be all over.
Okay. So thank you, Jeffrey, and we shall see you at the playoff if there is one, or at the closing. Thank you again.
Or both.
Or both.
And he
so,
played queen
well, he played
C3.
Queen C3. I have a feeling that this is going to be frowned upon,
Yeah.
at least slightly, by the computer.
Well, he's doubling on the 3rd rank.
Yeah, the computer says black F5, and black is much better.
He looks like he's playing F5. Look at his arm.
Uh-oh.
That's F5. Yep, that's an F5 move. Yeah, you can tell.
And that's an
Yeah.
F5. F5 was
Yeah.
played.
Usually when I look at my students' eyes, I know what move they're going to
How
play.
could you allow this move, for
Yeah.
the love of God?
No, he didn't think of that. Black was defending and solid in F6 and didn't think of black playing
That
aggressively.
is a real unpleasant break.
Yeah. That's a point break.
As a matter of fact, isn't this going to win a pawn? Or as my students say, win a pond?
Yeah, might win a pawn.
It might win a pond.
Yeah, if you play E5, I play F4.
That's
Or are you going to play Rook F3 then? Yeah, maybe you're okay.
E5 to play?
Yeah, E5, F4, Rook F3, Bishop C6 is annoying. Yeah, that queen and bishop, they just crushed the queen and knight, Aviv. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, it's a rarity, I know.
It proves the rule.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that F4, E5, F4, Rook F3, Bishop C6.
Yeah.
And Rook takes F4, difficult.
Yeah, getting
Queen
mate
takes
is tough.
G2, yeah. Life is
No,
not.
F5, and with 2 minutes and change left,
Wow.
seizing the initiative. By the way, that's one of my corollary rules.
Yeah,
F6 no good, F5 good.
yeah.
Yeah, I like F5. Yeah.
So 2 squares good, 1 square no good.
Yeah, he improved upon F6.
Star.
Yeah. Wow, and he played E5? Or you played E5? Okay,
No,
you
I'm
played
playing.
E5.
This is
yeah.
just, I'm looking
Yeah,
at the
what kind of
variations.
move is
That's it.
that? Yeah,
That's the move you suggested.
exactly.
What kind of a move?
Boy, so if Chandra wins, we'll have to do less work.
Well, we'll see what happens. He still hasn't
It's
won.
amazing
but
the
he's
two highest
definitely
rated
taken
players
over.
and they never lose.
Yeah. Well, Chandra was very close
Yeah,
several
they try
times.
to lose, but they can't do it.
Yeah, Jeffrey was very close against Rufang Lee.
Mhm.
Now Chandra is sensing that he's taking over.
Well, this game might end soon. Arthur Shen played knight takes E6.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's a lot of good moves in a row.
Yeah, Arthur is
Knight
playing
d4,
very
queen
forcefully.
f4,
Gotta
queen
tell-
e3, knight e6. Yeah.
And look how all the white pieces are working together.
Yeah. Now this
Wow,
is looking
really
good for
scary.
white.
Really scary. I mean, look at the difference. 2 rooks on the file, concentrating at g7, h6, f6, the bishop, the knight, the queen, everything is together. And the black pieces are just, somebody just put them on the board for a picture,
And
right?
10 minutes extra just in case.
Yeah. Yeah, so Luke, I think Luke's going to say thank you that the tournament is over.
Yeah. Wow, Arthur Shen,
Arthur
9
is deep in
decisive
thought.
games.
And he is thinking very seriously because it's his move, or because
Yeah,
it's the
black
opponent's
just
move?
played queen f5.
Oh, queen f5.
Threatening queen c2 with mate. Maybe he'll miss
Well,
it.
that's not going to happen.
No? Okay.
Well, now the numbers have gotten
Yeah, it looks like,
big.
I'm thinking knight d4 is a
Wow,
good move.
queen takes h6 check.
Yeah, you can do it.
You can do it.
You sure?
The
Are you
computer says
positive?
so. What is going on there?
Knight f8 and rook g7 mate. Yeah, that'll do it. So after
Takes,
rook
takes,
check. You can't play knight
check,
takes rook because it's
pin.
illegal. So and then after
Knight
knight
f8,
f8,
and
looking
checkmate.
like checkmate. Looks like checkmate.
But that's the kind of things you either see in the second or you might not see, right?
Yeah, but he's going to see it.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Positive?
Yep.
All right.
No, he has to look at what happens on this. Are there like 5,000 pieces on g7? Are there enough?
5,000.
I think there's a lot of pieces on g7.
Yeah, but he's going to go
Yeah.
knight h7 after queen h6, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
He must block with the horse.
Knight h7.
And now?
Yeah, because if every move, let's see, this is still, I can't play every move check because queen c2 is going to be
How about
mate.
just knight takes f8?
It's made. Queen
Oh,
c2
sorry,
mate.
forgot about
yeah,
that.
you got to stop getting mated. This might be why he
I haven't
doesn't play
studied
it.
it. What do you mean
This
stop
might
getting
be
mated?
why he doesn't play it too.
Well, I mean, there's just about a million moves here, such as queen back to defend.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, knight h7 only move.
Yeah.
I still want to mate somehow.
You want to mate?
Yeah, like queen takes knight. I can't do it, but I want to do it. So what is this thing after queen h6, knight h7?
Queen c1, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, I might not play it if I see that line. I might just
Yeah, with many threats on the g7
I
pawn.
might just defend anyway. But yeah,
Yeah.
queen h6, he'll play it.
Well,
He's obviously
alternatively-
looking at it. You can look at his head.
Listen, the second best move, rook c1, is +3 for white, but man, I'd hate to play a move like rook c1 if I don't have to.
I like after queen h6, knight h7, queen c1, the rook on g6 is defending the knight, which it's not
That's
doing
right.
now. I like
That's
that.
right. And g7 is attacked a billion times.
Yeah, he'll play it. He's looking at it. Look at his head. Yeah, and he played it.
And he played it.
Yeah.
Star
No, you can
Arthur.
look. You can look and tell he's going to play
Look
it.
how many moves. And
Knight
knight
h7
h7
instantly. Yeah, and then queen c1.
Man, Arthur is impressive with me today.
Yeah, and here comes queen c1 quickly. Look at him. He was going to play. He's like,
Right,
I'll take
right.
my time.
Let's see,
He's
let's
got a lot
see
of
where he
time.
wants to go.
Yeah.
Wow.
Man, no wonder he has 9 decisive games. He's
I
not
just hope
kidding
he doesn't
around.
confuse the move
When
order
I-
and go knight takes f8.
When I'm playing, I'm kidding around, but he's not kidding around when he's playing.
He's not kidding around.
Yeah. Yeah, his brother didn't want to see him hang a queen, so he left.
I'm really happy I suggested, I theorized that he's going to win all 9 games.
Yeah.
If only you have done the same.
Mike Kummer getting a closer look at queen h6. That's his kind of move.
Yeah.
Yeah, normally they make fun of me at the chess club because my style is a little staid. But about 2 or 3 years ago, I'm playing Joel Benjamin in the U.S. Championship. And I just pushed all my pawns forward.
Attacked him,
E4,
murdered
F4, G4, H4. Mike Kummer's like, what, who's this guy?
Is that known as the game of the Mongols?
Yeah, okay, I won. And yeah, it's Mike Kummer's favorite game because I didn't play in my own style. I played the crazy style. Yeah. So
you
Mike
became-
Kummer, queen h6 check.
So you became the hero.
For Mike Kummer, of course. Yeah. Then I went back to my usual. Yeah. So Arthur Shen's going to win. Jeffrey Xiong won.
And Queen C1 played, of
and
course.
Akshat Chandra is looking good.
Wow. So we might have the triumvirate just winning and
Yeah, maybe
deciding
we're
first,
gonna have
second place,
first, second, and
first,
third.
second, third places
Yeah.
without any further action.
So after F5, what happened? I wonder, still thinking?
Nothing happened.
Yeah. He's like, F5, that looks like a good move.
Yeah.
Why did my opponent
He's
play
running
that?
out of time, but he has 7 minutes to make 7 moves and, of course, the increment.
Yeah, but he's catching up on time now. Yeah, because Wonder had been thinking 5 minutes on this move.
That's right. And it's a good chance for Chandra to really analyze all the variations. Then when it's his move, he can just play it outright. Let's concentrate on Shen because I think he's going to win any second, right? Or
Yeah, he played Queen C1. And our charts aren't high enough to see how much plus he's ahead.
Yeah.
It's getting in like in the plus 10
He's already
territory, I
sitting
think.
comfortably knowing that the game
Yeah,
is
he
about
says,
to
look at
end.
my pieces. I'm up a pawn. What happened? 2 pawns.
2 pawns. He's up 2
Wow.
pawns. And how do you defend G7 exactly?
Yeah, not easy. H6 is coming. Knight F8 is coming. He played Knight F6,
Knight
I
back
think.
to F6.
So Queen H6, Knight H7, Queen C1. That's what I would do,
That
right?
would be the proper, of course. I
That's
think I
what
would
I
have done it because he's... Well, but actually Arthur has more time, so why do it?
They always do it.
Are you sure?
Yeah. No, he won't do it.
are you,
Only I would do it to my students.
So here my question is, and I'm serious,
Yeah.
can I take on G7 or it doesn't work?
I don't know, but I wouldn't do it.
You wouldn't do it? No?
No.
Okay.
I know it does work. Taking on F8. And then taking on G7, threatening Queen
Yeah, I
H6
guess.
check. Now that works.
What is the move they're suggesting? Oh, they're suggesting the computer says bishop takes F6, or knight takes G7, or knight takes F8.
Not Queen H6?
Wow.
Well, that's...
This
Very
is
few players in the world would play Queen H6, but I'm one of them.
This is like a yard sale. Every price
Everything
wins.
must go.
Everything must go.
All
Everything
black
wins.
pieces must go.
And he played something. What did he do?
He did. He's sitting there thinking.
Oh, I thought he moved.
No.
Are you?
Come on, play Queen H6, Arthur. You can do it.
Why would he want to do it when his opponent has less
Matt
time?
Larson would do it.
Even when the opponent has. But
he-
you see, he moved. Look,
You sure?
Bill Velati's clock is ticking.
Oh, he
so-
played Knight F8. That was the move that I liked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
this
'cause-
is a human move for resignation.
Yeah.
Yeah, who wants to play this position with black? You
By the
to
way,
be
I have a
talking about
question.
it.
I'm probably wrong. If Rook F8, oh, Queen H6, take, you have Queen H7. Okay. Why did it go down to 0 after Rook F8 on your computer? That didn't make any sense.
No.
Why did it do that?
And he resigned. He resigned.
Did he play Rook F8 then resign?
I'm under the impression that he played rook takes F, bishop takes F6.
Ah, okay.
That was enough.
So I could be wrong, and don't laugh at me if I am. Can I play Queen H6 here?
Hoorah, hoorah.
You hear me talking?
And check and mate.
Then you repeat,
A flashy game by Arthur.
and then
Very
you
interesting.
Then you play mate.
Wow, we want to see Arthur. We definitely want to talk to Arthur.
Arthur? Or
Arthur.
Wow.
Arthur.
Man, wow. What a brutal something. And we had 5 decisive games yesterday, and we have all decisive games today, and we might
Yeah.
have all decisive games.
Yeah, it's all
We
going
might.
towards victory.
If I had a pen, I could chuck, yeah.
Yeah. And you know the first line from the main song from the movie Arthur? It starts, Arthur does what he pleases.
Arthur does by
Or
Christopher
as it
Cross.
was- Yeah, exactly. And then this game, it sure seemed very
Yeah,
relevant.
Arthur.
Yeah.
So E5, F4
Arthur.
was played, and Awonder doesn't look very happy.
And E5, the rook moved, and he took on E5. Let's see what happened there.
Rook to D3?
Rook to D3.
That's what it says. And he took on E5 quickly.
Well, I think that
Yeah, and he's going to play Bishop
I have a
C6.
feeling that A Wonder is coming unglued.
Yeah, go see the computer evaluation. But Akshat playing instantly, and he's catching up on time. They're almost at the same
White
time
is
now.
down a ton.
Yeah, £2,000. That's a lot of money.
Wait a minute. What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, we haven't
Yeah,
gotten it.
E5. Yeah,
F4.
Rook D3.
Rook
Rook
D3,
D3 was
horrible.
really bad.
Yeah, we said that he couldn't.
Yeah, and
do
he
that,
took
and
on
now
he took on E5.
And that wasn't even the best. What
No,
did
that
he-
was the best.
What did the computer want him to
No,
do?
I wants him to do that.
He wanted to take a.
Yeah, of course.
Or Bishop C6 immediately also.
No, because then D5.
So he.
Now, if you take Bishop C6, you can't block the bishop. It's like resigns. If you
Yeah,
take
this is
Bishop
not looking
C6, you
good.
resign.
Thank you.
No, this is completely winning. Wow, we're going to see a lot of wins today.
Yep.
We thought
Rook-
there'd be playoffs, but then Wonder sort of drifted.
Rook F3
And
is
Akshat really
suggested.
showed his class. I mean, really played well in the middle game.
Yeah.
And once again, the queen and bishop just crushed the queen and knight.
Very difficult, yeah.
Yeah. I like when Jeffrey came in. Oh, it looks good for black. Computer said equal. He said, no, it's good for black.
Yeah.
3 moves later, it's really
Very
good for black. Yeah.
Yeah, of course, rook d3 was very helping.
Wow, amazing. 5 wins and 4 draws and 4 wins and 5 draws. That's a lot of not losing for the top players.
That's right.
And then we have the opposite, Arthur Shen, 6 and 3. Even more impressive.
Yeah, still a very fine result.
Yeah. Let's see if we have any more results in these games.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay,
The
that
games
game's
we
never
haven't
going to
touched.
end. That game's never
Whoa,
going to
there's
end.
like a rook ending somewhere, or did I imagine?
You imagined.
All the way in the end.
Yeah, you imagined.
This one. We have Michael Bodak against...
Man, that game's never going to end.
No, but wasn't he much better before?
He's much better here.
It's 3 against 2
Yeah.
on the same side.
Yep. That game's never going to end. So
Wow.
d5. Okay.
Wow.
And what do you know? Rook takes a4.
So I think that the game is going to be a draw. I don't see a way to win a position like this. Come on.
This could be worth several $100s in prize money.
Yeah, but that's just going to be...
Don't you know the game Ponomaryov Magnus Carlsen? 4 against 4 and he won.
yeah.
3 against 2 should be easy.
There are accidents, of course.
Yeah. This game's never going to end.
No?
We'll be here until the end of time.
No.
Also, I think this game's never going to end.
Oh, what happened here?
It's never going to end. Yeah, what did happen in Rufeng Li's game with Mika Bratton?
I don't know. Somehow it seems like white is having a lot of stuff.
Black's a pawn up,
And a
e2 is
superb
weak,
minor.
and black has a bad bishop on b6.
Wow.
And there we go. Still like black.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see what Compy
The
says.
pawn on e2 is weak, black's a pawn up, black's king is safer. But yeah, probably draw with correct play. If white had another pawn, then it would be okay.
All zeros.
Yeah. But that game will never end. None of the games will ever
Yeah,
end.
this game will take a while, I think.
Yeah.
And we're having a picture of
Picture in
Rufeng
picture.
Li
The game that will
against
never
Mika
end.
Bratton. Very interesting game there. Black is up a pawn, but of course white has a very strong knight on d5, and his queen has penetrated all the way to c6. And now back to the studio. We are hosting another seemingly a regular guest, Arthur Shen. Welcome back to us, Arthur.
Hello, Eve.
And Ben's prediction of 9 decisive game came to fruition today.
Finally.
Yeah.
Yes, now it's
We had to wait till
undisputed.
round 9 was over.
If there was a fighting chess prize, I
Can you
think
make one?
we can ask about
After the
it.
fact,
A retrospect.
then Mika Bratton gets it?
Yeah. So Arthur, today's game looked really, really powerful. It looked like this
Yeah.
is something. If I was a guessing man, I would say that this is the hidden Victor file.
No, this was my file. Victor,
This is your
Victor
file?
Victor gave me some stupid F3 move.
I
But
remember
decided to
that.
I decided to play a good move this game.
Well, F3 is pretty stupid, I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is.
So,
So-
you play King B1, now you're talking. Is
Yeah.
this still your prep?
Yeah, this
Does
is the
your
main,
prep,
this
does
is
your prep
actually the main
ever
line.
end? Does your
Yeah,
prep
it's
ever
ever-
end?
No, the whole game was prep.
Okay. Well, tell us when the prep did end.
Yeah, King B1 is actually the main line. I thought this. I know this is like the computer gives like zeros here after you let it run long enough, but like
Yeah, it looked like it was more fun for white.
I can't understand why anyone would want to play this way. This looks.
And we really frowned at the move
Ridiculous.
Queen B6.
Queen
it still
B6
prep?
is
Is it
still
good?
the best
It's
move.
good? And
you
according to
played
the
this
computer.
pretty
Is it
quickly.
really?
Yeah.
And
Otherwise,
after 95?
well, I mean, what do you play besides Queen B6? It's hard
Yeah,
to
I don't
suggest a
know.
move.
There's a tough, don't put me on
I'm
the
playing Rook
spot.
G1, and if you can't have E6 hanging.
I
after
really hate
F5.
when black castle. I mean, when I'm looking at games and my students castle kingside as black in this position, it's pretty gutsy.
Yeah, I mean, I never understood.
But Queen
why
B6 somehow seemed to disconnect the queen from the rest of the board. Now 95 so strong.
I mean, this was. I still kind of hazily remember this.
This is
Takes.
still the
Takes,
prep?
takes, and
Yeah, and
F4.
here my prep was E takes F6, but during the game I was wondering why I can't trap his knight for knight C3.
That was another
the
dilemma.
computer said Queen A6.
Yeah, Queen A6 is what I thought he was gonna play.
Right.
And I know knight A6 is. I think Wayne Jones played that, if I'm remembering
Mhm.
right. But like I didn't. It was kind of hazy in my head, so I tried to maybe hung a piece. I don't know.
It's funny. We had a person hanging out here a few months ago, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I play chess, and my husband's really good, and I'm here in town visiting." And I said, "Who's your husband?" And it was Dwayne Jones.
Oh really?
So yeah, his wife was here visiting some relatives or friends in St. Louis. And I said, "Yeah, your husband's pretty good." Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a bad chess player.
Okay, so
yeah, knight c3. I feel like has to be the right move, but I believe it was my preparation. I think it ended here. Like Nagy recommended knight c3, and he was just like,
Who recommend?
Nagy.
The Stanford student, and he plays chess also.
I think he plays chess.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's just the idea is just keep the pieces on, and I think
it looks like you got a big attack, and he was defending.
I think he had to play king f7 instead of king h8.
Wow, king f7.
I mean, it guards e6. I can never get my knight to e5.
That's the safest.
I mean, maybe.
I was thinking about the game Carlsen. Who was that? Who was his opponent? Aviv. What?
I was just
who did Carlsen checkmate in a few years ago? I was quoting
Sipke Ernst.
Yeah, it looked like Carlsen Ernst, except you didn't sack a piece.
With the
from White
resacked everything.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Okay, so king f7 is.
Wow.
I mean, but after king h8, I thought I'm just going to mate him eventually.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, you're pretty right.
Yeah, bishop c1 was there.
Yeah,
everything
I thought
was.
this was simplest. Just put the bishop on
And
b2.
we thought
Computer wanted to play f3 knight e4 here.
That's what I wanted to do at first too, but then I thought he plays something. I forget what.
When we saw queen e3 c4, we thought that maybe you went the wrong way, but
yeah, Jeffrey
after the long thought that was a good move.
Jeffrey after the game told me after knight takes h5 is a draw.
In this position.
Yeah, and I was like,
really?
He said his computer told him. I don't know.
Oh.
I thought I made him in like a million different ways after knight takes h5. So
That's only a computer.
But you're not overconfident.
No, I think I'm being reasonable.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, knight takes b5 I thought was
Yeah, you said the computer didn't like bishop f8.
Right.
But always played bishop f8.
Yeah. So
Except when you.
Except here when it loses by fours.
Yeah.
Knight b5, that was nice.
CB3.
What the computer wants you to do here?
Rook h6.
Yeah, computer wanted rook h6. Because if pawn takes queen g8 mate is good.
Yeah, no, I looked at this. I thought he could play king g8.
Yeah, and then take on b3.
And then take on b3?
Yeah, and then you...
Because I didn't see why I had to, because I can always play
yeah.
rook h6.
Oh, here's why you have to. Not that you have to.
Oh.
But after this, it wanted to play e5.
Yeah, no, e5 is what I thought he was going to play. And I was like...
Yeah, now you can't play rook h6 now.
I missed this when I played knight takes b5. But like when he played c3, I realized while he's thinking... I was like, I can just play knight c3 here though, and like I'm still have to.
No, obviously I'm taking white all day.
I mean,
just a question of +2, +3, +4. Yeah. Yeah, rook d2 isn't good, and you played perfect to refute it. Every move. In fact, in this position, it said queen f4 was the only move.
Well, yeah. Right. Otherwise, how do I protect my knight?
Yeah.
I mean, I actually missed something because I thought he had to play queen d5, but I think he can play queen e3. Because I thought when I calculated, I thought rook e1 trapped his queen, but he has queen f2. Probably the endgame is still.
Man, if your knight gets to e6, that looks pretty
actually,
good.
no, endgame is just winning.
Looks pretty good, yeah.
Yeah,
although better than what he did.
Yeah, probably better than what he did. Because here, this is just simple. I put knight e6.
Yep, and it said queen h6.
Queen h6 is.
And queen c1. This is
New Jersey and move.
Oh, I want to tell you the computer line. If you ever want to know if somebody is cheating,
okay.
If you ever want to know, okay, this is when they're cheating. The computer move here for black
rook d3
is rook d3. So if your opponent ever plays rook d3, then you call the director over and say, look, and this is the idea.
Okay, that's.
And obviously it's still good for white,
yeah,
but that's the best. That's the best.
Okay.
Yeah, because this was already saying +6.
I did miss rook d3.
Yeah, +6 is good.
Yeah, +6 is always nice.
Yeah. And now you missed the professional queen h6 and back
I was
to
gonna
c1.
play queen h6 check, but
he has less time.
But I'm doing commentary. Come on, dude. Yeah.
But I saw the win.
Knight g7 is also good.
It was 10
Bishop
minutes to
f6 is good. Every move's good.
I mean,
like really good.
Probably like
+7 and more. Every move.
Yeah, literally every move wins. I think.
Yeah.
But here, like I wanted to play bishop takes f6.
And after rook takes, you were going to play queen h6.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. But he resigned.
He didn't let you.
Yeah.
That was disappointing.
That was brutal.
I mean, I got the type of position I like, and like straight out of the opening too. Like he just gave it to me, so I was kind of surprised.
So not to hit a sore spot, but we'll talk about it anyway. What happened yesterday? How was that game for you?
I mean,
obviously it didn't end well.
It didn't end well. Yeah, he just outplayed me. I think. I mean, he's a stronger player than I am, and I liked my position at one point. I thought maybe I didn't have quite enough compensation, but the computer says I do for the pawn. I sacrificed / blundered. I did hang a pawn, unfortunately.
Well, if you win, it's a sacrifice. If you lose, it's a blunder.
Yeah, so, and like I thought the computer says I have enough compensation, but I didn't follow up.
Yeah, but during the game, you felt like darn.
No, like, I was okay with my position. I mean, I have activity and like, I don't know. And
Well,
then
he played
I
a lot of good moves, like when he played D4, that was the computer move letting you come in. You know, Queen H1.
Yeah, D4 was like, he had to see that from when he played Bishop E3 too.
Yeah.
So like that's.
So
he played very
it's
well.
funny, the position, this is actually hilarious. Like, computer was saying equal a few moves ago, and when it said equal,
What happened?
Jeffrey's like, no, I like black a lot, and then black was winning like 5 moves later.
What happened? I liked the Wonder's position at one point.
Right. Well, Wonder was slightly better.
I thought,
Like,
he was
here he's already worse,
No,
probably.
yeah, this position doesn't look so fun.
Yeah, and Queen
he
C3 is a really bad
must play
move.
knight
After
C3.
F5, he's in trouble.
Yeah.
And then after Rook D3, he's lost.
Okay.
And then we stopped looking here. I think if you take Bishop C6, just wins.
Yeah.
So we stopped here, and then
did
you
something
won,
else?
and we were looking at your game. Oh, he did take. Hey, now we get to see what he did here.
G3. Yeah, whenever you have to play G3,
Oof.
you're
Ooh.
not going to be happy. Jeffrey won, I guess.
Yeah, Jeffrey won. Yeah. Okay, I see the threat. Wow. Always play Bishop F1. It's going to come to fruition.
And this is move 40 as well, right?
And that's
So-
move the 40th move.
Yeah.
And I
And
believe
Wonder looks really unhappy, and Akshat looks really happy. So we were having a discussion. I don't know if you know the answer. He found the answer from our producer. If there was a tie for first, and there was some playoff for the U.S. Championship, do you know if you guys split the money, or you're playing for the money also? Did you know that?
pretty sure you split.
That's not what
That's
he was
what I
told.
said.
Yeah, I thought
But
no.
then
I thought
my
you get the
little
money.
bird-
Really?
Yeah, I think you get the money. Yeah. So it looks like there won't be a playoff, but if there had been, that's a serious playoff.
Yeah, well.
That's some blitz chess. In the U.S. Women's Championship, I believe in 2003, there was a 3-way tie for first, and it was like 12,000 first, 6,000 second, like 4,000 third, and they were playing for the money.
They were playing for the money.
And it was like game in 25. Yeah.
They shouldn't do that. That's just mean.
Well,
Can you play Queen takes D1 here?
man, speaking of mean, yeah, he played Queen C1.
Can you play Queen takes D1? Or
That's
am I
too
missing
easy.
something?
Man, the computer is suggesting
Queen takes D1's pretty good.
any move.
Literally any move, probably.
Queen
but
F3
Queen takes D1
wins,
seems the
G5
most human.
wins, Queen takes D.
G5.
Exclam.
Queen takes D1 is the human move to force resignation too.
No, well, Wonder does not look happy.
Well,
I mean, Queen
Yeah.
D1 is just.
No, there's something that Akshat and I understand that we're trying to give Aviv a lesson in, the Queen and
Yeah.
Bishop versus Queen and Knight. You know, but
Oh, yeah.
What doesn't Aviv know?
no, he thinks the Queen and Knight. He loves the Queen, but the Queen and Bishop is,
Queen and Bishop is.
yeah.
Here he took
Just
it.
as good.
He took on D1.
No, more than
Bishop
just
and
as
Knight are the
good.
same, right, Aviv? So I figured Queen
Depends
and
where.
Queen, you know.
I can show you a position where you're gonna like the bishop and others you like the knight.
Actually, I
Oh,
think,
okay.
was it yesterday when, was it Rufang Lee
Yeah.
with the Queen and Knight against Curran
Yeah,
Han?
tore him to
But
pieces.
that wasn't fair.
Yeah, it's always never fair when the right side is.
Yeah, Queen takes D1,
And we're expecting A Wonder to offer his hand in resignation and crown.
and we're going to have a new
champion.
U.S. Junior Chess Champion with $6,000 first. It looks like you won $3,000, so I'll congratulate you.
Thank you.
Is that right? You're clear third,
Congratulations,
yeah?
Arthur.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
I
If
mean,
the-
yeah, I won, so.
You've won $3,000 many times.
For my brother, but he never pays me. We make
Nice.
bets.
No, I'm talking about not the Mike Kummer kind of bets. I mean in chess tournament. Is this your biggest cash prize?
Yeah. I actually don't win money very much, so. I win like the local quads. I win
Until
like
now.
$20.
Oh, you get some money
Yeah,
there, yeah.
So
Well, if you
I-
hang around till Friday, you can win $36. If
I
you
got
can
an
win
email
financial
from your
prizes.
dad, Dong Ming, saying that he is going to allow you to be a pro now.
He is, really.
Yes, now you can become a pro.
But I want to be happy in life.
And he
so I'm not gonna do
resigned.
that.
We
Yep.
have a new champion,
The game's over.
and that means
Yeah.
Arthur that as much as we liked having
Looks
you in
pretty
the
calm,
studio,
Akshat,
I
yeah?
have to leave.
we might have
No,
to
no,
go
don't
on.
leave yet. But
Oh,
he
no?
looks pretty calm for just winning.
Yeah,
Going to the U.S. Championship,
well,
6,000.
professional as always.
Yeah.
And we are going to have Akshat Chandra, the new
We are?
2015. What do you mean we are?
Yeah.
The new 2015 U.S. Junior Champion.
He's
with
got
us
his
in the
secret
studio
stuff in
very
there?
shortly.
Yeah, we don't know what it
Yeah.
is.
We don't know, but yeah.
I know what it is. It's 5 wins and 4 draws. That's what it is.
I wish I had 5 wins and 4 draws.
No, you don't wish you had 5 wins.
I wish I had 6 wins
What's
and,
Yeah,
in the
because you already
pouch?
had 6
and
wins.
less losses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it is.
overall, all kidding aside, a great tournament.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is probably the best tournament I've ever had.
That's
Wow.
right.
And Jeffrey and
Or
Akshat,
close.
no losses, amazing. And you got 5 out of your last
And I'm
6.
pretty certain that after 3 rounds, you never would have guessed.
No, I predicted all of this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Only in New
Yeah, we have
Jersey.
3 decisive games.
Only in New Jersey.
No,
and
but with
Wisconsin.
Aviv, this is 8 decisive games in a row. 5 yesterday, 3 today.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
not
bloody last
over
2
yet.
rounds.
and it's not over yet. It's not. We don't.
And
done
first,
with
second,
that.
and third are decided.
Yeah,
Is Rufang going to win? Or?
he looks good.
That game's
I mean, I
never,
thought he was completely winning.
that
on the
game's never
opening,
going to
but-
end.
But now
Oh,
White
this
gets a
doesn't
lot
make
of
it fun.
competition.
It said it was all zeros like 3 moves ago.
That's right, because White got his pieces.
So
active.
somehow it's like, How does bishop end up on b6? That looks wrong.
Yeah, he played bishop
D8
G5 to
and took on
H6.
B6.
Actually, he went back to D8, then back to B6. He was on B6 twice.
Something went wrong.
Just where you wanted. Well, black's a pawn ahead. E2
I mean,
is a
I'd
little
probably
weak.
rather be black, but
Yeah.
still.
Well, queen and bishop against queen and knight.
Yeah, but Aviv knows that.
That bishop is fantastic.
Yeah, you see, up a pawn, even up a pawn, and the computer says 0. Imagine if there wasn't a pawn. How dominating the knight would have been. My God. Look at that bishop on b6. Is that a pawn or a bishop on b6? The computer is very generous, giving you equality
I
with
would
your
rather do
extra
white.
pawn.
Actually, no, I'd rather have a pawn. I'm not really sure.
Yeah?
I don't know, this position's... looks
You don't like this
Not
position. It
very
looks
exciting.
sort of
miserable,
equal.
miserable for both sides. So.
Yeah. One is missing a pawn, the other one has a...
Now, does white have winning
bishop.
chances in this drawn endgame?
Michael's going to try
Heck
forever.
no.
Yeah?
Michael loves doing that.
Yeah, okay, anybody would have
So
continued,
it's
but I think
massaging.
it is just...
It's funny he played f3. You should never play f3. It's like trapping his own. It's like trapping his own pieces. there.
Listen, at the end of the day, this is going to be nothing. He's going to go g4, king g3, and
I mean, you probably have to play
smile,
F3 anyway.
handshake.
Smile, handshake.
Yeah, not every game is going to be decisive today.
Ah, well.
So once again, congratulations, Arthur, for a solid, third place in the tournament. Very good. You brought round to our mutual
Jersey?
state, yeah, to Jersey. And I know the victor is already on the way back.
Yeah, he says goodbye to you both, by the
Yes,
way.
I know. We got this message. I'm assuming he's not getting a percentage because he left early.
No, he's getting nothing.
Nothing.
That's a
I
percentage.
might let him sleep in a bed. He's been sleeping
I've-
on the couch for the past
That's
couple
the
weeks.
percentage. It's 0%.
0%, and I have an idea. Give him the fall on the Karo Khan.
Yeah,
This
he
was
can have
more
that one.
convincing than the F3
I don't know
variation.
what that after nonsense he showed me was, but I like this one more. So.
Okay, all kidding aside, a nice a shout out to Victor Shen, Arthur's brother. Yeah, always a good friend. Yeah. So thank you, Arthur. Again, congratulations. And soon we are going to have Akshat Chandra in the studio, and we are going to congratulate our newly crowned 2015 U.S. Junior champion with an impressive score, also undefeated.
This isn't the 1989 U.S. Junior Championship?
Say again?
This isn't the 1989 U.S. Junior Championship?
In your mind, maybe.
Well, that's the one I tied for first.
That's the one. Oh, really?
Yeah.
And here we have a
Oh,
nice
you're
caption
right.
already ready. 2015 Junior World Champion Akshat Chandra, and he is en route to our
Can I ask you
studio.
a question? A serious question.
Yes.
Before the round, what 3 results did I predict?
The 3 that happened.
Yep, and I predicted 2 draws in the other 2 games.
I told you. Well, after yesterday's
Yeah,
debacle.
I might be 5 for 5 again.
What do you mean again? After yesterday's debacle.
2 days ago, I was 5 for 5. I
Yeah.
took a day off.
So it's like you seesawing. One time you
I
guess
tried.
right. Then
Hey, if I get
wrong.
the 5 results right today with 3 wins and 2 draws, that's pretty good.
And I think it's time to make the disappear because we have him in the flash in the
Yep.
studio. He is looking very calm, but I don't think that inside he's very calm. Big congratulations to Akshat Chandra, our newest junior champion for 2015. Well, undefeated. With a little luck, maybe, but nonetheless with a lot
Win
of
the
very
last 2
impressive
rounds.
chess. Yeah,
I think my
strong finish.
I think my lucky game was against
Rufeng Li?
no, against Jeffrey, because with Rufeng I
Oh,
felt
yeah.
more like he got a
That's
winning position from his prep pretty much, and then
Right.
when he came out of his prep, I kind of evened up. Then I kind of fought
Right.
back,
Caught up
so-
with him and
so
outplayed
like
him.
the game with Jeffrey, I considered lucky instead of Rufeng because he was probably technically winning at one point, but he just had to be precise. But yeah, that game was probably my luckiest game in this tournament.
Yeah.
In
Bishop
terms of
F6.
because the roofing game was I was like,
Do you feel like he won at home and then
yeah,
you-
exactly.
when,
yeah,
it,
then-
when it was an even playing field, you outplayed him.
right,
so-
right, yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So when did your prep end in this game?
Like move 7 as usual.
Early.
Wait, where I put it on move 7?
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, I guessed good.
Because he's never
Yeah.
played this before, and okay,
Right.
it's getting a little annoying because like everyone's just playing knows I'm gonna play Paulson pretty
Mm-hmm.
much. So
But even 20 years
Okay.
ago, Peter Svidler used to put the bishop like this and develop like that, so it's not
yeah,
like
the
a new format.
old line is 95 H3 Bishop C5, but that's too. I wasn't prepared for it, so it's too
Ah, okay, so
complicated
you
to go.
played
So I just
this-
played something more solid. Yeah, I prepared this a month or two ago for another player in this other tournament I played.
Even
but-
up to here?
No, I couldn't remember. I knew there was something with Bishop D7 at one point, so, but I couldn't
Yeah,
remember.
this is where you thought quite a long time.
Yeah, because I thought EF4 he goes Knight D5 and it's
Right,
it
even in the
wasn't-
game,
That's right.
it was the computer was saying that he should play knight d5 here.
Here.
Yeah, Knight D5. Yeah,
It said white was a little better.
yeah,
I
Knight
think,
D5.
I think this is the line that the computer gave.
Yeah, that's what I was
And it said
calculating.
white's a little better.
Yeah, I felt like white was better
Yeah,
also.
and then I think during the game, white wasn't better at all. Also, it looks
So
like
G5
G5 just leads to a draw, but it's really crazy.
G5 looks so risky.
It's crazy, yeah.
I mean, it worked on the previous move. If I took on F4 instead of playing Bishop D7, I actually won a blitz game against Igor Kovalenko like that. So like EF4, Rook F4, G5, and he played Queen F2. But yeah, Queen H6 is the only move.
Queen F2 is not so good.
Yeah, he played the only move is Queen H6
Right.
and GF4, and then there's no E5 here. That's the difference. I can go Queen E5 after Queen F6. So
Yeah, and the game with the bishop on D7 and the rook on E1.
There's a
after
knight D5, of course.
After
Yeah,
E5,
yeah, of
it
course.
says
The
rook
bishop hangs on
E8.
D7.
oh, I didn't even see that.
Which is funny because the rook's on E1.
Oh,
and
I
it's still
see.
a draw somehow.
Oh,
guess
I
Queen
thought I was
G5 is
losing,
draw.
but it looked.
Yeah, rook
yeah.
E8's a funny move, yeah.
Yeah, I
We'll
thought I
show
was
the-
okay after Queen H5, but I was kind of surprised by Rook F6. It was a strong move, I guess. But yeah, I saw it in another line, but not really here.
So yeah, we thought you should play bishop E6 immediately, but then Jeffrey Xiong was telling us
Bishop
bishop E2 looks
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. Even the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still concentrating on the positional chess, we forgot to
So yeah, I mean, White's probably slightly better here, but as long as Black can consolidate, I think it's just equal. I just need a.
Rook F3 surprises just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I thought he'd go Rook F2
Yeah,
That's what
us
we were
too.
thinking
Yeah.
too, yeah.
to keep it on the dark square.
So the computer here said all zeros at some point,
Yeah, I
and
felt
Jeffrey
like.
just thought black was better.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was slightly better, even though the computer says even, but it's not so easy for White to play. You know?
Right, yeah.
Black can keep. Black
You
has
know,
the.
the,
Yeah,
Jeffrey's
exactly.
like, well, I have black here.
Yeah.
Right.
He
It's
should have
really
just
hard
kept
for
it
White.
simple.
Yeah.
So here.
I mean, it's probably equal, but like again, yeah, this
Yeah,
was.
here knight
Queen
C3.
C3 is a very bad move.
Yeah,
Probably
knight
losing.
Yeah,
Close to
Well,
losing.
Queen C3 is definitely a -1 already.
If knight
Yeah.
C3, do I go F5 maybe? I think F5's annoying.
And let's take a look at it.
F5 or D5, one of those moves I was calculating. Both look good. I think I'm just winning a pawn. Maybe I'm missing something. He's all pinned up right now.
Are you really winning a
Aviv
pawn?
refuses to cheat.
No, I'm curious because I didn't.
Why don't you cheat? Let's
If
let's
you're
do
curious,
it.
you can
Okay,
cheat.
they wanna
You
cheat.
got the game
Let's
right
do
there.
it.
Just go back a
Okay,
few
we
moves.
cannot
You already
refuse.
have the game. Just
We
go
cannot
back.
we cannot refuse.
You don't have to click it again. You're already there.
I'm already there.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. So we were thinking basically instead Queen C3 and then F5 is already, yeah.
Okay, so here we.
Yeah. So here it says it's equal.
Yeah, I felt like
The
knight
normal
C3 was the
here.
only move, but yeah, Queen C3 was
And
surprising.
then F5.
But I felt like I
Wait a
had
minute,
some
we'll see
pressure.
if it's
Either
F5,
F5 or
D5 or
D5.
something.
Oh, neither.
The computer
Wow.
says none.
Well, what happens
Because
if I play
after
F5?
this move, ooh,
What does it say?
Nothing
look at
happened.
this amazing change.
Nothing happened.
Ah,
Queen
Queen F2.
F2.
All right, if I go D5?
Instead of F5?
Wait, I need to
Yeah,
understand.
I
Queen F2.
probably would have. I probably
Oh,
was
Queen
considering
F2, there's a
D5.
mate tricky there. Oh,
Yeah,
nice,
I
nice.
see
nice.
that.
D5 instead?
Okay, so instead we're gonna go with the other break.
Why can't I take it?
And who's
If knight takes D5, rook E4?
right?
I can't see that far ahead.
Then, like, if something like Queen E2, Rook E3, Knight E3, Queen F4 wins a pawn, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I was calculating D5.
This is what he's saying for those of you at home that are not as quick. And the D4 pawn's hanging.
Uh-huh.
Man, that queen and bishop's tough.
Oh,
right? If
so
you-
D5 is a bad move? It's almost +2? Wow.
Well, let's see why.
Knight
Knight takes
D5?
D5.
And Rook E4?
yeah, rook
I don't
E4.
get
Is
it.
queen B4 a move?
Ah, yeah, that's
I don't know
true.
if it is. I'm just asking.
Yeah, Queen B4 has to be the move, yeah.
Yeah?
I think it's the only move, probably, yeah.
Sometimes I see something. Sometimes.
Yeah, Queen B4 has to be the move. Yeah, Queen
Valuation
B4 is the
didn't
move.
change, so yeah.
Yeah, wow, yeah. Okay, I missed that, but fortunately, he didn't give me a chance to make that blunder, but maybe
So
I
knight
would've done
C3
something
was
else.
reasonable for white. After queen
Yeah.
C3, F5, you were in total control.
Yeah, I think he missed the mating idea.
And rook D3, the thermometer fell to the ground. It really didn't like rook D3.
So what else does he do?
Yeah, it went from like -1 or 2 to like 1,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, we
But
can
what
do-
else does he do? He's just losing, right? Rook F3, bishop
Yeah, after
C6,
F5, I think he's just in trouble.
Yeah, because I think he missed that mating idea with
Yeah.
bishop C6.
You see the barometer?
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, not happy.
No, but
Because
already
after
it's falling apart.
Yeah, but yeah, you just lost the thread of the game completely. So I think
Yeah.
that by
You
then.
were really impressed with your queen and bishop, weren't you? What a good teamwork they did.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing how white has no way to defend G2
That's
Yeah,
right.
that
with
is
all those
funny. And
pieces.
And from quite
I
a
mean,
distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of strange almost, yeah. Yeah, I was tempted to play G3 and just take the pawn, but I didn't want to play up endgame, so I just said I'm going to finish it now, F3.
Well, that
You
pawn
did
was-
want to play the ending after rook takes F3. That endgame you did want to play.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
played
that
that
endgame I'll
endgame.
play.
Yeah, because then I have to, grind it out in a pawn up endgame. That's boring. So I felt like I was just promoting my force here. I didn't see how he defends.
That's always a nice finishing move. Queen takes D1.
Yeah.
I liked the way you played F5 and you were in some mild time trouble, but you sort of took over the game.
Yeah, I was in time trouble for like the last.
For the whole tournament?
Yeah, pretty much. But in this game, for the last maybe 15 moves or so, I was playing with less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, we calculated that the price, if you got paid by the hour, you didn't make that much.
We found out something interesting. We were thinking your game was looking equal and Jeffrey was winning. And if you tied and had your playoffs and all that kind of stuff, I said, Aviv, do they split the money? Or they all play for the money also? And he asked, and you don't split the money, they said.
No.
So you're also playing for
The
a
money,
few
I see.
$1,000s, so it's a good thing you won. Otherwise,
But that was a very
it could have
economical
been a
win.
travesty for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, we split the money, and they're like, no.
It would have been a shame because I've had at least a shared lead for the whole tournament, so then to lose it in the
No, in
last
fact, when
tournament-
you were still playing your game, Jeffrey's like, this is the first time I've been in the lead when you're still playing your
Oh,
game.
I see. Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah. So
That's a
big,
nice way
big
to
congratulations to our winner.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Well done.
2015
Thanks.
U.S. Junior Close Champion, Akshat Chandra, with an impressive result.
And the favorite next year in the championship, he's the first participant.
There you go.
The
He's the,
favorite.
yeah. We know at least one person is going to play. So, well, how do you feel that in the next spring, you might be playing the likes of So, Caruana, and Nakamura in one event?
And those are the weak players.
It's almost like the Sinkville Cup Junior.
Yeah, it'll be an incredible honor because I went into this tournament with the attitude like I want to win it because I want to play guys like Caruana and Wesley and Nakamura. So I wanted to win from the start. So I'm thrilled that I.
Well, you were
managed
first
to do
place
it,
from the
yeah.
start. You did a good job.
Well,
Thanks.
quite impressive, and you're going to have a heck of a spring next time. In the meantime, you can enjoy the generous prize for first prize, and yeah, wow, this is really, to win this tournament, it's really worth it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, by far, this is the most you've ever won, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And you're going to later enjoy your oversized novelty check, so that'll be good. It was a fun thing to
Yeah.
enjoy.
And I'm hearing that Tarun is now giving 2 thumbs up for your career as a professional chess player.
Oh, well,
Yeah, he
I'm
told me
joking.
earlier he
That
wants you to
depends,
quit
yeah.
school immediately.
Yeah, already they
depends,
took you
yeah.
out of school, and that's
Yeah.
it. You're
Withdrawn.
becoming
Yeah.
a chess millionaire. That's it. They
Yeah, you're flying
decided.
to Russia tomorrow. Did you know that?
Poor guy. Yeah. All those stories and inventions. Yeah. Okay, so with all smiles and a big prize and a nice seat to the U.S. Championship in 2016, we're going to thank Akshat Chandra, congratulate him one last time.
Thanks.
And while he's with us, we're going to take the last big break for the day. Please stay with us because there's still some exciting games. We want to see how the rest of the tournament ends. We'll be back in about 15 minutes. Please stay with Grandmaster Ben Finegold and with me, Aviv Friedman. And we're going to send Akshat on his merry way to celebrate his victory. Please be back. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer. Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
And welcome back to the conclusion of the last round of the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship, here from the beautiful Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. I'm with local legendary Grandmaster Ben Finegold. My name is Aviv Friedman, and this will be our last segment probably, as we have only one game left. Before we get to interview Mika Bratton, who is here with us close by in the studio, we have left you with a puzzle, very, very difficult puzzle.
Now, whose move is it here?
And yeah, there was a dilemma about how to solve this position. And of course, if we forget the common denominator, that these are puzzled by the players in the tournament, already a revealing stat in itself. It says black to move. However, some people need to change glasses, so yeah. So in this position, after some deliberation and realizing it's black to move, the correct move was found indeed King E7, checkmating the rook on F6. All of a sudden the rook is a bit trapped, and well, that kind of finds a quick end to the proceedings. Yeah, so Luke Harmon Velotti, and this is the same one except where there's a T omitted from his name. But that's just a small detail.
So is that the only game he won this
He has a lot of
tournament?
letters in his name. He can drop one and still be forgiving, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here he won conveniently in this game. And yeah, I'm sure you guys have solved it. Back in our studio, we want to take a moment, since we are close to the end of our show, and at the end not only of the segment, but the whole 9 days of programming. We would like to say warm thanks for our entire studio staff. And as you can see,
hey, who are those guys?
Yeah, the legendary Ben Finegold and myself are joined by an awesome group of the production team.
We have an awesome group and Ben Simon.
Exactly.
Wow.
In the middle is our able production manager, or whatever title they give him, but producer, I suppose, executive producer, sorry. A very able Ben Simon.
A legend really in his own mind.
A legend in our mind as well.
Yeah.
And we are joined by a bunch of people, and now we're back in the studio with Mika Bratton. And Mika, hi, welcome to the studio. We haven't seen you in a while. And you said very realistically, because the results haven't been that good this tournament. And I've seen you play before. I've seen you at our camps way before. And we know that you are definitely an able player. Just this tournament probably couldn't get with him, right? Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
What do you think the reason is? Do you think you didn't get your type of positions? Or maybe you got the players in the wrong pairing order. When they were hot, you get to play you. When they got cooled off, then they got to play other people.
I don't think it was luck or anything. I think after the opening, I just made a few bad decisions in several middle games. And when I had the advantage, it slipped to a dry, equal position, maybe even slightly worse. And when the position was equal, I drifted into a position that couldn't be saved.
Very realistic, Mika. Okay. I guess the luck bailout didn't work out. Okay, so it's very realistically admitting that, yeah, sometimes the tournaments like this, when you're better, instead of realizing it and just running with better position all the way to crowning victory, it ended up fizzled to a draw. When it was vice versa, instead of having a draw, saving a draw, it just went to the position where it was unsavable. You have been on the unfortunate side of several rook endings, right, with the material deficit that were just hard to save. So, and today was pretty interesting because Rufeng played one of the more aggressive variations, I think, in the English.
Have you faced this before? E5 and F5?
No. This is your
Have
first
you
time?
said you used to play this, Aviv?
I used to play it, yeah, with black mainly. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting weapon. And I don't remember facing bishop g5. I remember facing other moves, and then you get to play g6, bishop g7. But okay, the motif is very similar because, again, you get rid of the bishop. Now, I'm thinking to myself that normally I also play with white like this, but when the pawn is on c7 usually, or some difference, and then I like knight d2. But here, maybe, like Ben said, maybe trying to get the knight to d5 would have been...
yeah, but he basically did the same thing with the knights in the other order.
Yes, but those knights... those knights were very confusing. Somewhere in the middle
Yeah,
game,
exactly.
if you asked someone which knight is which, they would have failed that quiz.
I considered playing knight f1 to e3 around here. That was
Yeah, that's also
one thing
same idea.
Yeah.
But wait, go back. So why didn't? Why not?
Oh, knight f1 here?
Well, it's black to move.
No, here it's white to move.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you
I'll take
castle.
castle.
Knight f1 gives black more options, like maybe bishop g5, or maybe even f4. But I realized by playing knight d5 and knight b1 to c3.
Yeah, that was pretty
it's-
cool, I thought.
It's the same thing as playing knight f1, knight e3,
That's
and
right,
knight
right.
e5.
That's
So once you
correct.
got your knights to where you wanted them, then somehow knights kept moving.
Yeah, so normally when they get this position, when I see f4, I remember playing f4 was always very difficult because of knight e4. So let's take a look. That happened. And bishop h6. And now, this is a critical moment of the game, I think.
Yeah, rook b1 I think is
Not
good.
that, maybe the timing is not that right because, okay, all of a sudden he's threatening to play f3 in some lines. And could you have done something with the move order to make it different at all or no?
What are you suggesting
And
here?
what were you thinking in
I'm
this
not-
position?
I
Did you
haven't-
think you
we
had the
haven't had time
advantage or
because
was
we were-
equal?
I mean, I realize the knights are beautiful, but he has a clear plan of playing knight d4, bishop g4, or bishop h3 and attacking, and it's not clear what white is supposed to do now that I
Right.
spent 10 moves getting the two knights to
It's
those
the good squares.
good squares.
Yeah, it's like you're half a move behind. You're like almost making. If you could have played, if you were going to gotten away with e3, it would have been really nice.
E3 is the thematic move, but here he has bishop g4.
That's right. That's right. Doesn't work out. So maybe I guess. Yeah, I guess maybe you cannot. You just can't get to the ideal setup.
Probably
before
knight
you get-
b1 was unnecessary.
Right. Probably that was too long a maneuver. But it was very illusionary because at first you look at the knights, you think this is the dream knights in that position.
After bishop e6 on move 10, I didn't consider, but I realized I could play bishop d5, and I'm not sure.
Does that make a difference when he tries to play bishop h3 and take on?
I don't know,
G2?
because sometimes I want to play f3 just after f4.
Without
F3.
worrying about some bishop behind it. Yeah.
It would be a much better plan if the light squared bishops are gone. So f3 isn't really on the cards if I don't play bishop d5.
And can you
first.
play also e3 in that position right here?
Try to prevent knight
I mean,
d5.
here he doesn't have d5, so that's
What if he does like f4?
okay. And now let's go like knight d e4.
Right. It saves a lot of time.
Yes, and it's going to be very hard for him to put his bishop on.
Probably do like queen d7. I don't know. It's probably white probably is slightly better.
Yeah, I think so.
No.
I think this is like the standard setup
Yeah.
for white. So here you managed to somehow squeeze it in. So maybe but again, it's very hard to resist this temptation of putting the knights there. And I thought bishop h6, that looks a bit funny.
Well, otherwise I can play e3.
That's right, that's right. So here, yeah, the knight had to go back and. So this knight had a very interesting travel. G1, F3, D2, B1, C3, E4, D2, F3. Yeah.
I was provoking him.
Provoking all his developments.
Yeah, the problem is that you provoke him to play some good moves too. So, okay, you took on D4. We didn't know what else to suggest here. And bishop F3 seemed half reasonable. Bishop H3, rook E1, queen F7.
I thought queen f7 may have been inaccurate because I at least got to get rid of the bishops.
What do you think?
You had your
should have
knight
been
against
played?
his bishop, yeah.
Maybe queen f5, and then g5 and g4.
Wow.
So you sacrificed a pawn to get this good bishop against a good knight against bad bishop. And what did you think of this position?
I didn't think things were looking so bad actually.
That's right.
I know I'm down a pawn, and I know the e2 pawn looks a little silly, but
Yeah, at some point we got some position and just said all zeros, like around here.
Yeah, already
at this
before.
point I thought I was doing well.
And then, okay, games were starting to end. My predictions were coming true for once. It looks like I'm going to be 5 for 5 today.
I thought if he had any chance, it was to take on d5 instead of playing rook g5.
In this position, sacrifice here.
Just give it.
Take with the queen.
Wow.
Yeah, the white rooks aren't great.
No open files.
No.
The e5 will never open.
Yeah, but the bishop on b6 is also not exactly a creature of joy.
Yeah, it's a big pawn, but if he gets in like d5 and c4, then it looks a little better.
That's right. So you have to work hard to stop that. Yeah.
And here you were thinking of getting the advantage, or just thought it would be a draw?
I don't know. Again, even if I want to win, it's not clear what my plan is. I have the beautiful knight, but no plan.
And then you sacrificed a rook, sacrificed the knight. He has to take it, or he loses his queen, and the king can't hide
we
from
didn't
the
see
eighth
that
rank.
part. No, that was pretty fancy.
Yeah.
Man,
Iggy Azalea recommended? No.
What's that?
Iggy Azalea recommended. It's fancy.
I think that this is like when he wants a draw, he's going to get the draw. Give me my draw.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought maybe h4, h3 was getting a little scary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you decided to force matters and.
And then a perpetual check.
Oh, that was
Draw
a nice
agreed.
finish. Sack
Yeah.
this, sack that. That's cute. That's a nice combo for the kids. Yeah, we're going to use that in the
Be a
campus.
puzzle next year.
Yeah, exactly. You know,
It'll be
Black
our
looks
first
in
draw
trouble.
puzzle, yeah.
I mean, White looks like he's in trouble. What should he do? Give, and perpetual. Nice. So, you're still keeping a happy disposition despite a tough tournament and good sportsmanship. We appreciate that always. And what's coming next for you?
I think I'm going to be going to the Denker tournament.
Right, in
high school
Phoenix.
champions in Phoenix, yeah.
Phoenix in August. Sounds good.
And
It
I'm
does,
thinking
I
to
know.
myself that that tournament is going to look like a walk in the park compared to this one. Not to jinx you, of course.
Don't walk in the park. It's hot out there.
But when I'm looking at the list of those players, and I remember who's playing in the Denker, and again, all
Mm-hmm.
respect to them, yeah, I think that you're going to be well warmed up for that. And we're going to wish you good luck and good skill in that tournament.
Thanks.
And thank you for being with us in this tournament. Thank you for being our guest in the studio several times. Wish you better luck next year. There will be a next year, right? You're young enough, so
Yes.
that's the good news. Exactly. You owe us. We'll remember it. I
Yeah,
have
good
great
luck
memory.
in the Denker. Yeah.
Thanks.
Exactly.
Awesome. I want to let the viewers know, and Mika know, because I always like to brag a little bit.
Yeah.
I played in the first Denker, which shows you how old I am. And one of the persons who was watching and spectating and
Was Denker.
was Arnold Denker, yeah, 1985. So they've had the Denker for a long time. Now you know how long they've had it if I've played in 85.
And that's
that
right.
was the first one.
Yeah.
The 30-year anniversary.
So we thank Mika Breton one more time. Wish him a good rest of the summer. And there'll be plenty of good chess to be played by him. We're sure of that. I've
Yeah.
witnessed it myself. Now we have, and when we have one last game for the tournament, the
2
closing
against
game.
1.
Rook and 2 versus Rook and 1. I have to say, I've been telling many times that I've won Rook and 3 versus Rook and 2 against some pretty strong players, at least one 2400 plus. And 2 against 1 is really tough.
That's not easy to win.
That is really, this is where even my optimism is going down. So,
Yeah, with the H-pawn doesn't help either.
no, exactly. It is.
Okay, and he played King G2, I think.
Right. If he goes elsewhere, there'll be nothing. King G3, there might
Unlike
be an
now.
F5, right?
Unlike now.
Unlike now, when there's
No.
even nothing.
Even less than nothing, yeah.
Okay, so at any moment we're expecting a handshake. Michael is
We're
still
expecting
trying.
my five results to be right today.
Pretty impressive.
5 for 5.
Yeah, after yesterday's debacle,
Exactly.
you're back in the.
Yeah, I'm back in
we're,
it.
We're going to the lottery
Yeah.
shop today.
Yesterday
again.
we didn't go.
No, not only you didn't go, we weren't even allowed in. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's right. Yeah.
After such
They had our
prediction.
names on the wall.
Exactly.
We know you guys. Okay,
Exactly.
he played Rook F4.
Rook F4. So King G3, Rook A4, something like that.
Yep. Or Rook F1, I'm expecting.
wait a minute.
King G3, Rook F1, I'm
Wait,
expecting.
let me do my falling asleep imitation.
Yeah, imitation.
Yeah, so this position is not very exciting, but it's understandable. You play it by inertia, you have a pawn advantage, you don't really feel like conceding a draw. But whether you feel like it or not, your opponent is going to make you feel like it. So.
Yeah. Well, I would offer a draw just because of my predictions. Otherwise,
Yeah?
I keep playing.
Well, we can pass transmission to Mike Kummer to assist you with
Yeah,
that.
exactly.
So why don't we do a little wrap-up of the whole
So,
tournament?
so if this game is a draw, is Rufeng Li clear 4th? He was in clear 4th, right?
I thought so.
If nobody's winning, then he's clear 4th.
I don't think that anything changed.
Yeah, he drew Mika.
I mean, only the 3 highest rated players,
3 highest ranked.
highest
Yeah, they
highest
won.
ranked players.
First,
Yeah, they
second,
won.
and third, and then he
Guaranteed
was in
it.
clear 4th.
That's right. So you
So
should have 5, right? And
Still in
4th
clear
place.
4th, yeah.
So, yeah, we will have the standings. at the end of this
$2,000 in the junior clear 4th. Wow.
game. Wow. I know many a grandmasters
that-
playing
that-
to a lottery tournament, driving 500 miles.
That would have been $2,000 more than if I'd won the junior when I played.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay, King G3 was played, and then Rook F1 as predicted. And
then-
they're signing the score sheets, or
No,
they're
no,
just
they're changing
move
the score
60?
sheet. They're adding.
Well, there you
Michael
go.
seems like he is far from done.
Yeah, move 60. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, Michael is just. I've not yet begun to fight. He says.
Man, it's hard to win here with Wyatt.
However, yeah, that's the case where where's the ammo?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. So wait, is this the position right now?
Yep.
Oh, it's white to move. Sorry.
King G3, Rook F1.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
played 3 against 2 against Josh Friedel in the U.S. Championship, but no luck.
Yeah.
But I tried. I kept everybody there late, though.
That's good.
So that was good, yeah.
That's always considerate.
About 150 moves.
Uh-huh. Well, if I'm black, I'm really dying to play F5 here, right?
Nah,
You
I'm
don't
not dying to
wanna
do
play F5?
anything. No.
You're not dying to?
Nope. King G7, King H7, King H6. I'm not dying
Yeah.
to do anything.
Just not creating stuff?
No.
Just.
No.
You're a much more patient man than me.
Yeah. No, I don't need to do anything to draw. F5 might lose.
Really?
For example, let's play F5 here. Rook
Yeah.
B6 check, and I win.
You win?
Yeah.
You win?
Yeah. You agree.
You win. Yeah, the
So
king
I'm
is on G2. With the king on G2 is a good idea. With the
Then
king
it's
on G3,
okay.
not a
Well,
good
but
idea.
I'm not going to do it because there's no way
That's
to lose
right.
here.
No, of course. I mean, there's just with ample time. There's no
Yeah.
way that Yan Liu is going to go to.
Mm-hmm. You
Either
never
a
do,
mate-
never do anything.
Yeah, the two things that are inadvisable. One, allow I two connected pass pawns. Two, get mated.
Yeah. Well, I don't allow 2 pass pawns, but I might get mated.
Okay, very nice. So now White's going to move his rook. The question is where. If I were a
Yeah.
betting man,
Yeah.
and I can be, I'll suggest rook b7.
Especially since we get paid today.
Although, that's right. Although I think that rook b7 is not going to lead much. What are you going to play after rook to b7?
Me, I'll move my rook.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
G1, H1, E1, F1, anywhere but B1.
Anywhere but b1? Okay.
Anywhere. Yeah.
If you're not going to b1, I'm going to have a hard time.
Yeah.
So can we summarize the tournament a little bit while this game is going on and it's not very exciting?
Yeah, that's
It's
pretty
fair to say-
interesting that it was such a close tournament and we had a clear first through fourth.
That's
There's
right.
No ties at the top.
That's right, but only decided in the last round. We've had lots of exciting games. We said for a tournament that had some rounds with ample draws, even those draws were after long fights, like you
Yeah.
said, king versus king.
And having 5 decisive results in the penultimate round and then having 3 in the final round
That
with
was
the
a-
people in first, second, and third.
Beautiful bonus,
Yeah.
indeed.
Probably the most disappointed would be, Ru Feng and Yan Liu, and also, I'll think of his name, Wonder Liang, 2.5
Right.
out of 3. And
Right,
then what
only
did he
to finish
finish
with
with? One out of his
one
last
out of six.
6?
Yeah, very, very tough. You're running with it to think, hey, maybe
Yeah.
this is my year. Young, not young, I'm still gonna, I'm scoring against strong players.
But
And-
this is, if he plays in Greece, this is good.
But
This
yeah,
is some
those
strong
things, that's part
players.
exactly.
Yeah.
He's so young. Imagine how many more championships
Let me
he's
ask
gonna
you,
have to win.
you know better than I do. If you take the top players he played here, the ones who were invited, high rated, the 7 high rated players, do you think he'll play anybody that good in the under 12? Are there players that good? In the world under 12?
Yeah, a
Maybe.
few.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you could play maybe, but certainly less,
Yeah.
fewer, I should say, than the
He
ones.
played 7 high rated players here.
No, I mean, this was much hard, much tougher competition than the
Yeah.
2 world championships he won, no
Yeah.
question. Yeah. And what was I about to say? Yeah, I mean, for the strongest U.S. junior, I mean, some people said that the chess was a little inconsistent, but I think that's part of junior chess. You see a lot of exciting ideas. You see a lot of blunders. Like Mika said, he was a bit. He refused to use the term luck, but I think that he was really a bit unlucky. When
Yeah.
you have an advantage and it peters out to nothing, when you have the same disadvantage and you keep losing, okay, that has something to do. And you're a strong player, I guess. That's just. You can call it misfortune, whatever you want to say.
Yeah. And he keeps checking him.
Yeah, he keeps checking him. I don't think maybe always check. Maybe it's made.
Yeah, his checking him is good.
Yeah, and yeah, like you said correctly, I think that the 2 disappointed players of the event must be Yan Liu, who gave so many gifts in this event, got
Yeah.
one, and Liu Feng, and especially Liu Feng, because when you think about it, he gave 2 half points to the eventual
To the leaders. Yeah,
winners.
first and second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
first and second place. Those are the points that if you could have had them, back, he would have been maybe in a playoff now. So a very impressive performance by Akshat Chandra. Again, luck favors the strong. We said that before. He was in serious danger against Jeffrey. He was even more serious danger against Rufang, but thanks to home preparation, he managed to come unscathed from both, and he is the deserving winner. Now, what do we have here?
Okay, King E4, the winning attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't play F5, even if it draws.
Yeah, F5 is really playing with fire.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's really, as a matter of fact, he's losing, right? G takes F, if
That's-
King plays H5, Rook G8.
I think he just wins.
And who wants to do that?
Yeah,
Well, actually, yeah, with the Rook on the long side on A1, maybe he can do something. Yeah, but it's so unnecessary, just really silly.
Yeah.
But what should he do?
Well, I'm wondering if he moved. Okay, now he's thinking, which is a good idea.
Yeah.
Me, if it was me,
Yeah.
I would probably play King G7.
Yeah, who can argue with that?
Yeah, and then if he checks me,
Yeah, just stay on the blood, stay
would-
close.
I would go anywhere but H8.
That's right. Just not necessary. So King G7, if check King G8, is that fair?
Yeah, maybe King F8. Yeah, King G8, okay.
And then just Rook F1, Rook F2, and
Yeah.
an eventual draw.
Well, White has winning chances still. Rook G7 check. You know, H6, Rook G7 check. So there's still winning chances. There's always winning chances. Yeah, here I would take a big think also.
Yeah, because you want to make sure.
Getting a little scared here. Yeah, I would take the pawn.
You think?
Yeah. No, if he
And
played
Michael
F5.
also takes the pawn.
Yeah. Okay, King takes H5.
And, yeah.
Yeah, I guess with the king with the rook on the side, we can just check forever.
So I'm really curious how this game is. What's going to happen now?
Yeah.
Okay, I think the only move to even talk about.
Well, there's Rook G8 and
King
King
E5.
Yeah, those are the two moves.
King E5. King E5
Yeah.
should be coming first.
Mm-hmm.
But after King E5. Wow, what to play after King E5?
Well, I wouldn't have played F5 check unless I was at least 100% sure it was a draw.
At a minimum.
Especially if White wins now, that ruins all my predictions.
Right.
So,
No, I
well,
don't
this
think
is
he's winning.
a
I don't see-
table-based position.
Yeah, I think Rook B1, right?
After King E5?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did play King E5, right?
Yeah, Rook B1, the king can't hide, so.
Yeah.
And otherwise, my king is going to come closer. So I think Rook
Yeah,
B1
if we play something like Rook D8 to block the checks, then the king goes to G5, then you have to
You
check.
check me, I
and-
go to H6. I mean,
Yeah.
thank you.
And there's no way to hide from the checks from the side.
And he's just moving his king.
So maybe after Rook
He played
B,
King H6.
yeah, maybe after Rook B1, I'll play Rook A7. That way, when you check me from the side, I can hide somewhere. So he played King H6 quickly.
I'm a bit confused by this King H6.
Well, I'd rather have my king on H6 than H5. Well, King G7, I draw.
Can't I play now?
King
Rook
G7 is a
Ace-
draw. So
Yeah, but can I play Rook A7?
yeah, then I'll check you.
Where?
There's only one way to check you.
Okay, then King F6.
Yeah, then I'll go behind your pawn.
And then I go Rook E7.
Yeah. Are you going to play Rook E5?
I'm going to play Rook E5. I'm going to play Rook E6 to block the checks.
Yeah.
But it still should be a draw. It should be a draw. But now you have to.
Yeah.
Before you didn't have to think, and now you have to think about it for
Right.
a second.
No, this isn't
You have
easy.
to be
yeah.
careful of the trap.
Yeah,
So
but it should be a draw.
yeah.
You're going to cheat with table base and see
We
if
could if you
the,
want.
The reason is I want to see if there's 5 moves that draw or 1 move that draws. That's always.
You excited?
See, the thing is, when you're learning rook and bishop versus rook, or rook and knight versus rook, or rook and pawn versus rook, table bases isn't very helpful because you're trying to learn some method, and that just says all these moves draw. And you're
No,
like,
that's right,
well,
that's right.
all
It's
those
just
moves
like-
draw.
but
I don't know
the
a
question
method
is
of
by
drawing.
why, but why?
Yeah, I want to know what's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, go to the position where black's king is on h5 and it's black to move.
So tell me when I'll put the pieces.
Okay, white's king's on e5, pawn
Okay.
on f5,
Pawn on F5.
rook on a8. What did you do? What did you do? You put a pawn on e4 instead of f5.
Oh, sorry. What did I do? I didn't see what I'm putting.
Wow,
my
and you
king.
took the king away too. Wow.
It's enough.
No. No. King e5, pawn f5. They're next to each
Oh,
other.
oh, oh, that's what you wanted. I didn't know what you want the king to be.
Yeah, e5, we said.
King E5.
Pawn F5.
Pawn F5.
Right, Rook A8.
Okay.
Black Rook on F1. And let's put the Black King on H5 and give it Black to move. Because I want to see if every move draws. And then click to Black to move.
King on H5?
Yep. And make it to move Black. Yeah, click that.
Draw.
Yeah, and it's saying 4 moves draw.
Okay, and the
Yeah, so
moves
click
are...
King H6. The one I'm sure King H6 is one of them. I hope so. Okay, good.
Yeah. Now all the moves are drawn.
Well, yeah.
And we want to check what happened on Rook
He played
A7.
he played King E6. He played King E6.
Okay, so since all moves are drawn... that's
Right.
not
And the
really-
question is, after King E6, do all moves draw
Do you see what
again?
King E6 is?
No, but isn't King G7 just an instant draw?
Yeah.
King G7 is
Of
just
course,
a draw.
because the rook is already on F1, the best possible square. There's no
Yeah.
F6.
Yeah.
He basically got into no. The King E6 is really not a challenging move. Sorry. Okay, we're gonna go back and see what was more challenging and why it's a draw.
And maybe
Or
Rook
not surprised.
A7?
Yeah, Rook A7 is the move that I want to
Maybe,
check.
yeah.
And especially if I can find it.
Yeah, it's not easy. There's every legal move is a draw. So
Rook A7.
yeah.
Now many moves are
Oh, so
still
there's
drawn.
still 7 moves to draw.
Million moves to draw.
We can't learn the drawing method because every move draws.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, the moment that you start pushing the pawn, it's
Yeah.
checks, and if not, then the king comes.
So go
closer.
back and move or play King E6. Take Rook A7 back and play King E6. And he played Rook to B1, which I'm sure is fine
Where's my
after
rook?
King E6.
When I find King E6, I'll let you know.
All right. Rook B1. Hopefully it's one of the 4 drawing moves.
Yeah. And it's not.
Really?
Well, I can't see from a distance.
Oh, okay.
But it says E1, it looks like, right?
Uh-huh. Oh, I
C1?
can't see that at all.
Oh, there is B1. That's also.
I
correct.
can't see it at all.
I'm too busy looking at the thing instead of looking at the moves.
Yeah.
Okay, but of course, King G7 is the simplest of draws. The simplest. Because check King F8, check King G7, and you don't allow F6. That's the
Yeah.
standard way to make a draw.
Mhm.
That's really instructive. That's good to know. Because if the rook was elsewhere, it would not have been a draw. But here also, the long side of the board,
Yeah.
also the
My,
king is
my
being
brother
checked.
Mark, who used to be 2300 player, he was playing in a blitz tournament against Jinjahashvili.
Okay.
And they got rook and pawn versus rook, and my brother had the rook, and it was the short side like this, and my brother knew everything. So
And he drew.
easy, yeah.
In a blitz game?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he knows all this stuff. He knows queen versus rook, rook and bishop versus rook. That's the stuff he knows. He taught me queen versus rook. He showed me all the tricks.
Yeah?
And then I forgot him the next day. But for one day, I could beat the computer with the queen.
Really?
I knew all the tricks.
He must have tried it many times.
No, but you know all the tricks. You know all the tricks.
Yeah.
Now I don't know any of the tricks. So now I can't win. Luckily, in my chess career, I don't plan to have queen versus rook against a computer. That's not my plan.
Yeah, exactly. Against a human, it's a whole different ballgame.
Mhm.
Okay, so Jan, you look very confident, and rightfully so.
Yeah, he has his rook in the right position to give checks from the side. His king is very close. It's all good. And Bodek's like, wait, I have winning chances. I didn't have
Marco
any.
is wondering, can he play F7 in one move? Then he's in good shape.
F7's good, yeah.
Until then,
I like rook b1 even better than king g7. Let's start checking him.
no. King G7 is just the thema. If I was playing someone and he played King G7 against me, I would agree to a draw because that's it.
Never.
It just means that he knows that the checks are useless.
Yeah, but I like rook b1. Now the checks are useful. Black's checks. Yeah, white really has nowhere to hide here. If it's black to move and we start checking, that's it.
Yeah.
He's got to somehow block the check. So rook a6, rook a7, rook d8. He's got to do something like that.
No, he's thinking which one first, yeah?
Yeah.
Offhand, rook d8 makes sense.
Well, if you play rook a7 and I check, and you play king up, I play king g5 and it's an immediate draw. King e5, I keep checking.
Right.
So rook a7 is sort of out. So it's either
Right.
rook d8 or rook a6. I don't see any other way to try to win. Yeah, rook a6, rook b7. If you play f6, I play king g6. Yeah, and these players are tied. So if Michael wins, it'll be a lot of extra money. Jan has to hold the draw. Is he going to be unlucky again?
Wow, I hope not. It'll be heartbreaking to think that he's going to throw another half a point to the... But I have to say that from rook and 3, rook to get to this position, already black did something really wrong.
Wow.
It's just not necessary. That position with H and F against H, G, F, you really don't have to move at all.
So if I was playing a 1700 here, how would I do? And I mean with black, of course.
Oh, with black?
I know with white I'd win, but with black.
Yeah.
Still win? Play for the win.
You never know.
Yeah. I've played rook against rook out in slow game for 50 moves, but I couldn't achieve anything.
No?
No.
Against who?
I was an expert about 30 years ago. About 30 years ago, yeah.
You're trying to win rook and king and rook.
I tried.
Yeah.
I failed miserably.
That reminds me of my famous game against late Grandmaster Edward Gufeld
Yeah?
in Hawaii. Yeah, he was annoying the whole game. So when we got to rook versus rook, he said, okay, draw, and I said no.
Yeah?
And he was turning red, and then the TD who spoke Russian told him, just make a move. And he made the move and angrily left the board, and then I told the TD I accept his draw. Yeah, you should make a draw, then offer a draw, right? That's the proper...
Make a move first.
Of course.
Okay, rook g8 as recommended by Aviv.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's not enough, but this is the worthy try. You agree?
Yeah,
Good boy.
I agree.
So now...
So play rook d8. And how many moves do you think draw? I'm going to say 6.
Really?
Yeah.
Only 6?
Yeah, exactly 6.
How am I supposed
Go
to
up
rook
one.
d8?
Go up. Yep, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like 12 moves draw.
Ah, come on.
Wow.
Many moves draw.
That's too bad.
Yeah, rook B A1, right? It says rook A1, rook C1, rook E1. How about rook F1? Probably. Is it too late to play rook F1?
Rook f1 might lose.
Why? Because of yeah.
Maybe f6 you can't check anyone.
Right, that's the problem.
Might
F6.
lose. Might not.
So let's not goof with that.
Will I be surprised if black loses?
Not entirely.
I won't.
No, there's some traps here. I mean, it could be annoying.
Yeah.
You have to know what to put the pieces, but
No, I mean, and Magnus lost similar endgame, like just one bad move.
yeah.
And resigned really quickly, too. He realized he blundered.
There's so many positions where there's like a theoretical draw, and you see strong grandmasters playing, and oops. How many
And
times have I seen rook and bishop versus rook?
And
when
even
it's
weak
supposed to be
grandmasters
an
like
easy
me.
Yeah. Have you muffed up a position like this before?
No, because I haven't had a chance to. But if I do.
You never had rook and pawn versus rook in your life?
Not where I could mess it up.
Oh.
No, I've won these a million times against low-rated players. All these
Like this
drawing-
one, would you?
All these
Would you
drawing.
guarantee that you drew this against anybody?
No.
No?
I can't guarantee anything.
No?
No. I guarantee you one thing. If my opponent's under 2,000, I guarantee I'll win. That I'll
With white?
Yeah. That I guarantee.
Yeah, you'll confuse him enough.
Yeah.
It's hard.
I'll confuse me.
But it's hard. I mean, when you look at this, already 10 moves to draw, and it's obvious.
That's okay. I have a lot of funny puzzles I show my students where it's rook and pawn versus rook and double pawn versus rook, and
Right.
somehow you sneak in there and win somehow. Not,
Well, I
not
mean, in
against
theory,
the
black can play
database.
rook b6 check, rook d6, rook takes.
There
thinking,
you go.
oh, liquidating.
Then
you
I
know.
can win.
King g5, king e6, and then wait a minute, the pawns are going the wrong way.
You show me enough king and pawn endings where I know how to win and
There
lose
you
these. No, I can't. The guy's got less than 7 minutes left.
Yeah, you know what? You can get into the increment, and then bad things can
Yeah.
happen. Have you ever played rook and bishop versus rook on the defensive?
Yes.
Oh, you said you had one, and you
The
did a draw, right?
1994 U.S. Championship against Nick DeFermian.
On the front, man.
Perfect defense, knowing nothing.
Did you have a lot of time?
Yeah, but I knew nothing.
You knew
I
nothing?
was like, I hope I draw. It's embarrassing if I
Yeah.
lose. Yeah. In fact, the night before in the hot tub, I had a discussion about this position with Boris Kreiman. And he said, do you know how to draw? And I said, no. And
Really?
he said, well, what kind of professional are you? I said,
Coincidentally, without knowing that will happen?
the day before.
Wow.
And then I said, it never happens.
The next game, it
the
happened.
next game, yeah.
So was
Yeah, why didn't he ask me if I knew how to mate with 4 queens? And I'm saying, I'd never studied
never-
it before.
yeah.
Then I could have had 4 queens the next game.
That's right.
No, I was in a dead lost rook and bishop ending, and he let me sacrifice for all his pawns. He missed it. Yeah. He just had to stop it. No, rook d8's nice because it doesn't really do anything, and now black has to figure out where his rook goes.
That's right. He has a million drawing moves, but
Yeah, but he stops some of the checks from the side.
often the move rook b7 seems like a good move. Is that one of the drawing moves, or am I just losing here? Yeah, rook b7 is also drawing. Yeah,
I like
rook
rook
b7 just
b7
makes
also, yeah.
kind of a simple solution.
Yeah, the thing is, when they play f6, you can put them in check. And when they play rook d6, you play rook b7. And if they play f7, you play king g7 and take the pawn.
Yep.
And if they stop, you just move your rook on the second rank, and then you keep checking them. Yeah. And it should be a draw.
I must do.
Unless it loses.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I could lose, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could do it. Yeah, for example, rook b7. Here, let me show you a way to lose.
Okay.
Rook b7, f6,
Yeah.
and then I'll check, and you'll go here.
And trade.
And if you go here, I'll go here.
That shouldn't lose either.
No, I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
What do you do? Might lose.
No. It's not losing.
Nothing loses?
I don't think so. So let's pretend rook b6.
Okay, king e7.
Okay, so king.
Hey, king where?
No king.
I think this is a draw. If you play
Yeah, probably.
here, I think this is a,
king
this
G,
is
yeah,
a draw.
This is a draw. Of course, it's a draw.
Yeah, and then
This is the key position in the long side.
right. And then if you play here, then I just sort of chill out.
Yeah, and good luck.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, your move.
Or like in the movie Taken, good luck.
Good luck, yeah. And then if you ever threaten to do this, then black gets the initiative. Black is better.
Yeah. Now white has to force a draw.
White forces the draw. Yeah. Yeah, I'd lose somehow.
So,
I could do it. Yeah. Rook d8, and now 3 minutes and change.
listen,
And
if
he's
he's going to
looking
think like
unhappy.
this on every move, that's
And
not
he's-
going to be
He's
good.
looking unhappy. Yeah.
If he's going to think like that every move, this is what happened to me once. I played the Russian Grandmaster, I forget which one, in the New York Open, and it was rook and bishop versus rook. I had the rook, and I mean I was defending perfectly, but you run out of time.
Mm-hmm.
You just lose on time. You just can't make 50 moves in like.
So
a
did you
minute.
lose?
I lost. Yes.
He played king g5. Is that one of the drawing moves? I would guess.
Probably.
That move I would play. Yeah, if you move your cursor over, it tells you the move. Just move your cursor over the move. Yeah, it tells you. So just go down until you see king g5.
He tells you the
Yeah, you
move.
see how it tells you the move. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yep, that was the last drawing move. If it wasn't that,
The last draw. One more and there would be no draw.
Yeah, so king g5 and king h7 and king h. I think it said king h5.
Why isn't it moving?
I think it said king h5 move. Drew.
Oh yeah.
Wow, there's a
No,
move I
I'd
wouldn't
be surprised.
There's a move I wouldn't play. So you
Okay,
play
so
king
maintenant?
g5. Thought about 5 minutes doing it. Well, I'm playing rook g8 check without thinking, but I guess rook d5. No, then you check then.
That doesn't matter.
So you have to play rook g8 check, right? Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
but
if you're
it's-
going to play on,
Yeah, but I mean it's.
rook d5, rook a6 check is an immediate draw.
Right.
Well, I guess I can play here and play for the win.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, so that's the other way of playing.
That already happened in the famous game.
Yeah. Between the brothers.
Yeah.
Katsipi's brothers. And white does have a couple of moves that lose. So the computer says black's better.
A couple of moves to lose.
Yeah, rook d1, rook b8. I've seen worse. These guys just don't want my 5 predictions to be right. They play on and on and
No,
on.
I think that this is
Yeah.
a foregone conclusion. If I was making the standings, for example, I would already count this game as a draw.
Yeah. Hint and wink, wink.
Yeah. The only question is, after whatever move he makes, how long will Ian think?
No, he's not going to think that long. Okay, rook g8 check. He's
Okay.
going to play king
Well,
h6.
check. Yeah, that was not very
Yeah.
hard.
So see if king h5 also drew. Like play rook g8.
After rook g8 check?
Yeah, I want to see if king h5 drew because that's
Are
fine.
you sure?
Yeah, I want to see. Up, yep, down, yep. So king h6 draws, and what's
King h5 loses.
Really?
Yeah.
No, wait a minute.
Yep.
No, it says draw the first
Nope.
2 moves.
Yeah, that's f4 and f6.
King f4 draws?
Holy moly!
No.
Sure, because you go from behind.
Oh
You check
wow! And
and
F6, you check and play King F5.
star.
And you keep really.
So and
Wow, King
but
F4
King
draws.
H4. Well, King H4, of course.
King H4 is ridiculous. Yeah.
Yeah, because you just go.
But King H5 is losing and King F4 is drawing. Wow.
Now,
Yeah,
why
King H6
King
is-
H5 losing? That's I'm not exactly sure. Go back one move just without
Yeah.
putting the pieces.
I can't even believe King F4 draws. Wow.
Let me think. King H5,
Losing.
losing to a
Not
bruising.
recommended by Beck.
Oh, because I'm guessing. Wait, I'm not guessing.
Yeah, I don't guess either.
Oh, I think I know. You go F6, right?
Okay.
With the idea of F7. And then I'm just zigzagging to F8 and G7. I can go King G7 and hide behind the stuff. If you have King H6, there's no King G7.
Yeah, I don't believe any of that.
No? I have another one to tell you that.
No, you're right. If you go to F7, you have F6.
If you don't like this theory, you have another
If you
theory.
go to G7, then you get
Oh,
to
you
go to
agree all of a
F7.
sudden?
No, I agree.
Star.
Okay, so King H6 was played, the move that draws.
Yeah, and now everything is a draw. But Michael can still give him a hard time. Let's see.
Can he?
Oh, yeah.
You sure? Because I'm
No.
checking from the side, so
No,
it's hard to
that-
give a hard
that's a
time.
problem.
Here. Yeah, it's hard to give a hard time
No.
now.
You need
When
one
he,
more
played,
tempo.
when he played Rook D8, he wanted to block, and now his Rook's on G8.
You need a tempo.
Mm-hmm. I'm playing a game in Michigan 2 years ago at the Michigan Open. I don't remember what happened in the last round. But in one of the rounds, I'm playing a 2000, and we get to a drawn endgame. And I have rook, and he has a pawn. And I check. And he has 6 legal moves, 3 on the F file, 3 on the H file. All 3 draw on one, and all 3 lose on the other. So he played the one that lost and offered me a draw. I'm thinking, offer me a draw, I have a rook, and you have a pawn. So I moved my king down, and then we got near the end, he resigned.
Did you tell him the quote from Indiana Jones?
What's that?
You have chosen poorly.
Yeah. Yeah, he played the H file blocking his H pawn. So instead of just pushing his H pawn, his king, pawn, my
Tragic.
king came down. If he played king to the F file, he's blocking my king and he can queen
That's
his
right.
H pawn. And in fact, every king to the F file drew and every king to the H file lost.
Was the reaction, oh, you should have given me a draw, you should never have won?
No, when the game ended, he said, what did I do wrong? And I said, I think all these moves draw. And the computer agreed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one of my famous
Is that why you're
victories-
known as the Dream Crusher?
Yeah, that's why.
The Dream Crusher.
Also, Arjun said he wanted to be a grandmaster one day, and I said never. And then he ran away
Dream
crying.
Crusher.
So I was the dream crusher. Yeah,
Yeah, we must say we had really fun with Arjun and with Rachel Lee.
yeah, and with Rex.
That's right. Yeah, it was really nice yesterday.
So King H6, and lots of thinking from White, but to no avail. There's no way to win.
Yeah.
I don't think Mike Kummer checked Jan Leo's shoes for table bases, because if he did, he wouldn't have found anything.
Exactly.
But
The only table basis we have is right here in the studio. On our computer that is hidden from public.
nobody in the public can look on the internet and find
That's
it.
right. No, no.
It's
only
too
us.
easy to find.
Man, the guy has 4 minutes and he gets up. I probably would have been too nervous to get up.
Yeah, 30-second increment.
Nah, just in case, you know. Unless you forget that on the movie before last he talked for 3 minutes.
He's busy.
Yeah, he's busy.
Yeah.
He's been busy.
Yeah. Yeah, the players don't have the table basis, so don't realize every legal move draws. And here we go. Ah, he tricked us.
Rook G6 check.
Okay, I'm guessing both moves draw. Maybe King H5 loses. I'd play King H7 for sure. Yep, he passed. Yep. They both draw, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm playing King H7.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you,
Yeah, he's going to play. Oh, here he played King H7 before I said it. So, yeah. And then Rook G2, I think. Yeah. I have a question. When I go check from the side, where are you hiding, boy?
G5, I guess, but then it's nothing.
Well, when I play King
Yeah,
G7.
okay, I don't know what he's planning to do.
When
think
I
he
play
already-
King G7.
He already gave up, I think. He
Yeah,
just,
Rook D6, and that's it. Yep. Rook b6, check from the side every move, and we're done.
Yeah.
Every legal move draws?
No. Look how many.
There's
wins.
like 8 moves to draw, or 9.
Look how many losses. There's like,
Yeah, okay, Rook h1 probably loses.
Yeah. All the doofus moves lose.
Yeah, okay, he played Rook b6 check, and that's it.
I think that the game is going to end up.
Where's he
shortly.
going to go? He has to go to g5, but
No, he
it's,
played king e7.
yeah, he's going to check him. He's going to go to g5, and then black's going to play king g7, and we're Philidoring it up.
Yeah. Check.
Well,
King f6.
Yep, that's what's going to happen. And he'll play rook check. I'll play it before he does. Why wait?
Why wait?
Mm-hmm.
And now he's also adding time just in case. But of course, it's just a simple draw.
Yep, and he checked. King g5, I assume. Yep, and king g7 or king g8. I would play king g7.
Yeah, king g7.
I would.
The rook is already on the 3rd rank.
Yeah. King
Doesn't need
g8 is
to-
fine too. It's all good.
And we have seen someone done it in the tournament, right?
Yeah, we saw
Jeffrey.
Akshat and Jeffrey
That's right.
yesterday, yeah. They learned from the best.
The day before yesterday.
Really? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
He played Arthur yesterday.
Yeah. King g7 was played.
Yeah, and I think that now a draw would be nice.
Rook
Okay, rook
A2.
into by inertia again.
Yep. So we're either going to see king f8 or rook c6. I'm guessing rook c6. Although every move draws, but
Yeah.
king g8, king f8, king f7, rook c6, and rook d6 all draw, and probably other moves.
Yeah.
But I would guess rook c6.
This is already the easy part of the
Yeah.
end.
It's tough when every move draws.
I don't know what progress I would have made, but I never would have allowed the king to invade.
Right.
At least I would have played like rook up and tried to penetrate, tried to push the pawn.
Yeah,
Circle,
yeah.
circle.
Rook c6 was played. Yeah.
Okay, not very exciting.
Mm-hmm. And he gave him a check. King f8 is the professional move.
As opposed to king g8.
Yeah, king f8's better. Yeah, he played king f8. That's the pro move. No checks with the pawn. Never check.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And now rook h7.
Okay, I would play rook a6. I wouldn't even attack the rook. No satisfaction.
Yeah, rook a6 easy enough.
Yeah, he'll probably play king g8 though. Juniors can resist. Yeah, he'll has to attack
Yeah, maybe
the
he's
rook.
going to touch his king and
Yeah, you can't resist attacking the rook. But I would play rook a6. Yeah, king g8.
Yeah.
Typical junior move. So rook h6, trade rooks, we see a stalemate.
you understand that king g8 is better. Here you have a chance to push a pawn and play the
Yeah,
king.
you could play king
and
takes
you lose.
rook. Yeah, black,
Any other
white,
move doesn't
white
lose.
has many losing moves here.
And however, white did not lose.
White has 8 losing moves in this position.
That's right. See?
Yeah,
Very easy.
amazing. I don't know what he did.
Rook
I can't find
B7.
his rook.
Rook a7 or rook b7.
Yeah, but which
something like
one? B7, much more accurate. Now king f8's the professional move.
Yeah.
Got to play king f8. Any other move, and I'll be very disappointed. I like the long think, though. That's good.
that. Yeah. If he keeps playing it for long, we're going to call MBN.
Yeah.
Recommend a commercial.
Now, are they at move 100 yet? I can't read. No, just 77. And getting to 100 would be silly. Wow, he didn't play the professional. He played rook a6, rook c7. Confusing the likes of Mike Kummer and Tony Rich.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Mazafi could draw this. I'm pretty
Who?
sure. Mazafi, I think
What
she
do you
could
mean?
draw.
Of course, she drew it twice already.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, blindfold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually played a blindfold blitz game here a couple weeks ago against Al Howlett, one of our club members.
Uh-huh.
And that was a Rook and Pawn endgame where I won by 1 tempo. So,
By 1 tempo.
yeah. Why win by 2 tempo when you couldn't by 1? Okay, so the current board position,
King f8, rook d7.
yeah. I predict rook b6. He's trying on every square for size. h7, b7, c7, d7.
He just played rook b6.
Yeah, that's what I would do. Rook
Rook
A7.
A7. Ah, now we got the A file.
Rook C6.
That's exciting.
This is also a game I played against.
And he gave Stove
Yeah.
F6 finally.
This is my game with Simbad Laputian from the
Yeah.
World Chess Festival Blitz.
Mhm.
I had no time on my clock. I started checking from behind offer draw. He said, okay. But he would have won on time if you kept playing. No increment, no delay.
And a draw was agreed.
Yeah. Rook C1.
Okay, I think that this game is not exciting enough to have either one of the players for an interview.
Okay.
And therefore, we are going to close the show, but
there's
not
no
before.
playoffs.
There's no playoff. I know you're crying. We'll find an alternative, perhaps
Okay.
some food instead. Yeah. And here are the final standings for the 2015 U.S. Junior Closed Chess Championship. As we crowned before, I am Akshat Chandra, 7 points out of 9 games. Jeffrey Xiong is in Seoul second with 6.5. Gave it a good try
Won the
to
last
catch
two
Chandra.
games,
He
but
won his
so
last
did
two games.
Akshat,
But in third place, Arthur Shen with 9 decisive results and 6 points out of 9. Quite impressive. Rufeng Li is alone, 1 point behind with 5 points. Also considered one of the least lucky players in the tournament. Looking at the 5 points, it's easy to see that he could have easily been one of the top 3 with just a little extra luck. Our next 2 players are the ones who just finished their last game, Michael Bodek and Yan Liu. Both share 4.5 points, 50%.
I just like to point out, I thought they were going to play for a lot of money this game.
Yeah.
But not really, because there would have been a tie. So it was some, but not as much as I thought. So that's good. The
Okay.
draw was a fair result.
Very good. And our next group of players is Luke Harmon Velotti and A. Wonder Liang. Again, 2 players who must be disappointed. They lost again today. As we said, A. Wonder started with 2.5 out of 3, only 1 out of 6.
They'll be more excited when they get their $900 checks today, though.
I'm sure of that. Next, we have Mika Bratton, who we interviewed in the studio. Again, couldn't quite get the right pace in this tournament. Like he said, when we had an advantage, he couldn't cash in. When he was inferior, he lost. And our cellar dweller is Kiran Rehan. Again, much lower rated than the other players. Still scored 1.5 points and
And you
definitely
got
had an
and
experience of a
And
lifetime.
you got a 10% bonus playing Mike Kummer.
Exactly.
So there you go.
Exactly. He got a bonus with Mike Kummer, the Mike Kummer adventure. And yeah, we're going to close the show by thanking our beautiful
Nice
production
working with
staff.
you,
Nice
Aviv.
working with you, sir.
Yep.
And thank you to everybody in production. I don't want to mention names because I'm bound to forget one person. Then I'll have years of regret. And we want to thank the entire club and the entire staff of the club for beautiful hosting, really the best conditions. And again, we speak as people that have been to some tournaments in the past, right?
And the bagels were good, too.
The bagels were good. The sandwiches were great. Everything was just awesome. Definitely. So, yeah, in closing, until next year, or rather, until next month, when we're going to have the Singful Cup, we're going to have another team of commentators sitting here, a lot more production people. Please join us for that event, and of course, next year, hopefully, for the next edition of the U.S. Junior Closed Championship. For Ben Finegold, this is Aviv Friedman closing for the last time. Thank
Bye,
you
everyone.
for joining us. Bye-bye.